Alright, mic check.
I can hear you.
Andrian, whenever you're ready, can we get a mic and video check?
Aloha, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Testing, one, two, three.
Morning, Chair Curtis.
Good
Okay, I
morning.
see your video's working and I heard you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Commissioner Cam. Whenever you're ready, can we get a mic and video check, please?
Okay, oh, there we go. Hi, good morning.
Okay, I see you. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner Sabas. I see your video is working. Could we check your audio?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. As well as Commissioner Kushney, whenever you're ready, mic and video check, please.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners Osterkamp and Papalimu. Can I get a mic and video check, please?
Yep, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, I heard both of you. Thank you.
Good morning. It's 10 o'clock. I'd like to call the meeting to order. At 10 o'clock on March 11th, the meeting is being conducted via video conference and telephone. I would like to remind the commissioners to keep their camera on for the duration of the meeting. I'd like to ask for a roll call and determination of a quorum. Commissioner Apana informed us that he is unable to attend today's meeting. Will the secretary please take the roll?
Commissioner Andrian,
Here.
Commissioner Opana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Here.
Commissioner Dalton,
Here.
Commissioner Kam,
Here.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Here.
Commissioner Sabas,
Here.
Chair Curtis.
Here.
We have a quorum.
We have a quorum, the approval of the minutes, written minutes from February 4th, 2028. We'll first take public testimony. As a reminder to those testifying today, your testimony must pertain to the agenda item, and that's the approval of these written minutes. Will the secretary please explain the testimony procedures and announce the first testifier?
Yes, Chair. We will, if you would like to testify, please click raise hand under reactions on Zoom. If you are joining us by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand. When your name is called, you will receive a notification requesting you to unmute your microphone. Please promptly accept the request. If you are experiencing technical difficulties and are unable to unmute your microphone, we will move on to the next testifier and return to you at a later time. We ask that you clearly state your first and last name at the start of your testimony so that your name is properly recorded. Lastly, to ensure that we will have sufficient time to hear all the testimony, each testifier will have 3 minutes to testify. Once your time has expired, you'll be asked to conclude your remarks. Again, we are taking testimony on agenda item 3 regarding the approval of written minutes from the February 4, 2026 meeting. The first testifier is Vivian Tolner, followed by Andrew Aker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Vivian Tolner from the Big Island on the east side. I was a election observer at the last election, and I just want to ask the commission to stop basically beating a dead horse. That election is over. The terms are nearly over. So let the
The agenda
results.
item that we're talking about and accepting testimony on is the written minutes from February 4th. Are you
Oh.
referring to the written minutes of February 4th?
When do I get to testify on other matters?
As the agenda item arises. Thank you, Ms. Tolner.
Okay.
The next testifier is Andrew Aker, followed by Ohana Unity Party.
Mr. Aker, looks like he dropped out.
Okay, the next testifier is Ohana Unity Party.
Hello, Chair. Good morning, guys. Glad to have this meeting today. Pikachu shall be a billionaire live for all of you. So I did go over the minutes, and I will stick to agenda item. So I went over the meeting materials, the supplementary, information, and all those other things. And actually, have to compliment whoever's taking notes is doing a phenomenal job. They even put my name, Pikachu, what we're fighting against the wars and the stuff. So I actually have compliments. I'm sure there's some minor errors you board trustees will figure out, and we can hit the other items today. But I want to say whoever is the secretary, thank you very much. I am reading the materials, and you're doing a phenomenal job. Thank you very much for taking notes. Aloha.
Thank you.
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
The commission, to facilitate more, let's see where we're at. Is there a motion to approve the written minutes of the February 4th meeting?
Chair, I move to amend the minutes.
Let's get the minutes on the agenda and then you can amend them. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of February 4th as circulated?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Ralph, you had some amendments.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
So the meetings do not accurately reflect, they don't even include what the Deputy Attorney General told us. And I've written twice to have those incorporated. So I would like the written opinion that the Attorney General sent us be included in the minutes because that's what he told us in the meeting. And so anyone looking at the minutes will know exactly what he told us by including that written opinion in the meeting minutes.
Is there a second to the amendment to the minutes?
I second.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
Yeah, the meetings have not been reflecting what's happening. The meeting minutes have not been reflecting what's happening in the meetings. So
I second.
in the when he gave us his oral opinion, we asked that he put it in writing, but none of that was included in the minutes. So putting his written opinion of what he told us in the meeting is just going to simplify it. So I'm just asking that you put his written opinion in the meeting minutes for the public to see.
Other discussion?
Yeah,
Yes, Lindsay.
I think that there should also be a reference in the minutes to the fact that he spoke. It's there that we discussed going into executive session and we chose not to. So if we had gone into executive session, I guess it would make sense that his opinion would not be included. But since we were not in executive session and it happened, it seems like there should be a summary of the opinion that he gave us within the minutes.
Is there anyone who would speak against the amendment? In that case, I'll ask for a roll call vote for the amendment to the minutes.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Pana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Uh,
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Sabas,
Aye.
Chair Curtis.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Back to the original
The
motion.
amendment passes.
Thank you. Back to the original motion of the approval of the minutes of February 4th.
I make a motion to approve the minutes as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Would ask for a roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Sabas,
Aye.
Chair Curtis.
Aye.
Motion passes as amended.
The next agenda item is unfinished business. We would open the testimony pertaining to this agenda item, including items A, B, C, and D. Are there anyone who want to testify on the unfinished business?
Chair,
Yes,
shouldn't I,
Dylan.
shouldn't I be allowed to present the report first and then the public testify after I've given the report?
You've given a preliminary report. I'm going to ask for testimony first.
I've not given a preliminary report.
No, it was supposed to be today.
So I would request that I be able to share that preliminary report now and then allow the public to testify because they should have the context. They don't know what to testify on if they haven't even heard the report yet.
The report's part of the agenda, isn't it?
Yes.
We'll hear testimony first, please.
The
Chair.
first,
I'm sorry, this is a point of order.
Yes.
Point of order is to go to unfinished business number 1, have him do his report and then take testimony. Go to number 2 and then take testimony. Go to number 3, then take testimony in order for the public to know what they're speaking on.
The agenda item is unfinished business. That includes those 4 items. I would entertain public testimony at this point, and then the commission can discuss it.
Okay, can I have a point of order? Can you put the agenda up on the screen?
It is.
Right there.
Wait, I don't see it. Let me see.
So I'll open testimony on unfinished business.
We need to present the report first before the public testifies. That's how every pig report works, is you present it so the public
Always.
is here and then they can testify. How can they testify if they haven't heard the report? You need to change your decision or I will appeal the ruling of the chair.
Available. The testimony comes before the agenda item, and we'll hear testimony now, and then you can discuss it.
Okay, I will appeal the
Item
ruling.
A has been presented as
And
part
Ralph
of the
is seconding
agenda and
appeal
is
the ruling.
available to the public for.
I second Dylan's appeal.
Robert's Rule of Orders. Now we move into a decision on appealing the ruling of the chair.
The point of order is ruled by the chair, not subject to appeal.
Yes, it is,
We'll
Chair.
have
It is.
testimony-
We've adopted
we'll have
Robert's
testimony.
Rules of Order, Chair. So there is order here for us to move forward with appealing of the ruling of the chair.
Not
So
true. You're not, it's not something
we're the
that can
Deputy
be.
Attorney General. We're
overruled.
going against our own rules that we adopted. We adopted Robert's Rules of Order. You
It's
cannot
62-6.
manipulate the meeting like this. The
Robert's
public
rules
deserves to hear the
62
report.
62-6. Immediately
You
after.
you
the chair
raised a point of
ruling,
order.
Any member who disagrees may then move an appeal. And then it goes to a vote. Robert's Rules of Order 62-6.
The point of order was raised. The chair made a decision. That decision is not appealable.
It is
We'll go to
appealable, Chair.
testimony.
It is appealable,
According to
Chair.
who is that not appealable? This body adopted Robert's Rules of Order, which means we
That's
can
correct.
appeal the ruling of the chair. We are appealing your rule. And the public would agree with us that they need to hear the report first, Chair Curtis.
Your appealing a point of order ruling by the chair that's not appealable.
It's
We'll have
Robert's Rules of
testimony
Order
first.
62-6.
The unfinished business was circulated with the agenda, providing the public opportunity to inspect it. And now we're entertaining testimony from the public on unfinished business.
We can take a vote, Dylan. We're gonna
You
appeal
guys,
this ruling.
no.
Appealing the
We're-
ruling of the chair goes to a vote. So
A point
Commissioner
of order,
Brown,
ruling
is
by the
aye.
chair is not appealable.
Yes, it is, Chair.
We'll hear the
Robert's rules-
testimony now.
Look at Robert Rules of Order
Well-
62-6.
The point of order is for that I'm not following the rules.
That's right.
And I overruled the
out of
point of
order.
order, and we'll have testimony now.
The
Robert,
first testify.
Secretary, could you,
We haven't heard the report.
you've had an opportunity to read it,
No,
and we've had,
No,
no,
Where
we
is
have
it? Show it
not.
to us.
We have
show it
not
to us.
had an opportunity to read it.
it's not in the agenda?
No.
No.
Really?
and in any case, I just want to point out that you're not following the rules of this body. We adopted Robert's Rules of Order. Your ruling is appealable, Chair Curtis. I don't know where you're getting. We can't appeal a point of order ruling by you. That doesn't work.
I would ask Mr. Ching to comment on this discussion.
Robert's Rules of Order
I would ask
62-6.
Mr. Ching to comment on this question.
He can look that up.
Hi,
I
Chair.
looked
All
it
I
up
can
al-
say
I
is
looked
that
it up along, yes, Mr. Ching.
all I can say is that the board voted to adopt Robert's Rule of Order at the last meeting. So we'll be conducting it pursuant to those procedures. As to this question on how to take public testimony, that the requirement is to allow all members of the public to testify, before they rule, before the commission, makes any ruling on the hearing. So it can be done in the way that is, it can be done in both manners, but it's permissible under sunshine law to allow for public testimony after the hearing, after the report is made, so long as public testimony is provided before any action by the board.
Right.
So you can do that under the sunshine law. I can't speak to Robert's rule on the appeals and things like that, but under the sunshine law, it's permissible to report on it and then allow for public testimony, or to accept public testimony beforehand. That's both permissible under the sunshine law.
Okay, two things. Mr. Ching, could you look at Robert's Rules of Order and regarding response to a point of order question? And I'll let you guys have this vote. The vote is to have discussion after the report's heard. And I understand that was a motion. And seconded?
Yes.
Seconded, yes.
To have discussion after the report was
To have
indicated by
public
Mr.
testimony
Yeah,
after the
public
report is
testimony.
presented, like any pig report.
I would entertain a roll call to have the testimony after the report's read, which is the question on the table. And
Yes.
ask for a roll call.
Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Opana excused, Commissioner Krishney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
Abstain.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis,
Yes.
the motion passes.
Okay. So, Mr. Andrion, could you give your explanation of your pig report? I thought it was linked to the agenda, but I'm sorry, I don't see it. Go ahead, Dylan.
Okay, I'm just going to read through it so that everyone can follow along.
Did you read through it initially?
No.
This is my first report. I'll go ahead and take my
Okay.
time to present the report
Okay.
now.
Okay.
Review of chain of custody documentation and ballot accounting procedures Major findings. The permitted interaction group reports the following findings. County election officials did not provide documentation demonstrating compliance with HAR 3177453, which requires a complete and current accounting of ballots issued, spoiled, and received. I'm so sorry. I want to first make mention the members of this body were myself, Commissioner Apana, who's excused today, Commissioner Sabas, and also Jennifer Hunt from Maui County. Moving on, I listed HAR 3177453 so everyone can have reference to that. Number 2, counties did not provide verifiable daily ballot counts for ballot envelopes collected from drop boxes or received through the United States Postal Service. Number 3, chain of custody documentation across counties appears inconsistent and incomplete, and no standardized statewide reconciliation reporting format was produced for the 2024 general election. Number 4, ballot accountability procedures appear to rely primarily on entries within the statewide voter registration system, SVRS, rather than independently verifiable reconciliation records. And number 5, USPS mail processing systems used for ballot return envelopes produce an exact automated count of returned mail pieces, which can be used to reconcile ballot envelope totals within the election chain of custody. I'll skip over the introduction here and move to our summary. The PIG requested information from county election officials and sought clarification regarding several operational questions, including where the official chain of custody for ballots begins, whether counties maintain daily ballot envelope counts, how ballot envelopes returned through USPS are accounted for, how ballot envelopes collected from drop boxes are documented, how ballot custody transfers are recorded, and how reconciliation between ballot envelopes and ballots counted is performed. Moving on to our findings. Number 1, absence of verifiable daily ballot accounting. HAR 3177453 requires county clerks to maintain a complete and current accounting of ballots issued, spoiled, and received. The PIG was unable to obtain documentation demonstrating that all counties in uniformity maintained reconciled daily records showing ballot envelopes collected from drop boxes, ballot envelopes received through USPS, rejected during signature verification, transferred to counting centers, or ultimately tabulated. Without these records, the Elections Commission nor any party cannot independently verify the number of ballots counted. I noted here that the city and county of Honolulu provided no documentation, and Maui County also provided no documentation, and they were advised by their legal counsel to not engage further with our PIG, stating that the Elections Commission does not have jurisdiction over the county. Number 2, chain of custody documentation is incomplete. Election officials indicated that ballot accounting begins when ballot envelopes are scanned into the statewide voter registration system. However, we all know ballot envelopes may remain in county custody prior to scanning into SVRS. So documentation covering the earlier stages of ballot handling either doesn't exist or cannot be found, and in that case does not satisfy demonstrating a complete chain of custody for ballot envelopes entering the election system. Number 3, chain of custody should begin when ballots are ordered. A complete chain of custody should begin when ballots first enter the election system. This includes ballot ordering and printing, then to the distribution, to the return of ballot envelopes through USPS, collection of ballot envelopes from drop boxes, receipt of ballot envelopes by county election offices, signature verification and processing, transfer to counting centers, tabulation and storage of ballots. Beginning chain of custody documentation only when envelopes are scanned into SVRS leaves all the earlier phases of ballot handling basically undocumented. Number 4 of our major findings, USPS mail processing provides an exact count of returned ballot envelopes. The PIG confirmed that the ballot return envelopes in Hawaii elections are processed, this is confirmed by the county clerks, through high volume qualified business reply mail. administered by the county election offices. Under USPS regulations governing high volume qualified business reply mail, intelligent mail barcodes are required. The USPS Domestic Mail Manual provides this: QBRM, A, qualified business reply pieces with mail barcodes, and B, IMB outbound and return mail is required. It explains that intelligent mail barcode accounting is the automated solution for counting, rating, invoicing, and billing reply mail pieces such as QRBM. Using the intelligent mail barcode on the mail piece, processing equipment counts mail pieces and transfers data to Postal One for billing and reporting. And we've seen those Postal One receipts from the Hawaii County office. USPS further states that the intelligent mail barcode allows mail processing equipment to automatically count returned mail pieces and transmits that exact count to USPS systems for reporting. Because each QBRM return envelope bears an intelligent mail barcode and is processed through IMBA accounting systems, USPS automated processing equipment generates an exact count of returned mail pieces associated with the permit holder. Each returned ballot envelope can therefore be accounted for on a one-to-one basis as a physical mail piece processed through the USPS system. This automated piece count provides an independent third-party record that can then be reconciled with the election office's chain of custody or the county's chain of custody records. And I cited our source there. Number 5, future reconciliation procedures. The Office of Election has indicated that it is developing additional documentation procedures for the transfer of return identification envelopes from county election divisions to the counting center. And these materials include transfer summaries, seal certification forms, and reconciliation worksheets. While these proposals may assist future reconciliation efforts, they do not address the absence of documented daily ballot accounting for the 2024 general election. In conclusion, the PIG investigation confirms continuing deficiency in ballot chain of custody documentation and reconciliation practices. Specifically, again, counties did not provide verifiable daily ballot counts in uniformity or at all in some cases, specifically Maui and City and County of Honolulu. Required records under HAR 3177453 were not satisfied for the 2024 election. Reconciliation between ballot envelopes collected and ballots counted cannot be independently verified. Without clear and consistent documentation tracking ballot envelopes throughout the election process, the Election Commission nor any third party, no one can independently confirm the statutory ballot accounting requirements and that they were satisfied. So here's our recommendations to the Elections Commission as a whole. Number 1, standardized daily ballot accounting. Require counties to maintain daily reconciliation records documenting the following. Number 2, clear definition of chain of custody. We should establish a statewide definition of when chain of custody begins. And in our opinion, that would be when they're actually ordered and even printed. And then they continue through each stage of ballot handling. Number 3 is maybe the most important, is standardized documentation. This is actually statutory. We need to require the Office of Elections to follow HAR 3177453 and require Scott Nago to provide standardized documentation that all these county clerk offices will use for ballot box chain of custody. Number 4, reconciliation with independent sources. We want to encourage reconciliation of ballot envelope counts with independent data sources, including USPS automated mail processing counts based on our investigation and what we have found. IMBA accounting can provide exact counts for every ballot envelope that is returned. Number 5, documentation of 2024 compliance failures. The Elections Commission should formally document that required ballot accounting records demonstrating compliance with HAR 3177453 were not produced for the 2024 general election. And number 6, accountability for election certification and the chief election officer. Despite the absence of this very important documentation demonstrating statutory ballot counting compliance, the chief election officer still certified the results of the 2024 general election. So our PIG recommends that the Election Commission review this certification and consider appropriate measures to ensure that in the future, we're looking ahead, the future election certifications can only occur after required reconciliation records have been properly produced. And that's the end of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I apologize. I thought that was listed in the agenda and referenced. Now we'll open up to public testimony regarding the PIG report that Mr. Andrian just outlined.
Yes. The first testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
You're muted. There you go.
Unmuted. All right. Hello, Chair. Thank you guys all very much. Thank you, Dylan. I did agree with you guys. I did not see the PIG report. So going over what you just said, since it's just fresh intel, I'm also recording it now on Facebook because a lot of people don't know what's going on, don't understand chain of custody. So I agree with all the recommendations you said. 100% should make a motion to implement those. Now, what most people don't know is what Dylan just read to everybody. And I had to go use my internet to verify what the hell is HAR 3-1774453. So chapter 177, verbatim of the text, and it's referring to the chief election officer or designated representative shall maintain a complete count of make sense ballots. All ballots shall be safeguarded to prevent mishandling or misuse. B, the clerk shall maintain a complete and current count of all make sense ballots issued, spoiled, and received in their county. The counting of marked sense ballots by the clerk shall be recorded on forms prescribed by the chief election officer, and you guys can Google the rest. So to me, what it means, if they didn't do any chain of custody like Kauai or Big Island, where you send in the letters, the USPS, Postal Service, already has the answer to the third-party verification, and Maui and Honolulu is freaking lazy. They didn't want to do the work. They didn't go to the Dropbox, collect it, put it in a Tupperware, mark how much that came in, then drop it off at the convenience center. They did not count how much they collected. They did not mark down how much they put in, and they just bullshitted everybody. So to me, they're breaking all the laws. And, you know, this is just the first agenda item. And I'll let everyone else go down the list because I already emailed you guys the laws that they're breaking. Not you guys specifically, but obviously the chief election officer is in charge of all of this. You guys aren't the ones running the county. There's something wrong on Maui and Honolulu County, and they rigged the deck. It's like we're going to Las Vegas to go gamble, but all the houses running the show, and we're not winning stuff. Why is this relevant? It also has to do with what Donald Trump just said on the news. He's not going to sign any more bills in the federal law to the America Save Act, where they want voter ID and registration. And this is going federal. So to me, this is showing the corruption. It's not your guys' fault on the commission. You guys aren't in charge of this stuff. A lot of this stuff happened before you guys were on board. However, this does create a problem and a ripple effect to everyone else who wants to run for office, who wants to change the world and make it a better place. Why the F would we do this when we know the game is rigged from the beginning? And if you look at these positions, the Maui mayor makes more than the governor in the entire state of Hawaii. Some of this stuff doesn't make sense. The mayor in Honolulu is getting like, what, 240, something like that, 245? Maui too, and the governor only makes 184. So to me, the math is all off, but shout out to Dylan and the PIG team for putting this together. I'll leave the time for the rest of all of you. Thank you very much, and approve those recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Vivian Tollner.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Obviously, we're speaking on this PIG report. So I just wanted to clarify for the record that initially I asked for these records from the clerk's office back before, the election last year or 2024. And I was told that they were that numbers were posted daily on Instagram. And then after that, when I was asking for the actual reports, then I was ignored. And so I just wanted to clarify, that these records, if they had forgotten about it, these records were asked for. So then in the March 17th letter last year to the commissioners, Mr. Nago stated that it was probably human error that they don't have these records. Okay, so that's, I think the job of a clerk is to handle lots of paperwork. So the fact that they couldn't find it or they don't have it or whatever is the story. Then later on, maybe it was more like this year, the story then became they were using the statewide voter registration system as their chain of custody. Well, there's a lot of problems with that, as we know, because the voter registration, the system has lots of issues, and also it's supposed to be maintained by the counties, but we don't have any way of verifying what those voter rolls look like, what the registration system look like. We have lawmakers right now trying to pass laws that like any agency can add people to this system. So then that's going to be even worse. But let me move on. Okay, so in this report, it talks about that the USPS can track the exact number. That there verifies and also makes the next one, number B, irrelevant, because number B being update from Commissioner Dalton's contact with USPS. That's irrelevant now because we know, obviously everyone was talking about this, we know that those counts can be accurate. We have a 19,000 discrepancy on the Big Island. We don't even know how many of the discrepancy is for Maui and Oahu. So it's imperative that we have the already voted on audit of those ballot envelopes, I mean, on the Big Island. We have to do it. It's already been voted in. We need to do it. This is important. And one last thing I'd like to say, the explanation of the AG's explanation of the law about sealed election materials was absolutely phenomenal. The reason we keep those records is so that we can audit them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
The next testifier is Vivian Tollner, followed by Andrew Aker.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just want the commission, I'm not against accountability, and I like some of the recommendations, but trying to go and undo the 2024 election, trying to remove people from their employment, that's not positive work. Let's stick to positive work and improve the future. Let's see. Besides, the terms are nearly over, and let the results stand. I was a Hilo election observer and saw nothing questionable. And I say, let's stop beating the old dead horse of a past election, and by all means, leave mail-in voting alone, because people really want that, and including myself. So basically, I guess that's all I have to say. It's just to endure these meetings that last hours and hours is ridiculous. Anyway, thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ms. Tollner.
The next testifier is Andrew Aker, followed by Austin Martin.
Aloha, Kako. Are we loud and clear?
Loud and clear.
Could you please unmute Brennan Cabral for permission for me to share his testimony regarding the pig, please?
No, when he's up, he can talk.
Oh, well, he's the disabled guy who's like on his deathbed with the ventilator who asked me to read his statement.
Oh, then go ahead and read his statement.
Oh, okay. All right, there he is up on the screen. Brennan, I have your permission to read your statement, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go. Everybody, please pull up a chair. I will go from the top. Aloha, my name is Brennan, and if you already know by now, I'm that guy who is showing up to these meetings from my deathbed and breathing through a ventilator. I used to be mobile and active before, and if you know me personally, then you'll know that I keep it real, straight up, blunt, tell it like it is, and I'm not afraid to call anyone out on their nonsense. That's how I roll. But I would like to kindly ask for the chair to not interrupt or cut off anyone when they are giving their testimony and just give them their time to speak. This is my 6th meeting that I have attended, and to be honest, I'm upset about how things are going. And from what I've been observing and hearing from different angles of this, I look at the discrepancies and see how things are not adding up. For instance, the number of ballots counted by the state cannot be more than the number of envelopes being collected by the county at the drop boxes, plus the number of envelopes delivered by the USPS. Kauai could not count for several thousand ballots. Oahu did not record how many ballots they picked up at the drop boxes. Maui had no records, and there were no transfer logs from the Big Island stating how many ballots were being transferred from county to the state. And the audits were being conducted using ballot images instead of actual physical ballots. Is that the way you certify an election, with no receipts, no logs? And when you do an audit, you don't count the actual ballots to verify that the count is 100% accurate? You just go off of images, you just sealed them up in boxes, and you tell us to trust what it says on the seal? That is insane. And then you block audits along the way. Why? So you can drag it out for 22 months to make it legal for you to destroy them. I'd say it's so obvious that something is not right with our elections. You definitely have something to hide. We don't have any accountability, no transparency, no integrity in our election process, and you wonder why so many people out there don't vote because of lack of trust. We, the people, demand that you do right by us. I don't think most of us on this board and the ones above you even really care, to be honest. This election ain't yours, it's ours, we the people. And this is why we need to go back to the way we've always done it before: same day in-person voting, hand-counted ballots, and voting polls spread across the state, including voter ID. And you definitely have to be a legal citizen to vote in our elections. And as a disabled person that can't make it to the polls, absentee ballots are the way to go, because mail-in voting is a no-go because it's unverifiable. Straight up. And do you know what baffles me? That you have someone who has experience in the Postal Service on this commission board that was supposed to get someone from the Postal Service to have them attend the meetings. That person couldn't even do that. And down to even the county clerks, you couldn't even get them to show up to these elections commission meetings, but they can show up to the hearings and say, oh, how they love the current election system. What the heck? That is so, just one more sentence here. That is so misleading. And the truth is that our elections are unverifiable. Isn't that right, Mr. Chief of Elections? Why don't you just admit it already, that the mysterious 19,000 plus ballots and other discrepancies of the rest of the islands? You already knew that you have the authority to count the envelopes under HAR 3-17775.
Next testifier, please.
The next testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Sherilyn Wells.
Mr. Martin.
Aloha and good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. And I want to just offer a huge mahalo to those involved with Commissioner Andreon's pig. I want to just take a moment to appreciate how significant these findings are. For some of us, it confirms pieces of this that we may have known. And in fact, we know that the AGs have known for some time, and yet no one has taken any action. In fact, we've seen a lot of people go to incredible lengths to cover this up, like Chair Curtis, Jordan Ching. The entire Attorney General's office is complicit in this. That's clear. And I believe that Attorney General Lopez should resign immediately. In fact, Mr. Green, I'm sure, is watching this, and I'll tell him right now, you need to GTFO, guy. This is wrong. Okay. People who are worried about undoing elections, you can't allow fraud to stand. If someone cheats to win, there has to be consequences. And if there are no consequences, there is no law. That we are truly at a point where might makes right. And if all that it takes is fraud in order to win, and that's where we're at. This has proven it. I believe this pig has established enough that you could take these guys to court and win. And I think the AGs have known this for some time. They probably know a whole lot of things we don't. And instead of helping the people and protecting Hawaii, they are protecting our enemies and those who are defrauding Hawaii. This is election fraud, and it has been proven. So for those saying that we shouldn't act on it, that's puzzling. That's really, really puzzling. As an observer, I was suppressed, oppressed, and attacked for trying to point this stuff out. I was threatened with arrest for trying to report these issues. And I just want to draw attention. Chair Curtis tried to subvert public testimony on this. He knew what he was doing. There's no confusion. He wanted to make sure that the pig report came after the comments so that he wouldn't have to hear our opinions about it. Casually disregarding the First Amendment, casually disregarding Sunshine Law. And you saw how reluctant Mr. Ching was to give the opinion that, yes, there are rules and we don't just have a dictatorship of the chair where he can just bully whatever he wants onto the floor and keep anybody from saying anything he doesn't like. Robert's Rules of Order is a really, really great thing to have, isn't it, guys? Anytime you need to, go ahead and appeal the ruling of the chair. And if he wants to be a butthead and not accept that, you can take that vote right from the floor. And Mr. Chair, your rulings are appealable. I am a chair too, and I've had my rulings appealed. You have to have the humility to respect the rules and the will of the body. You are a servant, not a dictator. Your job is to serve this commission, not cover up crimes. Sir, you need to resign. I believe you're implicated in all of this, and it's a conflict of interest for you to continue to preside over this committee. Your level of commitment to covering this up is staggering. Anyway, I hope the
Thank you,
feds get
Mr.
involved
Martin.
and do what they need to do. Aloha.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Sherilyn Wells, followed by Public Trust.
Aloha, Commissioners. I would just like to join in the substantive comments made by Brennan Cabral and by Austin Martin. I think they made some excellent points, to be followed by high compliments to you, Dylan, and to the group that you worked with. That was an extraordinary report. Not used to hearing that quality, that level of reporting out of the commission. You knocked it out of the ballpark. Thank you. Secondly, I'm very much against mail-in ballots because of the huge potential for fraud. But as long as Hawaii is on that course, I'm wondering if we could check into doing individualized watermarks on each ballot, because I have heard from other states who are dealing with corruption issues that this is one way to further secure mail-in ballots. And then last but not least, the condition precedent to all of this, the sequence of things that we need to do for ballots is we need to figure out who the ballot should legitimately be going to. Therefore, I propose that the Election Commission weigh in strongly and immediately to drop its resistance to the federal request for our voter registration rolls, so that they can assist us in cleaning them up to make sure that only qualified, legitimate voters get to cast a vote. It makes no sense whatsoever, unless you assume the worst, that we are resisting this requirement when it's being demonstrated in state after state across the nation that the voter rolls have been highly compromised. Millions of illegal voters are being removed thanks to the process that Hawaii is resisting. So thank you again, Commission, for hearing this part of my testimony. There will be more on other things. But once again, hats off to you, Dylan. Amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells.
The next testifier is Public Trust, followed by Keone. Oh, I think he dropped. The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Keone.
Good morning, Jamie.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Testifying on item 4A, unfinished business related to the pig report. I'd like to echo the compliments to Commissioner Andrian and the pig team for their detailed and phenomenal investigative report. The details are amazing, and it helps us, the public, to provide, testimony and our insight on holding our elections office accountable. the bottom line up front for me is related to compliance with HAR 3-177-6, the security of ballots. If we don't have voter verifiable paper audit trails, elections are out of compliance. This is simple. This is not rocket science. Therefore, the chief elections officer has no business certifying elections. And we always learn from previous elections. So, to the person who said, oh, let's just get on with it. The 24 election happened. We're coming up to the 26 election. Let's just put that in the past and move forward. We always learn from the past. We need to comply with that federal request to provide our voter rolls. The bottom line on that too is we need to clean our voter rolls. The chief elections officer, Scott Nago, also said, he publicly stated that there were a number, I think it was over 10,000 questionable people registered to vote who were dead or who have moved. That alone should be the impetus to clean the voter rolls. I served as an official election observer in 2024 during the primary and general elections. And during my December 2025 written testimony that I submitted, I outlined detailed incidents of the lack of chain of custody and the inability to comply with our regulations. And I want to correct my numbers, not 10,000, it was over 100,000. That's a significant difference. But again, I served as an official election observer, and I submitted those, and I also reported that in our after action meeting with all the official election observers. And I felt that my concerns were dismissed and never addressed, and still never addressed till this day. We need to comply with our regulations. That's the bottom line. Mahalo.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Jamie.
The next testifier is Keone, followed by Faith Burns.
Hello, is it working this time?
Aloha, yes.
Oh, because I know there was a few times where you guys kept on playing this game with me where I would unmute myself, you'd mute me, and then not allow me to speak. So thank you for the grand privilege of allowing me to have the right to speak to you guys. Dylan, man, you knocked it out the park with that pig report. And I think everybody in this meeting right now was kind of waiting for something like that to happen, something fair, something honest, and something transparent. Because I've been coming to these things for years. But what I heard today is wild. So as it stands, you guys were already in violation of federal law, right? The Voting Rights Act of 1965, Section 11A, because you willfully failed and refused to tabulate the count. Now, what you guys did was you guys played pass the ball, blaming county. So if you're blaming the county for this problem, send it back to the county. Send it back to the county. Let us tabulate our own votes and do it transparently so we can have fair elections again. And for, are you guys familiar with Hanlon's Law and the concept of theory of Hanlon's razor? Mm-hmm. Never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity. So that one's for you, Osterkamp, Dalton, and Curtis. Okay? Because what I witnessed in these things, especially Osterkamp, man, you're the queen of gaslighting. You've gaslit us every single.
We're talking about Andrian's pig report.
Yeah. Oh, the pig report. It exposed your guys' failures, and you guys blame the county. So give it back to the county. We want it done in county. We want our votes separated. We want to vote county and then state. Separate the ballots. Because this confusing thing where you do partisan voting is BS. And you guys know it. Count the envelopes and explain to everybody that's been coming to these commission Zooms for years and admit that you guys were negligent and basically criminal in the way you guys moved and operate. It's criminal. I don't know what else to say. It's how does somebody like Osterkamp be an attorney and
We're
move with
talking
this
about
kind
the
of
pig
moral
report,
compass?
please.
No ethics at all. No moral compass. Okay, so I said what I wanted to say. Count the votes, man. Do your guys' job. It's easy. Count the ballots, restore our faith in the system, or step aside. That's time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Keone.
The next testifier is Faith Burns, followed by Susan Strom.
Hello. Hi. I'd like to frame my testimony in the form of a couple of questions, and anybody on that panel can feel free to answer them for me. I think it's been established that there's a problem with our mail-in voting system. This problem must be fixed. Does anyone really dispute this or disagree? That's a question. Here's another one. Is there or isn't there a sufficient chain of custody system in Hawaii? It would appear that there isn't. And the other one, it's so important because it's practically mandated to mail in vote. It's a mandate because there's hardly any polling places open anymore like there used to be. So there's super long lines, etc. It's almost as if they want to force everybody to vote by mail. And why would they want to do that, especially when they don't keep a chain of custody? Anybody can answer those questions for me. I'd be happy to hear them.
Your
all.
testimony time remains 2 minutes.
Well, it just seems that for whatever reason, there was no chain of custody of our ballots in 2024. And most people are wondering how this can be prevented going forward. It's not a matter of beating a dead horse. It's a matter of killing a horse that's not working. Just let's just kill that horse of no chain of custody and no proof of who voted and how they voted and who they voted for. I mean, it's insane. Scott Nago's already being taken to court for that, for not providing it to the people. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Burns.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Michelle S.
Put my name down.
Aloha. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Thank you. The fact that Scott Nago certified the 2024 general election with these stark anomalies leaves us with 3 critical outcomes. We have evidence of an illegitimate election, hence we are looking at potential decertification of the 2024 Hawaii elections. This is huge. 2, the commission, with the help of the people, need to reestablish recommended procedures to instill ironclad safeguards to prevent any further ripples of corruption, election interference going forward. Many, many thanks to Commissioner Dylan Andrion for his presentation of this PIG report. I really appreciate the transparency and just his forthrightness with this. This further illustrates the need to reestablish in-person voting with voter ID and eliminating the mail-in ballots with, of course, the lawfully stated elections, or exceptions, sorry, because it's just not working. It's not working. There's so many ways to cheat. It's uncountable, unfathomable. 3, Chief Election Officer Scott Nago needs to be removed from his position for certifying elections without, and it could be going backward more, without 100% transparency and accountability, as should all those who are shielding him from accountability. And I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strom.
The next testifier is Michelle S., followed by Doug Pasnick.
So I'm just going to make this short, but I want to first thank Dylan and all the team that worked on that PIG report. It showed exactly what we've been saying has been the problem all along, that our elections are not secure, they're not verifiable. Basically, they're corrupt. And I am recommending or asking that y'all adopt all of the recommendations that was recommended in this PIG report, because we need verifiable, trustworthy, fair elections. I also want to say that I agree with everything that was said by Brennan and Austin Martin and Jamie Detweiler. And just another note that I cannot imagine how some of y'all can't even sleep with how y'all are trying to cover up stuff. It's ridiculous. But anyway, I'm going to go. I'm going to yield my time for now. Please adopt the recommendations that are on Dylan's and that team's PIG report. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
The next testifier is Doug Pasnick, followed by Public Trust.
Mr. Pasnick.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, first shout out to Brennan. Brennan, you're an inspiration to all of us. And I'm so impressed by your willingness to stand and your willingness to call out what you've seen, because there are many other people who've been calling it out as well. But considering all the things that you have on your plate, you're just an inspiration. And that's coming from a retired Marine colonel. I've been watching elections in Hawaii for quite a few years, and we've been telling the commission these exact things with regards to the rules and regulations or the laws that haven't been followed in Hawaii's elections. For those that have been with us for a while, in August of 24, you may recall I wheeled 5 record boxes into the commission meeting showing what we found in the 2022 election. And of those 5 record file boxes, almost 17,000 pages of documentation that were provided by the Office of Elections saying that these were the documents they used to validate the 2022 election. 2 of those boxes were blank forms, and half of the forms that had places where observer signatures were required were missing. So let that sink in. In 2022, Mr. Nago signed the certificates of election for the governor and lieutenant governor before the election was ever certified. And it begs this fundamental question: how do you certify an election if you can't validate the logs and records that are associated with that record? That's in the law. That's in HRS 11-155. And as it's been stated by many, none of this is rocket science. I've submitted 4 petitions to this commission that have gone unanswered and unacted on, other than in November, if the commission may recall, they referred my complaint ECC 25-006, which names both the commission and the chief elections officer, to the Attorney General for investigation. And that referral was formally transmitted by the Office of Elections on the 10th of November under OE 25-140. So what I'm asking you to do, because of your new category of unfinished business, is that you put on ECC 25006, and that remains on your agenda until this issue is resolved. You've referred yourself to the Attorney General for investigation because of misfeasance, malfeasance, and nonfeasance. And if you didn't know what's going on in the legislature right now, SB 2466 is attempting to change the law for which the termination standard of the chief elections officer would require for cause. Well, everything that's in those petitions are for cause examples, and that's been documented since 2022. This PIG just reaffirms what we've already known. Shout out to Dylan, Sabah Sapana, and Jennifer Hunt for your willingness to stand and call the truth of what you're seeing happening in Hawaii's elections. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Pasnick.
The next testifier is Public Trust, followed by Tammy Ash Perkins.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, everybody. Thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to voice our voices. Hats off to you, Dylan. Thank you for doing the PIG. That's something that we really needed. Truth to be told, county holds jurisdiction over the state of Hawaii. And I feel that because of this commission and majority of this commission, always not passing motions that needs to be passed and all that stuff to protect our rights, our voting rights. Super important, because now we all see that not everybody on the commission, just the majority, right? The ones that is always voting against us. It goes to show the road that you're heading down, and being that you guys don't want to fix the election problems that we have, to violate our rights is not okay. To silence our voices, that's not okay. To point out the corruption and be ignored, that's not okay. So now that we know that the state of Hawaii, Josh Green and the majority of this commission, his buddies, we know you guys not here to fix anything. So it'll be better off for the state to handle their election process for the senators and the representatives, and hands down, just willingly give it back. The county elections, give the county elections back to the county, because we have county clerks there. We have laws in place already. We don't have to go through you guys' fake laws in the state level, right? The county is where it matters for us people that is on a different island. And Honolulu should never, ever get our county ballots, nor Maui's ballots, nor Kauai's ballots, right? Send it back. Give it back to the county. The mayor is on, Kimo. If you're watching this, man, take back the jurisdiction that Mitch Roth gave up. Take it back, man. We'll help you. We'll help you fix it. But get our elections back into our county. Take it off the hands of these guys, because we always find ourselves at this dead end where we're stuck in the corruption that these guys provide for us, the majority of this commission. But yeah, county holds jurisdiction. I've been saying this from day one. Put it back in our county's hands. We have laws there. Let the county clerks deal with it. We don't want the state to handle anything. They only want to create problems. But yeah, thank you for your guys' time.
Thank you for your testimony.
The next testifier is Tammy Ash Perkins, followed by Bruce Yocum.
Hi there.
Aloha.
Free and fair elections depend on transparency, accountability, and public confidence, which is why maintaining the option for in-person voting remains important. Voting in person allows citizens to directly observe the process and verify their participation. It strengthens trust, and ballots are handled securely from check-in to tabulation. We don't have that right now. At the same time, election oversight bodies must strictly follow the laws that govern elections. When an election commission fails to comply with statutory requirements or established procedures, it undermines confidence in the system regardless of the intent. Holding election officials accountable to the law is not partisan. It is a fundamental safeguard to ensure that every lawful vote is protected and that the public can trust the integrity of the electoral process. This election commission has failed, not just one time, several times. The pig report was amazing. Hats off to Dylan and the gang. And I'm just really, really going to be interested on what this commission is going to actually do to solve this problem. I personally can head up, getting the precincts back up and running to do same-day voting, paper ballots. It's not that big of a deal. We've done it before. We can do it again. And so I think that should be serious consideration. I know that there's federal laws right now that may change all this, but in the meantime, I appreciate you guys' time, and I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Perkins.
The next testifier is Bruce Yocum, followed by Wallen Christian.
Okay. Should I get the view? Right. Hi, my name is Bruce Yocum. I'm truck driver here in Maui. I've been listening to these meetings for about a year now, but I'm usually at work, so I can't testify. But because of the weather, I'm home today. I don't think we can just move past 2024. The public needs to know what happened so we can regain confidence in the election system. This Dylan and Jen's pig report was awesome. That's the first positive report I've seen on these meetings besides adopting Robert's Rules of Order. That was a good thing. But I think we need in-person voting because there's too much opportunity for fraud with mail-in voting, and everybody knows it. We need to look back at 2024. Don't sweep it under the carpet. People need to know what happened so they can regain trust in the system, and then we can move forward. With that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yocum.
The next testifier is Wallen Christian, followed by Andrew Ager.
Good morning. Can you folks hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. First off, hats off again to Dylan and the group who did this pig. I hope that every other group follows this procedure and how they were so detailed in it. It's obvious already that we've had problems with our voting system. This all started when mail-in voting came into play. The mail-in voting was only supposed to be a pilot program. The problem we have now is that we've adopted it without really looking at the pros and the cons. Obviously, just by hearing everyone here and others who cannot make it on the call, there are more cons than pros. We need to get rid of it. It's simple. Our election day is considered a holiday for the state of Hawaii. So that means all schools are closed. Why not reopen up the schools? Why not get the people in there? I'm sure those of us who are on these calls that have been begging for election integrity would volunteer. I would, not a problem. What I do want to bring up, though, is unfortunately, with this pig, it shows even more problems that we have. Now it comes to you folks, the commission. What are you folks going to do? Are you guys going to do what's right by the people and by law? Or are you going to do what people up higher above you are telling you what to do so that this can continue to be a corrupted system? Hawaii is known as one of the most corrupted systems here. Again, I bring up this primary issue, and I said it before in testimony. According to Hawaii State Constitution, Article 2, Section 4, there should never be a demand of what party you are representing on your primary ballot, which is what we have. That makes that ballot null and void, and that goes against the Constitution and the rights of the people. That needs to be taken off. As far as for Scott Nagle, he lied at state legislature when I was there in the legislature when we had a hearing on voter integrity. I personally testified about that young lady who was on here 2 months ago saying that her dog got a ballot. Rascal, her last name, mailed to her address. I testified that at the Senate. Do you know that Scott Nagle, after being questioned by Senator Mike Gabbard, lied on testimony under oath, saying that he doesn't know how that would have happened and he doesn't think it happened? Yes, it did. We have the young lady who testified about it. So he lied under oath. Already, this man needs to be removed from his position because obviously he's hiding a lot of things. I agree that these elections should be going back to the counties because one man, Scott Nagle, trying to control everything, obviously he cannot do it. And probably no other person could probably do it as one person. You do need a team. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it should go back to the counties. And I know I'm running out of time, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Christian.
The next testifier is Joseph Akana, followed by Propel Positive Change.
Mr. Akana.
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm trying to get my video turned on. But anyway, I've heard this many times. You guys know I was involved in the campaign for Congress in 2020, 2022. And even at that point, I brought up the fact that on PBS Insights, Daryl Huff had an interview with Mr. Nagle in 2020. And he clearly said that on that interview, he said it, that he knew there was almost 100,000 ballots that were errantly shipped to either dead people or wrongfully addressed to the wrong address. He said it right there live. And it's still an ongoing problem. Here it is 6 years later from the 2020 time, and we still have the same problem. And is it mail-in ballots? Absolutely. That's when they started. So I looked through what Dylan said. Great job, guys, on the pig report. Awesome. I would support what the recommendations say, but again, it's been an ongoing problem. It's not just a 2024 problem. You need to look back, potentially back as far as 5, 6, 10 years to see if this is how long this type of problem has been ongoing, and how do we go about fixing it. That's the key question. How do we go about fixing it? But 100% agree with the recommendation. Think that should be going forward, and it definitely needs something to do with the elections officer for sure. Guys, that's all I'm going to say. You guys have a great day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Akana.
The next testifier is Propel Positive Change, followed by Tamara Mackay.
Good morning. There you go.
Aloha. Thank you for
Aloha.
taking my testimony. I want to agree with Waylon's testimony. Pig, awesome job. You guys are amazing. I do want to bring to everybody's attention, maybe who wasn't here back in January when Dylan did the previous pig, that it was the recommendation of the pig to remove the chief elections officer. I believe that line of action is still appropriate and very much appropriate. It is within the power of this commission to decide if Scott Nago keeps his job or not. I am aware that people have applied for the position, and you literally can vote to have him removed and hire somebody else within the same meeting. So I would implore you to take that into consideration and put it on the agenda if it is not already an option. And I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tamara Mackay, followed by Tara Malia.
Aloha, just testing. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Again, I concur with many of the testimonies. And, you know, just to reiterate and solidify some statements, I've sat through many of these meetings that run for hours, as we all know, listening carefully to testimony from citizens who care deeply about the integrity of our elections. I want to be very direct here. What is deeply concerning is that it often appears that some commissioners have already decided how they're not going to act. No matter what evidence is presented, some are on their laptops as we speak. I brought this up before, and some sitting there rolling their eyes and working and not even paying attention. And it's very disturbing, because if this is a waste of your time or a bother, maybe this isn't for you and you should step down, and we need to get more commissioners in who care about the voice of the people and integrity for our election systems. This is not, and others, you know, I mean, it just seems like everybody's waiting for the clock to run out because people are leaving their seats. So let's be real for a minute. You know, we have a lot of intelligent people that are on this thread, and others who can't attend, who hear this, or they go back and watch the videos, and they are absolutely appalled about what is going on in the state of Hawaii and how we are being represented nationally. This commission itself voted to create a pig to investigate concerns about the ballot handling and discrepancy. And that group did its job, and they did it well. And I appreciate the leadership of Dylan Andrian. For years, he's shown great leadership and integrity, and I have a lot of respect for him. Now we're hearing arguments that these issues should simply be left in the past by a couple who have testified. And it's like, if we go and do we forgive theft? Do we forgive murder just because nothing has been done after a while? I don't think so. Laws have been broken, and we need to hold people accountable. I feel like we see traits of the Scarecrow, the Tin Man, and the Cowardly Lion, where there's no brains, no heart, and a lack of courage, while everyone waits for approval from the man from behind the curtain so that they can feel better. But the elections are not theater. This commission has a responsibility to the people of Hawaii. I want to acknowledge those who have demonstrated integrity. I have already mentioned Dylan Andrian, and I concur with Jamie Detweiler. I appreciate the professionalism and commitment also shown by Dylan. The people of Hawaii are not asking for anything unreasonable. What we are asking for are secure elections, laws that are followed, transparency in the process, and representation that serves the people with no hidden agendas. And I will close with this. The people's trust in elections is not protected by delay. It's protected by transparency. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Tamara.
The next testifier is Tara Malia, followed by Andrew Aker.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Sorry, my camera is not working for some reason, but as long as you can hear me, that's what matters most. You can hear me, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mahalo for the time to speak today. Thank you so much for everyone's testimony today. I stand on everyone's testimony, aside from those who think that this should just be swept under the rug. We are standing in such a powerful time of things that are shifting. There's so much going on in the world today. So watching Dylan get the opportunity and listening to him to report on such truth and such transparency, and almost, I've been on these calls not as long as everyone else, but since 2024, committed on a monthly basis. And to hear the truth actually be spoken from that side of the aisle is it just floors me that this is not the way that we function on a monthly basis, a weekly basis. I do want to come from the aspect of, I was with Wallen that day that she spoke on regarding testimony. And I want to just go over exactly why it is that this needs to go back to the counties, the mindset behind it. And it really stems from the findings of this pig. We've already bonked over the head how many laws and unlawful actions have been committed by those that are attorneys on these calls. They choose to read laws and manipulate them. And then when we find the evidence, they counter the truth that's just being documented and shown. And it's not a surprise that these findings came out, but this data is what we get to stand on. I just want to share with you, these are a couple of weeks, I think it was a couple of months ago, one of the motions was to go to the legislature, write to the Senate. Let me tell you what the legislature is focused on. They're not focused on the people. I went to these following hearings the past 3 weeks that relates to this specific Dylan's report. I went to HB 1551. I went to HB 1552. SB 2132, SB 2143, SB 2239. And let me tell you what collectively the state level, not the county, what the state would like to do. The state would like to protect Scott Nago and create language that would create cause for him to be removed. Well, they get to determine what that defines. What is cause? They get to determine what that is. Right? Then they want to say that, oh, well, if he is removed, this is another bill trying to be passed. Right? If he is removed, in that event that he is removed, well, we're going to have just someone fill in. I would make sure that the United States citizen is put before the system being protected. They want to take off a checkbox that says you are a United States citizen. The legislature would like to opt in voters that do not live here, do not have proof of citizenship here. These are the things that the state would like to enact. And that's why I stand on the testimony of everyone here that says that the counties should be in charge. And let me tell you something, the county clerks don't show up here because they know that state level mindsets are here to deter them from doing what's right. And I can tell you that because they did show up to the legislature, but they wouldn't dare show up here because mum's the word here. And in the legislature, they're only allowed to say the things that they're being told to say. And we found that
Thank you, Ms. Malia.
And Sunshine Law. Mahalo for the time to speak.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Andrew Aker, followed by Robin.
Aloha, Andrew
Aloha.
Aker here, Maui Freedom TV, on behalf of myself and all of the people that have come before. Obviously, the majority of people in Hawaii that keep showing up to these Elections Commission meetings all want transparency. And we have some very pointed questions. I think that everyone can agree that we're really tired. I mean, no disrespect, Mr. Curtis, but when we ask you a question and you don't answer it and you just give us this kind of dead stare, like what we say doesn't matter, and you're nonplussed by it, and you say, thank you at the end, we want actual answers. So therefore, I move the commissioners with integrity to motion for a vote to have a compelled question and answer session with the public where we can actually compel Mike Curtis, compel everyone on the commission to answer some very direct questions. That is my testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aker.
You're welcome.
The next testifier is Robin, followed by iPhone.
Hi, thank you so much for having me speak. I am really impressed with Dylan's PIG program and also everybody that got involved. There's a lot of people that I agree with. One of them that stands out is having the elections in person. And I'm aware that there's people that cannot get out of bed and so forth. They should be allowed to do that. But I really think by doing that, you're going to restore the faith in Hawaii people. I'm going to run for office, and this really concerns me because, I mean, is it going to be a fair vote when I'm up for election here in November? And so I know our state can do better. This is our chance to show it. So I please have Dylan's PIG paper pass, because I think there's so many things on there that are amazing. And I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
The next testifier is iPhone, followed by Rob Burns.
Hello?
Hello, we got you.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I couldn't put my name up there. Anyways, I just wanted to mention, it seems like the corruption in Hawaii is so deep and so entrenched. And as I see all these people testifying, it just feels like we, the people, they're having such a hard time. We're having such a hard time kind of coming above this corruption that really kind of has ruled the state for so long. And I just want to encourage people to reach out federally and ask for federal oversight, because if we can't get representation because these people are so corrupt, the only next level up is federal government. And so I just want to encourage everybody to reach out to people who can help facilitate that. And also that we could get some nationwide exposure for many different issues that are going on in the state.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Rob Burns, followed by Elizabeth.
Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns.
There you go. Sorry. Sorry, I had it on mute.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyway, Hawaii was, as far as I know, has been voted the most corrupt state in the U.S. And I think that if we need to, straighten that up, we need new people. I'm a business owner, past business owner. I used to own Local Motion. Anyway, Scott Nagle needs to be replaced. He needs to step down. He needs to be, he's proven to be inefficient in his work for the state, which in 1978, my dad was working on the Constitutional Convention. As I remember, there was going to be 10-year spans in between each election. And it's been 50 years since we've had that. So I just wanted to clock that in and let people know that there was a year, 1978, when the Constitutional Convention was brought up and never brought up again. And people have not spoken of it. Anyway, as far as the schools go, we should have people return to schools. And I have not heard one person talk about why we switched to the mail-in voting ballots. The voting ballots really allow the teachers and all the union workers a free day of non-work, because they do what they need to do, and they're smart enough to know that they have a free day. They don't have 6 hours or 3 hours or 4 hours. They have all day long if they vote by mail, and then they take the day off. And anyway, that's not that's not the right thing to do, but that's what they do. And I'm just asking for people to do the right thing for the right for people in Hawaii, because we are a blue state, and because we have been very loose on our enforcement. I think we should gather up and consider the alternative, which is to fire Scott Nago and take in a responsible group. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Burns.
The next testifier is Elizabeth C.
I can't unmute. Okay, there. Yes, aloha. Thank
Aloha.
you for hearing my testimony. Yeah, the problems that we're having with this voting in Hawaii can be attributed to maybe ignorance, negligence, or maladministration on the part of the people in charge, the people who count the ballots, certify the race. And I had the opportunity to peruse 3 pages of the voter registration, on which I found, of my personal knowledge, 3 people who have moved out of state and 2 who were dead. One had moved out of state more than 5 years ago, maybe even as 10 years ago. People that I knew personally. So I don't know about all the rest of them, but but out of less than 100 names, there were 2 dead that I knew died, and 3 who had moved out of state. I'm looking at these No Kings rallies, and I'm going like, yes, we have no kings, no tyrants, no despots, no dictators. We have public servants,
We're
our
talking about
governors,
Mr.
our
Andrian's pig report.
commissioners. Excuse me?
We're talking about Mr. Andrian's pig report.
Yes, I am. I just want to say thank you to the the committee. Thank you for that report. It was very thorough and I would like to encourage that we adopt and implement the pig report. And I want to also say thank you to Brennan Cabral, who gave a wonderful, beautiful, thorough testimony. For the people who like the mail-in votes, yes, I loved the mail-in vote when I first heard that Hawaii was, we're all going to mail-in votes. How convenient. However, I have chosen lately to vote in person, and it cost me like $40 at least to go to Kona and back to cast my ballot. I have to go back to say that let's go back to voting in person, one day, one ballot, one person, and let's count them in the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, there are no further testifiers. Those with their hands raised have already provided testimony.
Okay.
You know, I think we have room for Keone and Propel Positive Change. Keone, good guess.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, hello again. Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Ralph Cushney, man. Didn't give up. Shout out to Dylan. That was quite a pig report, and Brennan.
Thank you.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, excuse me.
I have time. It's a tough one. Especially Brennan's testimony. Doesn't got a lot of time left. So I hope that he will get to see the justice and he will get to see his hard work pay off, man. That's what I hope. Time.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Propel Positive Change.
Aloha. Thank you again for taking my testimony, Chair Curtis. I wanted to just mention about the election accessibility, that it is very unreasonable to ask people to travel on Big Island to Kona or Hilo to do an in-person vote. I'm fortunate I live in Kona, and I was able to help people get their ballots to the box who were not able to do so otherwise. Election accessibility is very important, and we're moving into a new age where we can leverage technology, but also having it on a precinct level, I think that would make it more accessible to everybody, where they can go to a local school. You know, back in the old days, you used to go to the school, you vote, you get the count in there, you have your chain of custody, you tie it up, counted, and it goes on. We need to go back there, because when you're counting in smaller numbers, it's easier to track, easier to keep a grip on, and you're involving the people. There's a lot of people on the precinct level who are more than happy to volunteer to help count these ballots. And I did also want to mention we need a date and a contact information for when we are going to start doing the hand count for Big Island. I will offer myself to help organize if needed. But we need to get that done as soon as possible. It's quite urgent since we have elections coming up and we're still unsure about our 2024 results. So mahalo for the testimony and time. I
Thank
yield.
you. So that ends the public testimony. I'll open comments from the commissioners on any motions regarding Commissioner Andrion's
Chair
paper.
Curtis, sorry. Yeah.
Yes, Andrion.
Commissioner Andrion, did you want to speak? I just want to note that, per HRS 92-2.5 on PIGs, deliberation and questions regarding the PIGs recommendations would have to be done at a subsequent meeting. So I would recommend not taking any deliberation or question or decision making at this time.
Thank you. Then we'll move on to Commissioner Dalton on contact with USPS. Do you have any report, Ms. Dalton?
I do. I
Sure.
spoke
Can we
with-
ask questions first, please?
I'm sorry.
At the next meeting.
No,
We can talk about Commissioner Dalton's.
I'd like to
contact
get
with the
Scott
USPS
Nago's input on this.
at the next meeting.
But we cannot ask him any questions on this.
Mr. Andrion's pig will be discussed at the next meeting.
Chair,
We're not
Yes.
allowed to testify.
excuse me. I thought that what Mr. Ching just said was that we could talk about it, but we can't make decisions about it.
Is that correct, Mr. Ching?
No, that's incorrect. So the law states that all deliberation and decision making has to be done at a subsequent meeting.
Okay, so we'll discuss that at the next meeting. Ms. Dalton, do you have any report on the USPS?
Yes, I do. I spoke with Mr. Grant Nakashima, who is the Customer Relations Manager for the Hawaii District. He's also a representative for Hawaii on the Western Pacific Area Postal Customer Council. I emailed him the draft letter that I received, which I believe originated with Commissioner Kushney. He let me know yesterday that he's still trying to hear from headquarters. He had to pass it on up to postal headquarters in order to get a ruling from their legal department if a representative of the U.S. Postal Service will be authorized to address the commission and answer questions. And he did point out that the Hilo postmaster, or currently officer in charge, also known as OIC, would not be able to give any kind of official response. So this has transpired probably since the very end of last month and the first couple of weeks of this month. So he did ask if a future meeting was an option for a Postal Service rep to appear, and I told him that would be fine. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Papalimo, you have your hand up.
I did because I thought we could speak to pig, but can we speak to this?
Yeah, you can speak to the postmaster stuff. Yes.
Postmaster thing. So, Barbara, you were you aware of the pig's findings that the Postal Service has a third-party record of all of these envelopes?
You mean the permitted interaction group report that Mr. Andrion has just delivered at this meeting?
Right.
No.
Oh, okay. So
We can discuss that at the next meeting.
Sure, that was just my question.
Thank you. Any other questions for Barbara?
I have something, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
Okay, so again, this is not new. In 2021, Scotty Anderson wrote a letter and he said, we need to have, this is back in 2021 while you were on the commission. He said, we need to have verifiable chain of custody of ballots at every stage of transportation and handling and ensure ballot tracking is in place for the 2022 elections in coordination with the United States Postal Service. So when you see the public getting frustrated, this is why this stuff, this was from 2021. Here we are 5 years later, rehashing the same old thing. And in the next meeting, I really hope that we take some serious action to correct these things because none of this is new. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the post office? In that case, I'll report that I've not heard back from the county auditors after having sent my letter to each of the clerks.
Will you do a follow-up letter, Chair?
Oh, I heard that the clerks don't answer to the commission in the prior statements. No, I won't. Unless you want to make a motion, Ralph.
Yes, I move that you write a follow-up letter to the county auditors.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
So there's no way for us to get any accountability. So we need to take action, and we can't just let people ignore our request. They can answer our letter for inquiry and reply to it. So we should hold their feet to the fire and ask for that. Thank you.
Other discussion? Entertain a roll call vote on the motion to follow up on the chair's letter to the county auditors.
Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
So there's the letter of the commission to the legislature requesting funding for the Hawaii County audit. I did get a call back from Nadine Nakamura, the House Chair, or whatever her title is. She's
Speaker of the House.
Speaker of the House, I'm sorry. Anyway, she said that it was more appropriate for us or other people than it's not something that the legislature is willing to discuss at this time. But asking the county auditors is another solution to that. Is there any other discussion on the commission letter to the legislature requesting funding for Hawaii County audit?
Yes, Chair. I have a discussion on the topic of unfinished business.
Regarding the letter from commission to the legislature
Well,
requesting
I have
funding for Hawaii County audit.
Not on that specifically, but before we go to item 5, I would like to discuss unfinished business.
Each of those 5 items, you're welcome to discuss. And then I believe I have to open it up to public testimony again regarding these 3 items on unfinished business. We did have public testimony on item A. I would entertain testimony on item B, C, and D. But Ralph, other than those 4 items,
Yes, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to add items to unfinished business for the next meeting, which there's a lot of items that are unfinished. And Doug Pasnick's testimony, we made a motion to refer his complaint to the Attorney General. I'd like to put that on the agenda for the next meeting. And also, back in June of 19th of 2024, the commission passed a motion to do an investigation on signature verification. I would like that to also be on the agenda item for next meeting. So that was a motion. If we have a second.
Second.
So I'd like to discuss this, Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, so these are items that the commission has passed and they were never put back on the agenda. So under the motion that we adopted to put unfinished business on the agenda, these are two more items that need to be addressed. Signature verification is pertinent to what Dylan was discussing in chain of custody. And then also in Doug Pasnick's testimony, we referred an issue to the Attorney General, and I'd like to get a status update on that.
What was that item?
Doug Pasnick's item?
Yeah.
ECC 25006, I believe is the number that he said.
Thank you.
But it was a motion made October 29th and passed.
Discussion.
Yeah, I would just ask that anybody voting no explain why they're voting no.
No, you don't have that right. But go ahead.
That's all.
Any other discussion on the motion? Would entertain a roll call, please?
Hold on one sec. Could we find what Doug Pasnick's
Doug,
I'm looking in the minutes of that meeting to see what it is that
I can read you the motion that was made and passed. It was to refer Doug Pasnick's complaint referenced in agenda item 7B, formal complaints ECC 25006 to the Attorney General for investigation to determine whether the complaint has merit. The motion passed.
And what was the complaint is what Lindsay's asking?
It was ECC 25006.
What's the substance of that?
Doug Pasnick just explained that in his testimony.
Okay.
Can you please explain it to us again?
It's basically asking the Attorney General to investigate the things that Dylan just reported on.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Lindsay? Was that a yes or a no?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Any other discussion? Enter a roll call vote on the motion to
Commissioner-
add signature verification and the AG's inquiry regarding 25-006.
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
Abstain.
Commissioner Cam,
Aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
Motion does pass.
Takes
I'm
five
sorry,
votes.
the motion does pass.
Takes five votes
Oh, wait.
for the motion to pass.
There was 4 yes.
And an abstention.
So there were not 5 yeses. There were only 4 yeses. So the motion does not pass. We'll go into
Yes.
public testimony for items 4, B, C, and D. Could you?
Question, Chair.
Yes, Lindsay.
What do we do with things that were agreed upon, passed at a former meeting, and then they got shuffled off to the side? That's it? We don't follow up on our own business?
The vote was against it.
Require a
We'll
motion.
We'll open for public testimony now, please.
Okay.
The first testifier is Keone Payton, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
And this is for items 4, B, C, and D.
Well, my computer, what was the items 4B and C.
It's on the agenda, update of the Commissioner Dalton on USPS, Curtis on county
Oh, okay, on the
auditor,
on
and the
USPS.
Commission
Okay.
on legislature requesting funding for Hawaii County audit.
Okay. Isn't Dalton a former employee of the Postal Service?
That doesn't involve this, but yes, she was, and she did the report from the USPS from personal experience.
Isn't that a conflict of interest?
She doesn't work for USPS anymore.
She doesn't anymore, but aren't those her former colleagues? Yes or no? It's not
She
rocket
used to work for
science.
the USPS. She doesn't anymore. It's not a conflict today.
Okay, so are those her former colleagues that she used to work with, is my question.
She used to work for the USPS, so the answer is yes.
Okay, so don't you think that's a conflict of interest?
No.
Isn't that ethics violation?
No.
Why not?
You can ask the Ethics Commission on that. Other than that, we're discussing these 3 items on our unfinished business.
Okay, well, I just want it going on record that Barbara Dalton used to work for the USPS. Now she's asking her former colleagues and friends for a favor. Yield time.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Sherilyn Wells.
Jamie?
Sorry, trying to unmute here. All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'd like to address items 4C, update from Chair Curtis on letter to county auditors, and 4D, letter from commission to the legislature requesting funding for Hawaii County audit. So the bottom line here is we need to audit, and specifically audit, the ballot envelopes. It says it right in the HAR regulations. You know, this is part of the ballot security, that all items, all voting materials must be accessible and available for audits. If we don't have voter verifiable paper audit trails, that includes the envelopes, elections are out of compliance. I have good news for everybody. I have a solution, and it could be a cost-free solution. You know, as demonstrated in the audit of District 37, I don't believe there was any extra money expended. There were Office of Elections employees and volunteer people at the audit. So my recommendation to conduct the audit, especially if we're going to focus, let's take Hawaii County, for example. There's a discrepancy of 19,042 ballots. That's huge. My recommendation for a nearly cost-free audit is to have volunteers. We can have volunteers representing the Democrat Party, the Republican Party, the Libertarians, the nonpartisans, people who raise their hand to devote their time voluntarily at no charge, right? And follow the instructions of the Office of Elections employees, particularly the counting supervisor, Ms. Ali'i Ten. I have a lot of respect for Ali'i, and she knows what she's doing. These representatives, it would be fair because it's balanced. They're representing all parties. So I would implore this commission to take the cost-free route to conducting this audit. It needs to be done expeditiously. I yield.
Thank you, Jamie.
The next testifier is Sherilyn Wells, followed by Joseph Akana.
You're muted. You're muted, Sherilyn, Ms. Wells.
Got it.
There
Okay,
you go. Now
here
we
we
got
go.
you.
Okay, thank you. This
All right.
addresses item B. The issue with the USPS, I'm wondering if the Election Commission would like to also devise a set of standards for ensuring that the USPS performs up to the same level of integrity that we're expecting from the rest of the system. This grows out of a specific event that happened to me. It's if you look in your archives, my June 17th, 2024 email contained a legal declaration and everything. I sent an overnight express envelope from the Big Island to Oahu with a request for cast vote records to Scott Nago. It got to Oahu, and then the next thing that we know, it was sent to California, where it sat for 7 days until it was finally returned and delivered to Scott Nago, at which time it was actually past the 22-month deadline. So what I did when I saw it was not going to make it in time, I got on a plane and I hand delivered that request to make sure it was timely. And Scott Nago's Election Commission has not addressed yet. But to get back to USPS, I'd like to know how we're going to ensure that shenanigans like that don't happen with the rest of what they are tasked with doing.
Thank you, Ms. Wells.
The next testifier is Joseph Akana, followed by Shelby Billionaire.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. I just actually, as a point of order, I wasn't sure if the 4A had been received, the report had been received and accepted. I didn't hear if that was the case or not, so I just wanted to make sure that it was and had been received and accepted onto the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akana. It's been received. We'll discuss it at the next meeting.
The next testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Hello guys, Pikachu Shelby Billionaire back, chairman of the Ohana Unity Party. So we're still going live now. Thanks for all this stuff. So what the agenda is for item B, C, and D. Obviously, we already talked about the USPS. I do believe what Keone Payton says, because if I left the federal post office and you got to ask your friends for favors, obviously you're going behind the scenes to get stuff done. So however you're going to work it, you guys are working because there's already corruption, federal fraud. There's already massive corruption to address these issues. And I just emailed Senator Ronald Koichi to ask about the letter for item 4D because I don't take it for face value. I want to see what the Senator Ron Koichi says. What did he say to you, Chair Curtis? What did he say to everybody? And we know the bills aren't going to pass till end of May. And just like Tara was saying, we're tracking some of these bills on Capitol Hill, but it doesn't mean you're going to get the money and the funding because they got to put in appropriations. So I want everything to be clear and transparent because there's a lot of laws and stuff that you're obviously breaking. And I didn't get to address it in the last one, but I'll try to keep it relevant, Chair Curtis, to everything here on the agenda items.
Thank you.
Because I believe what Jarek Maderos and what the Big Island and neighbor islands are saying. You should go back to the county. We are focusing on the solutions. We already know the problems. It's federal corruption. This is federal fraud. And to address these chain of custody issues real quick, if all these people are supposed to get the mail-in ballots or whatever ballots into the drop box, count it there, mark it, tab it, put it in the van, and then when you deposit, check it, mark it, put it, great. That's how it's supposed to do for the chain of custody. Kauai was doing it and Big Island, but there's obviously failures. But all these people are doing this. They're not volunteers. Like the people on this phone calls for you guys, we are volunteers. We're doing this for free for years. So you're telling me all the people in the state of Hawaii and those counties getting paid to do this cannot do a simple job of counting stupid envelopes, putting in a Tupperware with tape, marking it, and putting it and sealing it? That means the counties are corrupt. The state employees you're hiring are corrupt. The commissioners don't get paid for this, so we're the ones getting hustled. And in my terms, that's exploitation. That means we're being human trafficked here. We're getting the run around here. And like I said before, Donald Trump already knows about the federal corruption in all 50 states. Now, what are we going to do about this? Because it's already dirty, and you are going to get lawsuits if the primary ballot still screws up your own Constitution, Article 2, Section 4 or 5, about the primary ballot being forced to choose parties in it. It's still corrupt. And there will be lawsuits filed. I will make sure of it. Make a class action lawsuit. Get all the parties combined to sue everybody in all the counties if you're not going to give back the power and only put whoever you want in charge. Because it is corrupt. There is federal fraud. We are calling out, and you guys confirmed it. Now, what are we going to do about this? Because this is already going live. It's going to go viral. It's already on Instagram. We're on Facebook Live now, and we'll put it on X. So thank you very much. Well, let's get solutions. Let's get stuff solved. Thank you very much. Aloha.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Propel Positive Change.
Hey, testing. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I mentioned this earlier in my earlier testimony. Updating from the Commissioner Dalton on contact with UPS is irrelevant at this point because we already know that the USPS has exact counts. That's been the question that we all knew about. You know, we were saying, like, how could they not have exact counts in order to bill? We now know, based on the pig report, that they have exact counts. So the most important thing here is to audit those ballot envelopes, those 19,000 discrepancy, to audit that. And as other testifiers have said, you know, relating to this funding, you do not need funding for this. Audits are already part of the election, and you have a lot of volunteers here on this call that would definitely volunteer for this. What seems to be going on is stalling, and then, oh, look, we have an election coming up. We can't possibly do this. We need to get this done. I mean, that's the bottom line. And I find it really, really interesting that nobody has input for what is unfinished business that putting on this list. When the unfinished, there's like so much unfinished business, there has to be a way of getting these items on the agenda. I mean, whose job is that? Is that Chair Curtis's job to have what is going to be on the agenda? Some of these things are super important, especially Doug Pasnick's, you know, recommendation that was voted on by this commission, as well as the signature verification. These things have been voted on, and yet then nothing has happened with it. And the signature verification part is extremely important because, as we know, Runback is part of that signature verification. We use their software and their hardware, I believe, in order to do that and signature verification, at least for Maui. Runback is in the news these days, guys. This is going into that next agenda item with Rico. I'm telling you, there's something there. Runback. Google it. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt.
The next testifier is Victoria Thompson, followed by Vivian Tolner.
Aloha. Thank you again. Okay, you can hear me? Aloha, yes. Thanks. Jamie Detweiler, thank you. I agree. Thank you for setting precedent also. For D, the cost of counting the ballots. I did not see anywhere in a report on how much that is anticipated to cost. Are you permitted to disclose that information now? Okay. So I do know there's a discretionary fund as well. And if you tap into your locals, I can help allocate and find people to help. They've already stepped up and said they will help, but we need a point of contact. So I did run a caucus successfully. I'm pretty sure I could help do this and get it counted, and time is of the essence. Barbara, I'm going to suggest Barbara Dalton get in contact with Peter Brenniger because he has federal ties to the Big Red Book for the United States Postal Service that he has already been working on getting for the count of the ballots and envelopes. So I think her expertise would be better used working with Peter Brenniger and getting that information instead of on a local level because we don't currently have anybody here on Big Island to actually get that office inspector, whoever. There's really no manager here. I have to call Honolulu if I want to talk to the postmaster, which I've had to do several times in the last year. So we need to escalate that to federal level. And please, if you can, somebody enlighten me on how much we're expecting these ballots to count and if we can get a point of contact for people who would like to volunteer. And if we can also add to the agenda follow-up action items, that would be great. That way we know what actionable items we need to have addressed before the next meeting. Mahalo. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Vivian Tollner, followed by Michelle Stefanik.
Aloha. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to volunteer my time too to be on any audit. I volunteered several meetings back and I never heard a word. I live on the Big Island on the Hilo side, so I'm available. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik.
Hi, I'm trying to get, let's see. Okay. I just want to say that I completely agree with Jennifer Hunt and Jamie Detweiler. I agree that we need to move forward with this audit as it was laid out by them. I also agree that we can do this. We don't need funding because there are plenty of us out here, me included, and probably everybody else that would be willing to do this audit. And there would be other people that would be willing to even observe the audit is taking place correctly. I want to say something about the unfinished business. Y'all passed last meeting to put the unfinished business on the agenda. So all unfinished business needs to be put on the agenda. If something was already passed, then it's still unfinished business. It's not up for debate of whoever wants to put it as unfinished business or not. It was passed. Otherwise, what good are any of the measures that y'all are voting on? Conveniently, Chair Curtis, you have gotten away with not putting unfinished business and things have been able to be dragged out. But you can't just say, oh, no, we voted not to put it on there. It was already passed. So put it on there. Okay, that's all for now. We need the audit done and it needs to be done quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Linda, followed by Wallen Christian.
Aloha.
Aloha. You're muted again. There you go.
Aloha, Chair. Thank you. I would like to volunteer to count the envelopes. I also have at least 10 friends that also want to volunteer. So just know that there's a lot of us out here willing to count the envelopes. And thank you, Dylan, for your amazing, amazing work. Mahalo.
Thank you, Linda.
The next testifier is Wallen Christian, followed by Tara Malia.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to, real quick, I'm not going to take the whole 3 minutes, believe it or not. First off, I just want to thank not only Dylan, but everybody else who has helped on this pig. I know because the speaker is the one that gets the primary attention, but I know it took a team to get it done, and I appreciate all of you. One day, what I'm hoping is that I will see all of the commissioners voting in favor of the people, the law, and the rights of the people. And that I'm really praying for, because at this point, we don't have that. We have a split. And instead of being the burner of a bridge, we need to be menders of the bridge. As far as for item 4 on section B with Commissioner Dalton and the USPS, whatever work she's doing, I don't know what it entails, but I thank you for doing that work. However, what I would like to see, which I'm sure everyone else would like to see, is the documented proof of such conversations and such determinations from the USPS. You can sit here, and anybody can sit here, including myself, and we can say things verbally, but until we have it documented proof, basically it's hearsay. For the section C with Chair Curtis on the letter to the county auditors, again, I said earlier, I would rather see all elections done within the counties instead of the state. And then the elections commissions committee, you folks would oversee that, as well as the new CEO, which is what I really, really want to see, because obviously he has not, Mr. Nago has not done his job appropriately for the people. And as far as for D, I don't know if it's going to take financing, but I do think that the audit is very, very necessary, because it's obvious that we have enough documented proof that there is something wrong with our elections. And I would like to see that happen. And with all that, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christian.
The next testifier is Tara Malia, followed by Inoka Shane Bingo.
Aloha again, Tara Malia Gregory. Thank you for the time to speak. Regarding item B, I do stand on Keone Payton's statement. I want to draw just some context regarding Barbara Dalton's involvement regarding being that point person. We're trying to move this through expeditiously. And just based off of the last few weeks on her recent testimony, she attempted to explain how the USPS worked and claimed that each individual piece, they weren't counted. And then Dylan's pig report says the alternative. So unless things are done differently based off of the island that you're on, her clear involvement being the point person is not going to move this along expeditiously. When Dylan's report clearly states the way that the USPS works, and she's in opposition to that, and then to put that as her responsibility, it's not fair to her, it's not fair to the people that she'd be speaking with. And also, Commissioner Cushney did provide documentation showing that each parcel indeed is counted. So we know that that actually spans at least 2 or 3 islands that are in opposition to what she claimed. Regarding item C, I just want to remind, if the people don't remember, or people that are listening now, there was a UIPA that was requested, and we found an email from Chair Curtis to Scott Nago, quote, that said, he was instructing the county clerks to just sit tight, and our concerns here on the elections meetings were unnecessary noise. So I don't believe item C is going to yield the fruit that we think it is. Regarding item D, from the report we just heard, is this audit is necessary now. Time is of the essence, right? We've misinterpreted law and stated that things are preserved for no spirit of the law intention of actually seeing it so we could have audits. I actually witnessed, I think it was SB 322 that I spoke on and gave a testimony, but I watched Senator Carl Rhodes specifically ask every single county clerk what they thought about this process. And each one had the same blanket answer to his question. Oh, I think the process is just fine. But the problem with that is the county clerks don't get on these meetings. So they are being told it's fine. And when they're asked to come to the legislature, they're being told to say that it's fine, because there's no way that they would think it's fine knowing that testimonies are being heard on a monthly basis and complaints are being filed on a daily basis regarding the process itself. So with that, mahalo for the time to speak, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Ms. Malia.
Mahalo.
The next testifier is Austin Martin.
Aloha, and thank you for letting me testify on the business at hand. Yeah, for one thing, Commissioner Dalton, and actually on a lot of these issues, just as we heard from other testifiers, there's clearly intention. You can't, the statistical probability of being this wrong this many times in this many self-serving ways is effectively zero. There are no misunderstandings. There's no misinterpretation or accidents happening here. This is an intentional cover-up. They're obstructing this commission and its duty to have oversight. And those who are responsible for that, I believe, are ripe for arrest. And the mystifying thing is that no one has been arrested yet. The attorney generals can waste time. I don't know if you guys know this. I was prosecuted for over a year and since my life because I called Josh Green a Nazi in a Walmart, which is my political right to do so. That's the kind of thing that our prosecutors are spending their efforts on. Not the violent crime in the streets. They're prosecuting traffic offenses. They're prosecuting, gotcha crimes that are designed to raise revenue. They're working very hard to suppress political dissent against the state of Hawaii. What they are not doing is protecting our elections from obvious misconduct. When you got the fox guarding the hen house, you got to remove the fox. There's no other way to secure the hen house. So, with regard to the USPS dealings for Commissioner Dalton, she's clearly a liar. She's lied to this committee over and over. She's lied to the public, lied about USPS, and done so not to just protect USPS, but to protect election rigging. And in my mind, I think she should probably be indicted for her role in trying to cover this up. That's not legitimate. That's not protected speech. That's not protected activity inside the committee. That's fraud. It's misrepresentation for personal or financial gain. You're getting a benefit out of this. And fraud is magically difficult to prove whenever it's the government doing it, right? And it's incredibly easy to falsify and forge against people. It's why we have the term for things like perjury traps and others where prosecution will lay these kinds of traps for people. Why aren't they doing this to these guys? Chair Curtis, the whole county auditor situation, good grief. It looks like our county clerks are in on this. There's no other explanation for how this is going on. You don't have a situation that's a bunch of happy accidents or sloppiness. This is a willful and intentional neglect of statutory duty. And it is not a new revelation, but the new revelations that are coming out, the new confirmations, the investigations, the pig reports, the embarrassment of these people going before the legislature, what this looks like to me is it looks like it's ripe for action. And I think Hawaii is now in a constitutional emergency. And we need to do something about it.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Inoka Shane Bingo, followed by Susan Strom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So when it came well, not last time, but a few meetings ago, when Jamie Detweiler brought up that House District 37 was allowed to hold an audit, you guys were all waiting for Jordan or Mr. Ching to answer a question and write a letter to him and get an approval for an audit because the perspectives of his wording and the actual action of auditing early on was it was different. So you guys wanted to wait for Mr. Ching to provide his statement. That's a matter of unfinished business that I think we need to get done. Like Tara said, we don't have time for you guys to write letters to each other and for it to get pushed off into a pile that nothing gets done with. To Ralph's point and to this point, you guys adopted Robert's Rules of Order. So in Robert's Rules of Order, section 41, this comes into where unfinished business plays in. It's the secretary's job to keep track of everything that's getting pushed off. And I think you guys need to put that on her plate to start collecting each motion or each order or each thing that you guys aren't like. It's getting lost in the weeds over here. So I know Ralph's keeping a pretty good handle on what's missing, what's unfinished, but that's supposed to be the secretary's job. And then yeah, I just agree with everybody that was testifying. I think I know that I could get together a handful, like dozens of volunteers to do this for free, to audit this for free. I'll be willing to come in too. So, you guys don't need money. You have the people, and we're desperately asking you guys, because it's not up to us, it's up to you to get this done. So just listen to us involve us instead of having this be unnecessary noise, as you said, Chair Curtis. We don't want to be here every week, every Wednesday, first of the month or second of the month, for hours, raising our hands, telling you guys what we feel, and nothing gets done. Like, honestly, you guys work for the people. So please include us. Allow this to go through. And yeah, keep track of your unfinished business, because honestly, it's confusing. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Cheryl Beeler.
Did you lose Ms. Strong?
Maybe. Oh, I see her. Okay. Welcome back. The next testifier is Cheryl Beeler.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Could you
Okay.
speak up, please?
Hi, everybody. Yes, hi. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to say that I'd be more than happy to volunteer for the counting, as I was a caucus leader for the largest Republican caucus that we had here in Hawaii, as well as I was the elections official for the Republican Party, our convention. So I have knowledge in counting and knowledge in efficiency and how to do this, and I would absolutely love to be considered for this. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beeler.
The next testifier is Susan Strom.
Hi, sorry, I couldn't get an unmute from you guys, so that's why I wasn't able to come up. So very quickly, I don't know about anyone else, but the last people I want auditing our elections is the legislature. And we don't need their permission, certainly. And if you just look at the kind of nefarious bills they're passing, it's like the fox guarding the hen house, just like our former testifier said. No, thank you. I echoed the other testifiers that we can affordably conduct our own audits, post-election audits, and I think that that's something that we should mobilize on very, very quickly. And this is only going to go one way. If that's not able to be done, if we're not going to get cooperation with that, the next step is there's going to be a federal grand jury subpoena, which will be in place. The feds are fully aware of what's going on in Hawaii, by the way. This is not going to get swept under the carpet. And if there's no cooperation there, then the FBI is doing a state by state, as needed, grand tour of forced auditing of the elections. So I echo the other testifiers that I think it's a really great idea to get this commenced immediately, so we can get some, some transparency and accountability going. And there are many people that are willing to step up and do this in all the counties. So there's no reason to not conduct this and get this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
The next testifier is Jarek Medeiros.
Mr. Medeiros.
Oh, say Davis. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure there is a conflict of interest. I just got off the state's website reading the conflict of interest stuff there. There might be a lot in there. Shows the conflict of interest with our commissioner in the Postal Service agency. But other than that, last election, I did speak to quite a bit of motorcycle clubs, and they're all willing to be volunteers of the election system. There's a lot of people here on the Big Island. 2 of those clubs would be way more than enough people to handle the election stuff, the counting ballots, whatever it is, to make sure that there is a secured and fair election. But then again, I just really prefer you guys just voluntarily hand back the county their elections. You guys can handle the state elections, but yeah, just give the county back the county elections so that we do not get caught up in this 2-party thing. It's bipartisan at the county level. And the county has all the places to go vote. You know, the state really don't have it much, man. We got all the parks, we got all the cafes, you know, like this is all planned, man. Like put it in the county's hands so we don't have to depend on you guys. And then, you know, we can all be friends after that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion for a 10-minute recess before we go to item 5.
Chair,
Yes.
do we get to comment on 4B, C, and D?
No, we already did, and then we went to public testimony after that.
No, we did not.
Okay, go ahead. Lindsay, what you got to say?
Okay, so relating to unfinished business in general, at the
Well,
last,
these 4 items are on the agenda.
right, this has to do with items in unfinished business. We
A,
passed
B, C, or D?
to reinstate a practice of tracking and reporting on the status of motions. And it's evident that it's incomplete. So I think that falls to, I don't know, you and the secretary to come back through the minutes and see which things got left hanging and put them back on the agenda under unfinished business. So that's one. Relating to 4B, the USPS, I don't know that we need to keep pursuing that because what we've learned from Dylan's report is that there are actual records. We don't have to pay $6 an item or whatever to track them.
We can discuss. We have to discuss his report at the next meeting.
Right, okay, but I'm talking about the USPS. I'm saying I don't know that we need to put any more energy into trying to get someone to speak and having Ms. Dalton speak for us and speak for them and so on. We can just deal with the facts. But most importantly, I want to speak to 4D, which is the hand counting of the Hawaii County ballot envelopes. And just to remind people that it was at our January meeting that we passed that motion. And Mr. Sabas and I were named to organize that effort. Then at our last meeting in February, Mr. Ching's opinion discouraged us from proceeding, but his is not necessarily the last word. You know, that's his opinion. And we can decide to pursue that. We can decide, and as all these testifiers have said, we figured that we needed maybe 25, maybe 30 if you count observers, people to do the counting and the sorting and so on. And I spoke, as I told you last month, I spoke to people in the Republican Party and the Democrat Party, and there would be no problem getting volunteers who would not need to be compensated. We would have to rely on the staff of the Office of Elections for the logistical stuff. But in terms of the people who would do the work, I know that we would not have a problem getting a representative, balanced group of people to do the work. So I think we all know that the reason for holding on to the ballots and the ballot envelopes, all the election materials for 22 months is partly so that they can be audited. And if that is not in our job description, then I don't know what we're doing here. So I would like to find a way to propose that we move along with that. Thank Mr. Ching for his opinion and do what we believe is right. So that's that.
Thank you, Lindsay. Did you and Mr. Sabas come up with a a system for
Uh,
auditing the ballots that we could plug volunteers or paid, like the League of Women Voters offered $20 an hour to count the ballots.
right, we don't want to do that.
Okay, so what kind of system would you and Mr. Sabas come up with for us to audit the Big Island ballots?
Recruiting volunteers to be in Honolulu, just to be clear, all those materials are stored in Honolulu, not on the Big Island. But we would recruit volunteers to show up on a certain day or 2 days in Honolulu at whatever the site is to be, yes, I created a plan. I shared it with Mr. Sabas. He said he preferred to wait and see. And so I have a one-page version of a plan that could be implemented if there were a committee, or not necessarily of commissioners, but a committee of interested people, we could make it happen.
Mr. Sabas?
Yeah, as Lindsay has indicated, I prefer waiting to get a legal opinion from the Attorney General's office before moving forward. So until that is given, I think we're waiting for a written one now. I think whatever plans, we would discuss in moving forward. I think just to be safe on a legal side, I'd like to see a written opinion from the Attorney General's office.
So Lindsay, you said you had a one-page program for the audit. Could you send that to Mr. Ching, and we'll ask Mr. Ching for a written report back at the next meeting on how we can accomplish this audit?
Okay.
Reasonable?
He doesn't think that we ought to proceed. So I don't quite see, he thinks that everything should remain sealed and that we might upset somebody down the line if we went ahead. So I don't know that he's going to approve my plan. I don't think he will.
Well, we're asking him for a legal way of accomplishing that.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion in regards to that.
Go ahead.
That would this would allow us to having heard the
What's your motion? What's your motion?
Hang on one second, please. Having heard, I'm going to show you what I'm referencing to. This would be 4D. We've already heard the Attorney General's say that we, the commission, I stated that the commission, the Elections Commission, is representative. They were saying we are not. So what I would like is a motion, because they are saying the only person that can is Scott Nago. Am I correct? Or do you, remember this?
What is your motion, please?
I would like to make a motion that Scott Nago designate the Elections Commission as an interested party so that we legally can go ahead and audit the Big Island votes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Who did that, Ralph?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Papalimo.
Yes. So previously, the Attorney General had said that he did not think we had standing. And I had pointed out that if there's anyone other than Scott Nago that has standing, it is the Elections Commission. We are appointed by our elected officials or the Chief Justice of the state. We are not just random people off the street. We are required to have oversight. That establishes us as another party. So the Attorney General was saying, no, you're not. And so, but Scott Nago is. And Scott Nago, apparently, if he is the one that can do this, he is also the only one that can designate. And if you look at every law, it says the chief elections officer or its designate. So I would like Scott Nago publicly today at this meeting to designate the Elections Commission as having oversight and the ability to audit the County of Hawaii votes and ballots. And I think that's easy. It's breezy. We don't have to wait. We can set a date. I would like him to do this so that we can do the audit on April, let's say April 2nd, a week before our next meeting. And then we can have, all of this information to provide to the people who attend these meetings. So this is why I'm making that motion. I think it's fair. I think it's legal. I think with everything that the Attorney General has vocally said, and I think he's going to refuse to give us a written interpretation, because I think
Let's
he
stick to
knows.
this. Let's stick to this motion.
I think he knows that we can be designated that.
Thank you. Ralph,
And
you had your hand up?
Yes, Chair. So I'm for this motion. What we're voting to count on, or what we're asking to be designated, we're just asking to count the envelopes. And per Dylan and Mr. Sabas and Mr. Apana's report, there is no accountability in the chain of custody. And we know how many ballots they reported counting, but what we don't know and what is how many envelopes we have. So per the county records, we have 57,000 envelopes. Per the state's records, we have 76,000 ballots. So we're not going to open the ballots. We're just going to unseal the envelopes and count them. So that's not going to jeopardize the count of ballots or anything. It's simply an envelope count to see if they jive. And if we have more ballots than envelopes, we have a serious problem and we need to get to the bottom of that. And that's what everybody's asking us to do. So I think this is a simple motion. Have Scott designate us as official representative, and we conduct the audit with Lindsay and Mr. Sabas. They're going to come up with the procedure, and we all get to watch, and let's see what happens. Thank you.
Mr. Sabas, you have your hand up.
No, it's on a different issue. Sorry.
Okay. Other discussion? Lindsay.
Yeah. So the language in 3-177-757 regarding electronic voting systems counting center procedures is subsequent audits conducted by the chief election officer, clerk, or designated representative in accordance with established procedures. So what Mr. Ching said was that nowhere in the law does it say that the Elections Commission is a designated representative. It doesn't mean that we couldn't be. So
That's what we're having them do, is designate.
Support of this motion, and be easily done.
Thank you. Other discussion?
Also, if I could just add, it was Mr. Nago himself who said at our January meeting that ultimately the way to determine whether the facts are the facts is to count, is to hand count. So he said that, and we are following up on that.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Other discussion? Would entertain a roll call vote on the motion. Could you read the motion again, please?
Yes. Motion to have Scott Nago designate the Elections Commission as an interested party so that commissioners can legally go ahead and audit the Big Island votes.
Thank you.
Perhaps we should amend it.
Well, what's your amendment, Lindsay?
Representative instead of interested party, because that's the legal language.
Thank you. That's a friendly amendment. I'll go ahead and make that.
Discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, is there anybody against the amendment to the motion? In that case, the amendment passes. We'll move to the original motion and ask for a roll call vote on that with the new, as amended.
Okay. Commissioner Andrion?
Aye.
Commissioner Apana, excuse. Commissioner Kushney?
Aye.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
The amendment passes.
Now can I have a motion for a 10-minute recess?
So moved.
There, second
Second.
discussion. Okay, we'll break into a 10-minute. Could you put a 10-minute timer on, please?
Yes, Chair.
And thank you.
Aye.
I suggest you mute yourself, Lindsay.
Welcome back. Could Secretary take a roll call to reestablish a quorum, please?
Commissioner Andrian,
I'm here.
Commissioner Opana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Here.
Commissioner Dalton, Commissioner Kam,
Present.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Here.
Commissioner Sabas,
Here.
Chair Curtis,
Here.
and we'll come back to Commissioner Dalton.
Here.
Hey, welcome
Okay, I
back.
heard you.
Next agenda item is the discussion from the Attorney General regarding the appointment of the Elections Commission Chair upon my expiration at the end of June. Mr. Ching, are you around somewhere?
Yes, Chair.
How do we replace the chair?
So just briefly, the law on who is selected as the chairperson is under HRS 11-7, specifically A5. But so under HRS 11-7A, that specifies who and I guess which members of the legislature appoints, the eight members, and then A5 states that one member who shall serve as chairperson of the Elections Commission shall be selected by the members of the Elections Commission selected pursuant to paragraphs 1 through 4. And then the following subsection B states that the chairperson of the Elections Commission under subsection A5 shall be selected by 2/3 vote. So those are those are the only two provisions that relate to the selection of the chair. It has to be made by a 2/3 vote and selected by the respective designees in the commission. I believe the last time this predated my involvement with the chair. I believe the last time that Chair Curtis, when you were selected, the process was, I believe it was in, I think April of 2023 that the Elections Commission posted a notice alerting the public of the selection of the chairperson, and it also invited members of the public to submit application materials to be considered for the chair of the Elections Commission. At the next meeting in November of, the notice stated that the 4-year term was going to commence on December 7, 2023 until December 6, 2027. It requested the applicants to submit application materials, including a resume and cover letter. And I believe at the next meeting, it was the November 2023 meeting, the commission interviewed the candidates, it went into executive session and ultimately selected Chair Curtis as the chair, I believe by the required 2/3 vote. And Chair Curtis was sworn in January 2024. So that's the procedure that's the law and the procedure that the commission has previously adhered to.
Thank you. So it would be appropriate for the Office of Elections to post a notice that the chair of this committee is available for reappointment, or I'm not available for reappointment. I've put in my 8 years here.
You just
But-
say there's a vacancy, upcoming vacancy.
There will be a vacancy July 1st of the chairman of the Elections Commission soliciting applicants. The other question I had was that this commission has been reluctant to go into executive session. And I suggest that executive session may be appropriate for interviewing the candidates for the chair, to be determined in the future. But that's a possible sticking point for applicants that may not, qualified applicants that may not want to be publicly grilled. But that's just my comment. Any other comments from the commissioners?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, sir.
So anyone from the public can apply for this. Is that correct, Mr. Ching?
I believe so. And I believe that's how it was treated at the last meeting. And because under 11-7A, I think it specifies how the 8 members are appointed by the respective members of the House and the Senate. And then the 9th member is appointed by those members. And yeah, so it doesn't necessarily require that the chairperson currently sit on the board.
So, and then also anyone from the board can apply also,
That
correct?
is correct, I believe. I believe that's what happened last time, right? I think
It is open, yes.
so. Members of the commission would be offered the opportunity to apply as well. And the confirmation, the votes required is 2/3, so that would be 6.
Requires 6 votes to appoint a new chair. What if you don't get the 6 votes?
Then there's no selection.
So what happens to the chair? Does the chair continue on reluctantly, or how so?
I believe that's what would have to happen until a chair is appointed by the commission.
No.
There's no other contingency under law.
You guys are making that up. That was
I'm
a
just
setup.
asking. I'm just asking.
That was a total setup. That's pretty obvious. So your term expires, it expires. We're gonna figure it out as a commission. We'll elect a chair pro tem, which
Yeah.
only takes 5 votes. And then we can run until we get a chair.
Now
Is
you're
it
making
not true
stuff
that
up.
the Chief Justice appoints the chair in that situation?
No.
I thought that was.
I believe the
Yeah,
chief
yeah,
justice
in the
appoints vacancies when they're not being able to fill. So I think what's within the required 15 or I think it's 15 days required under the law to fill a vacancy. I don't know if that's ever happened. You know, I can look into whether or not, I mean, what would happen if 6 votes isn't able to be procured, but that's what the law states. There's only 2 provisions on it.
Okay, Barbara, you have your hand up.
No, it was just, Jordan basically just covered what I was gonna say, that upon the termination of a commissioner's term, whether through attrition or resignation or any other reason, there's a very, it's a pretty short window, 2 weeks, in order for the either majority or minority leader to submit a name.
And after that, it is up to the
After that, the CJ does it,
yeah,
appoints.
Chief Justice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Sabas.
Yeah. When this is put out for the public, inviting the public to participate, is there also included a list of responsibilities and requirements? Like you got to be totally insane to be a chair? Or, I mean,
that's not a qualification.
It's not. Okay. Do we submit something like that though, so the public knows what they're getting into?
If you want to establish criteria as a commission, that's an opportunity, but Mr. Ching itemized the laws that apply.
And then just briefly on that, Commissioner Sabas, I believe the other notice, the prior notice sent, it outlined the statutory duties of the commission and things like that. So to the extent, to that extent, I think members of the public are aware of what the various duties of this commission is before they apply, stuff like that. So
just FYI, HRS 11-7 does state that the Chief Justice is to appoint any elections commission vacancy if the vacancy is not filled within the required time.
It says any commission vacancy.
Yeah.
Including the chair, I would assume.
Right.
Okay, thank you. So the Chief Justice has the authority in case we can't come up with 6 votes for the new guy or gal, sorry.
Yeah, so it's 11-7 sub C. Elections Commission member vacancies not filled within the times specified shall be filled promptly thereafter by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item?
Is that
Yes,
currently
Ralph.
Sabrina?
I'm sorry,
McKenna?
Ralph.
Sabrina
Ralph.
McKenna is the Chief Justice?
Sorry?
Yeah, we got a new
Sabrina
one.
McKenna-
Reginald was.
I'm just asking who the Chief Justice is.
I believe at this time, Justice McKenna is the acting Chief Justice.
Acting. Okay, thank you.
Ralph, your hands up.
Yes, Chair. So I move to put out the advertisement as soon as possible, the same advertisement that was out when you got the spot. And we take the next several meetings to try to select a chair. And we start taking, in our next meeting, scheduled meeting, start taking applications and start voting on a new chair. And when we select one, that person will take your seat when your seat expires.
On July 1st, yep, June 30th.
So that was a motion.
Is there
We
a
have a
second? That's part of the process anyhow.
I don't think we need a motion for that. What we need to do is get it on the agenda.
Well, it's instructing the Office of Elections to publish the vacancy of July 1st. Is that right, Ralph?
But immediately, not July 1st. Publish
Well,
it.
July 1st, it's available, but to post the vacancy anticipation.
In our post this next week, and then in our next scheduled meeting, we start taking applications and voting.
Okay, there's a second on the motion.
I
Second.
Okay,
I have a
discussion?
question, Ralph.
What's your question?
We can't start voting on people until we have a deadline for applications to come in. You don't start voting on people when there's still people applying.
Okay, let's set a deadline.
So there has to be a deadline set on this thing to go out. So, and then once that deadline is at the next meeting, you can go into executive session to talk to these people. But you got to have a deadline on there. You can't start voting until all the applicants have been in.
What do you recommend for a deadline?
30 days.
Meeting.
Okay,
30 days.
I'm good with
Before
that.
the May or the June meeting?
No, April.
Okay, April meeting, before the April meeting?
And what is the date of?
Well, this is a pretty I would go till April 30th. Deadline April 30th, April, May, June, July. May, June, that gives us 2 months to interview. So if all the things are in by April 30th.
Good with that.
So amendment to the last motion that was passed to have the Office of Elections publish the vacancy and the applicants due by, what'd you say, April 30th?
Yeah.
Okay,
May I amend? I move to amend as an additional.
go ahead. Wait. The original motion was to have a deadline of April 30th for applicants. Is there a second to that motion?
Yeah.
Okay, Barbara, I'll open it up to you.
I move to amend the
Well,
motion.
there's no motion on the floor. It's your motion now.
Well,
Go ahead.
did we vote that we'll?
No, there was
No,
no
that
second.
was
Oh, there
not,
was no
it
second.
died for
Okay,
lack
so
of a second. Barbara has the floor.
Oh, I was going to say, before any public announcement goes out soliciting applicants for the chair position, I think of a review of the requirements for the position should be conducted by commission members.
The
then-
law, I think the law requires that they be sane. I don't know otherwise.
Same as last time, as in 2023, like.
Sane, S-A-N, as in November, E.
Can we actually put that in writing?
The law, I think the law is there allowing anybody to apply. So what date would
Yeah,
you
well,
like
is
to
it
move?
is it possible to maybe tighten some of the requirements?
You want to add some requirements and
Yeah, change the law.
and a drop dead date.
Yes.
Well, go ahead, make the motion of what you want to do.
Well, I move to conduct a close review of what the requirements are and to suggest revisions by the next meeting, perhaps.
And a deadline date for applicants. Okay, Barbara made a motion that we put criteria on the application process. Is there a second to that?
Hi, Chair. Sorry, probably before a vote is taken, I should say there are no statutory, there's nothing set forth in law that sets forth any criteria. I don't believe any criteria was set forth, in the last selection. So, I think any candidates qualifications can be assessed by the commission, and they can determine whether or not those qualifications, whether they would want to consider every applicant, as qualified. But the law doesn't set forth any, objective criteria for this position. So to the extent that that the commission just adds it without, any authority to do so, or I'm not sure that is. It can be
Okay,
subject to
that's
challenge.
fine.
So, and that's not to say that just means that that you as the members and as, empowered by law can determine who is qualified, at the point.
Thank you for that.
Ralph, you had your hand
I'll
up.
withdraw, you know what, I'll withdraw the motion.
Yeah, no, never made it. Ralph, what you got?
Yeah, no, I already had a motion on the floor and it was amended to put the have application accepted by the 30th. So I'd like to stick to the original motion here.
Okay, so the amendment, who made the amendment to?
Iolani.
I made the amendment and I believe it was seconded by Cam.
Lindsay, did you second that motion to limit it to April 30th? Was that the date?
Was
that
there,
right, Ms. Papalimo, is April 30th your date?
That was the date I had, yes.
And that's the amendment. Any other discussion on the amendment of the due date for applicants for chair? Well, is there anybody against April 30th as a due date?
Chair, sorry, before you guys take a vote, I think it's more appropriate to open this to public comment before the board takes action on this.
Okay. Let me first suggest, before public comment, that I understand that a lot of people don't like my style, and I understand that. I'm out of here June 30th. Thank you very much. Now we'll open it to public comment. The motion to publish the vacancy for the chair of the Elections Commission on June 30th, July 1st, and that the applicants be not received not later than April 30th.
The deadline for applications, yes.
Yeah, that's the motion on the floor. I would ask this motion to be voted on, and then we'll take public testimony. Could we
You
have a
gotta
roll
take
call,
public
please?
testimony before we take action.
Up to you guys.
No, that's the rule. You gotta take public testimony before we vote.
Okay, public testimony, please, Madam Secretary.
Again, we are taking testimony on agenda item 5 regarding discussion on the procedure for appointing a new commission chair following Chair Curtis's term expiration on June 30th, 2026. The first testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Shelby Billionaire.
You're mute. There you go.
I accidentally put my hand up, sir. I'm going to yield for now, but I might want
Thank you.
claim my time back. Thanks.
Thank you, Jamie.
The next testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Austin Martin.
Hello, guys. Oh, Pikachu Shelby Billionaire. So I approve this. I'm glad we're moving forward of this. So thank you, Chair, for all your time. I know you've been through a lot. It's been through years. Feels like a decade. I feel like I've grown gray hair just like you over my chinny chin chin. I only look this young because I shaved. So I do approve this. I do think we should go through the motions. And April 30th, if they're really serious, they would be on these meetings. Because you shouldn't get some random pohoke out of the blue just wants to be the boss and they got no clues because they're going to get ripped. Especially when they go over foreign complaints next. So I approve this. And you guys should make the motion so we can move on. And obviously should be, I believe, one of the chair people out of there to be the next chair. Because obviously they were commissioners and they're doing this from the heart. Aloha.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Alohalani Hope.
Aloha, everyone. I'm Austin Martin. I'm the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Hawaii. I sit on the Libertarian National Committee as a member for Region 1. I am really disappointed that on a couple of things. I mean, in the scheming of how you could gatekeep the chair position before you're out of office, I just think it's amazing that you haven't even had the wherewithal to like, be aware of what's coming and have these ideas in place in advance. And you're like trying to scramble right now to make a motion to try to tighten up and put some restrictions on it, put some constraints on it. And it's really simple. You're acting like the sky would fall. It's a vote, right? They can figure it out. They can figure out someone who will serve the committee, who understands the rules and is willing to serve that purpose, objective and fair as possible. And just in how you're dealing with this, Mr. Curtis, it's a really good example of the lack of objectivity and the lack of care for the impact that you have on Hawaii and on our lives. So I don't appreciate the idea of just choking this. If you need another meeting, schedule another meeting. But please, the attempt to try to bypass sunshine law is just kind of an insult. As far as the procedure goes, members of the committee need time to do their due diligence, to look at the rules, to find out what already applies, right? And to really understand the implications of where we are and to make good, responsible decisions rather than trying to, gamify this to gatekeep people you don't want off the committee. I think the best thing that you can do is just let things go forward and try to do your duties as best you can while the time remains. If you need responsible steps towards filling this vacancy, you can absolutely propose some. But I think doing it on the fly like this is a real disservice to the people of Hawaii. I'll yield back my time. Thank you for hearing me.
The next testifier is Alohalani Hope, followed by Susan Strom.
Aloha.
Aloha.
What's up, Chair Curtis? It's Alohalani Hope, running for David Tarnas's job. This sounds a little bit like what Austin Martin, my Hanide son, said. Are we jumping the gun, folks? And Kalani, good to see you. Let's do ho'oponopono on this, because it sounds like this commission can actually get something done. Bottom line, I'm running for office. This needs to be taken care of ASAP, because the voters are not going to be too happy when they know that they voter registered and nothing's been done about their ballots. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Michelle Stefanik.
Aloha. I'd just like to add that, this is about our votes. And our votes are such a sacred right to each and every one of us. I'm not 100% just confident with putting it in the hands of people. Austin made a real good point about gatekeeping, trying to tighten up things so that it could possibly be less penetrable by the people. I think you'd need everyday people on the commission as well that are out on the streets representing their communities. Of course, they have to be vetted, but I just would like to really caution the commission and the officers that you need to factor in any way you can the will of the people. And if we're able to have votes on some of the decisions you're making, and besides just weighing in on feedback, because a lot of times, at least 50% of that gets lost in the translation or gets swept under the carpet. So I would say if you're going to talk about making policies to tighten things up, you need to also open up or find avenues where we, the people, have more of a vote and more of a word in on this. I think that's critically important. We don't want people falling away because, again, we're just going to end up in another repetition of what we've got or have had currently. And also, if you're following constitutional law, and I'm not talking about statutes, I'm talking about constitutional law, and reminding everyone that any laws that are repugnant to the Constitution are null and void. So you really need to be careful how you're navigating and how you're operating this, because I've seen a lot of things happen where the constitutional law has just completely been suspended in some of the actions here. So that's the other thing I wanted to add. All right, our state wields too much power as it has already. The power is way too top heavy. The people's voices have been squashed. Their rights have been squashed at every level. So we really need to factor this in so that our next committee chair and commissioners that may be outgoing or ingoing are completely in sync with the will of the people and not hire a special interest groups there. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik, followed by Tamara Mackay.
Yeah, thank you for letting me speak. And I just wanted to first say, I hope I see Commissioner Adrian's name out there for the next chair. But anyway, it was brought up by Chair Curtis that he felt like maybe that this needed to go in executive session whenever y'all are doing interviews or whatever. I would like to state that I don't think that that's the case because the Election Commission is for us, the people, so that you all are supposed to take our thoughts and our wishes in mind when you're voting on things and making sure our elections are transparent and all the things we've been talking about. Anyway, so I feel like that we, the people, should have a right to also see who the candidates are for this chair position, and that we should be able to voice our opinion in an open forum so that y'all can vote according to how the people feel, because y'all are supposed to be there for our voice. And if you're not, if you're doing this in executive session, then y'all are just determining without hearing how we feel about anybody. We've got somebody as a chair right now that the majority of people do not care for because he obviously does not do things the way they should be done. Let's just put it that way. Anyway, with that, I understand that it's open to anybody. I think it's possible that we might, if we have to have a vote, get 6 people, otherwise it goes to the judge, then the judge could just appoint another Chair Curtis or Commissioner Osterkamp or whoever, and it not be for the will of the people or the voice of the people. So I think it's important that it not be in executive session, and that those of us out here that have been spending our time not on the commission, but still attending all these meetings and voicing our opinions and trying to help get our elections to be fair, open, transparent, and all the things, we need to be able to have some say in that and at least voice our opinions on who the candidates are. With that, I yield and thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tamara Mackay, followed by Jen C.
Aloha, thank you. Just testing, you can hear me, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So hopefully with my testimony, it helps with some solution. I strongly suggest that you go with the motion made by Chair Papalimo, because April 30th, even though it's right around the corner, you still need to allot for enough time in case that there is a deadlock. And if it does go past the time that Chair Curtis, his time has finished for his service, since the commission did adopt Robert's Rules of Order, there's plain guidelines inside of Robert's Rules of Order, and the Hawaii Revised Statutes 11-7 does allow for you to exhaust every effort within Robert's Rules of Order. So if 6 is not a number that has been reached, then you continue to do a round robin. So the statute also provides for a contingency for the Chief Justice, as that was stated. But for me, just hearing Commissioner Osterkamp's testimony, it seems like he got a little bit of a grin when he said that 6 were needed and it would go to the appointment through a Chief Justice, where it's really with the responsibility of the commissioners to choose the chair of the Office of Elections. And as a last resort, absolute last resort, then it should go to the Chief Justice only as a fail-safe. Again, you have Robert's Rules of Order that was adopted a couple meetings ago, and it's all laid out with inside Robert's Rules of Order of what steps that you can take as a commission together to solve that problem. Like I said, you'll need time for round robins to negotiate, talk about votes, why, and so forth, so that you as a collective body make that decision. I would encourage that the commission recognize that the chair of this body should also, which I find extremely important from quite a long period of time coming to these meetings and trying to advocate for decorum and Robert's Rules of Order, that whoever the chair is pretty efficient and knowledgeable in Robert's Rules of Order so that they can help guide the meetings in a professional and fair manner without chaos, disruption, and confusion, as well as a lot of infighting, and to use the Robert's Rules of Order to have short and effective meetings. Establishing a fair and transparent procedure today will help the confidence with the leadership, and this needs to be determined by the commission itself. So I strongly encourage that, take this under advisement for a fair and trustworthy process for the people that are asking you to do that. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
The next testifier is Jen C., followed by Tara Malia.
Hello. Hi, my name is Jennifer Caban. I've been attending these election commission meetings since Scotty Anderson was the chair. He did a very poor job in letting the public get involved with what was going on in the elections process. He would take everything to executive order. So I appreciate your job, Mike Curtis, in making this a little bit better in that regards. But I would still like to suggest that since your one foot is out the door already, as I hear your comments being made during this important selection, the selection of this position, your comments are very flippant. And I feel like since your foot is halfway out the door, I would suggest that you would just resign now and speed up this process for a new commissioner to come in and lead the commission, because on one point, the commission has done a very poor job in leading the commission in regards to Scott Nagel's performance. There's so many calls for Scott Nagel to be judged according to his performance, and the chair refuses to acknowledge that and keeps promoting Scott Nagel, which is unnecessary as a leader in this position. More candidates, the primaries coming up, and candidates are filing by June, and I think more candidates will come out if they feel that the voting is fair and the election process is looked at in a better way, because we don't have auditing. There's all kind of discrepancies. Nationally, Tulsi Gabbard came in and in Arizona to get all of the ballots and all of the election items so they can do a proper audit. So this is going on across the nation, and I feel Hawaii is the worst. So because of all of these, I would like to see the next commission chair be able to enact the suggestions that Trump made in his policy for same-day voting, voter ID, paper ballots, etc. So I would really like to see this commission be proactive and Chair Curtis step down so that this process can move on quickly. I yield.
Thank you, Jen.
The next testifier is Tara Malia, followed by Keone Payton.
Aloha, Tara Malia Gregory. Can you hear me?
Aloha, yes.
Aloha. Thank you so much for the time to speak. I'll be brief. I do stand regarding process on the testimony of Tamara Mackay. So if you could just reflect that, I think that is the most fair, doable, with efficiency, and also it was done in brevity, considering what she explained would usually take months to really come to reconcile those things. So I think that would be fantastic. I also stand on the testimony of Jennifer as well. I just want to add to that one thing. When we were listening to the legislature this past 3 weeks, something that did come up that Scott Nagle did address is Senator Rhodes specifically asked him if he had any successors, and there's no plan for that either. So as we move forward, as this commission moves forward, in regards to chain of authority or interims coming in, I would really like, in addition to what a great motion Papalimo suggested, and what common sense that is. And I do want to commend you, Chair Curtis, today. Usually I'm on here asking that you resign, and usually I have lots to say about Mr. Nagle, but I want to acknowledge you today for a fair vote, a common sense vote. And it's in alignment with the PIG report that was presented today. So I do want to personally thank you for that. And that makes a lot of sense. And just in regards to if you are 1 foot in and 1 foot out, I just want to encourage you that these are public scrutiny based off of our votes matter, and us holding our time matters. Our effort matters, the research, the sacrifice, it all matters. And we see it here with the commission, but we also take that opportunity, these opportunities for 5 or 6 hours, because it matters that much. And if you do stay till June, I just want to encourage this commission to function as you just did in that last vote. It makes sense. And I see it, and I want to acknowledge it. And I want to just suggest that this commission moves forward once this is determined, to immediately motion to have some sort of succession plan in place for the elections officer as well, the chief elections officer. Mahalo for the time to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Malia.
The next testifier is Keone Payton, followed by Wallen Christian.
Hello?
Gotcha. Hi. You're muted again. There you go.
Oh, I thought you guys was gonna play the mute game with me again. Wow, shoot. I mean, today I felt relieved, man, that you're leaving. So pretty stoked about that. Well, you can feel even more relieved, and like how the other person said, you can resign right now. That'd be awesome as well. But also, it worries me that we might get somebody that's even worse than you, like somebody like Barbara Dalton or maybe even Jeffrey Osterkamp to replace you. And that would be a shame, because I feel like at least from today, we're moving in a good
Let's
direction.
stick to the process, please.
Okay, the process is I'm asking the commission to allow the public to have a interaction with the vote too. We want to could you guys actually ask for Dylan to replace Mike Curtis? Can you guys make a motion for that? I'm not sure if you guys can, but no harm in asking.
10 with 6 votes.
All right. Well, hopefully you guys do the right thing, the Pono thing, and maybe bring that up, and maybe we can get Dylan in there. He did a great job with the pig. Cushing's been pushing for transparency for the people, which restores, my faith in the system. Kanaka Maoli, and a lot of us don't have faith in the system because we've been watching and participating in what's been going on within this election commission for years now. So the fact that you're stepping down, Michael Curtis, man, thank you. Aloha oi. Have a good one. Retire. Shoots, that's my time.
Hey, thank you.
The next testifier is Wallen Christian, followed by Melvin Amaro.
Aloha, can you folks see me and hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
First off, I'd like to thank all commissioners for even volunteering, because it is a volunteer position. We all know that there are some of you that we do not agree with, and there are some of you that we are totally thankful for. So in any case, because you have to sit here and listen to the people, which is a privilege and an honor, by the way, because that's what you signed up for, and you should also be making decisions for the people. So I'd like to give that out to each and every commissioner here and anybody else who comes into play with those that are leaving this year. With the voting, I am very much for the people, and I have seen the votes on the board consistently at a split decision. So therefore, we rarely get anything resolved because it is either a kill the bill or not, or let the bill pass. And more than likely, it's always against the people. So what I would actually suggest is that instead of having the commissioners making that decision, that we do a special, I don't even know what you want to call it, but maybe a special people vote. And those that have come on here time and time again for months and years and hours, and I mean hours, all of us know that we're on here for 7 hours at a time, that we would choose the new chair and not the commissioners, because at this point, really, we're not going to get anywhere. And like Keone said, I do reiterate with that we don't want to have anybody else worse. And the people have seen, those of us who come on here time and time again, we have seen who is for the people and who's not. And we would like to see a commissioner chair that is for the people, but most importantly, for the law, follows the laws, follows Robert's Rules of Order, as Dylan said earlier today. We need to have somebody who's going to be fair and unbiased when it comes to decision making. Yes, you have a voice as an individual, but as a chairperson, you need to understand that your individual voice now has to be put second according to the people's voice first. So that's the only thing that I would suggest, and I would gladly do a vote in that sense. And I'm sure everybody else here would agree with it. With that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Melvin Amaro.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Melvin Amaro. I actually like to say thank you and no thank you. The reason why I say that is because I'm saying that to the people on the commission that are responsible for the election integrity have failed us. I'm glad to see Michael Curtis is gone. I want to see Scott Nago in prison. This is a very important issue for a very, very long time on the elections, for fair elections. We haven't seen that for a very long time. My friend Carl and I, back during the pandemic, had formed Clean House Hawaii, and we had filed against Scott Nago. We had done all our information, all our research, and I've seen those votes in those box ballots taken out when I was younger. And I called, and I had the worst opposition. Well, I'd like to see someone replace you that has more integrity. Also, too, I'd like to see more oversight. And also, too, no illegal immigrants are allowed to vote in America. This is America, God first, and the Constitution. Thank you very much. I yield. God bless America. God bless Trump.
Thank you, Mr. Amaral.
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
So do we have a motion on the floor?
Yes, we do have a motion on the floor.
Thank you. And could you repeat the motion, please?
Sure. The motion on the floor is to request that the Office of Elections go ahead and publish an upcoming vacancy for the chair of the Elections Commission with a deadline for applicants of April 30th.
And there was a second under discussion. And entertain a roll call vote.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Opana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp. Is he with us? We'll come back. Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes.
Moving on to
Point of information.
Okay.
We took a vote. we passed a motion to have Scott Nago declare the Elections Commission the official, I forget what the word was, I'm sorry.
Designated representative.
Designated representative. If he's in attendance, could he do that today?
We'll move on to the next point on the agenda of formal complaints. This one from Anne Marie Hamilton, and I believe she's in
Oh, I'm
house. If
sorry,
she'd
I
like
was-
to discuss it.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This was a point of information that we did not conclude before moving on. And so are you ruling that you're not going to?
I believe the motion passed
Yes.
to instruct him, and that business is done.
No,
Right,
we'd like
but
to get
he
him
is
on,
in
Chair.
the meeting and we'd like him to go ahead and do that now so that we can move forward.
We already instructed him to do that. Now it's on him. He'll report back to us. The next agenda item is Anne Marie Hamilton's complaint.
Point of
Anne
order,
Marie,
Chair.
you're in house.
Point of order.
What rule am I not following?
1.4 and Ms. Papalimo, we've never finished item 4. You took a recess and you immediately went to item 5. So we are requesting to finish item 4 before we move on to any other items. And so we would like to ask Mr. Nago to come on now. It'll take a few seconds and say you are the designated appointees, and then we can continue.
If you want to go back on the agenda, you can make a motion to that effect to accomplish this. Right now, we're on the next item. I completed unfinished business before the recess. We went on to the commission, my termination, and now we're on formal complaints.
No, Chair, we're not done with number 4.
If the commission wants to go back in the agenda and talk about item number 4 and instructions to Scott Nago, I would need a motion to do that.
We're just finishing it.
I'll
No,
make the
no,
motion.
we're-
I got no problem making a motion. I
Okay.
make a motion that we go back to number 4 in the
Item
agenda.
4D, okay?
4D in the agenda so that Scott Nago can address the motion that we just passed. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there a second discussion on going back on the agenda and going back to item 4?
Sure. I think it's just prudent. Then it doesn't end up in unfinished business for the next meeting.
Okay,
And so
Nago's
this
already
way-
been instructed, but we can go
Right,
back
we
and
can-
go ahead and instruct him formally and ask for a response if
Right,
this
but
motion
he's-
passes.
He is in the meeting. He heard the vote. He has the ability to do that. And so I don't know why we would leave it hanging so it gets lost in
We
the
can
mess.
go back on the agenda if this motion passes.
Okay.
I would ask for a roll call on this motion. to
Chair,
go back
let's
and
finish
discuss.
discussing, Chair.
Okay,
So
Well,
we
go ahead.
make, so the public is asking us to conduct business and quit delaying. So we're going to bring this to a head right now. If he says yes, or if he says no, we're going to know where we stand, but we don't want to wait for another month. So he can come up and tell us we're designated representative right now, or tell us, no, we're not a designated representative. And then we can move on to what we're going to do next. So if he says yes, then Lindsay and Mr. Savas will get the conduct of the envelope count together, and they will collaborate, and we'll set a date to do the envelope count. If he says no, then we're going to figure out what recourse we have and go from there. But let's get this resolved now. The public has been very clear about getting to business. So let's do that. Nobody should vote no. The only reason to vote no is because you want to run the clock out. So let's just get an answer now.
we've already instructed him, but go ahead. We'll take the vote to go back in the agenda to item 4D.
And I just ask anybody
rather than the
voting
formal
no to
complaints,
please
which is
give
what
a
the motion
discussion.
is. The motion is to revert back to the agenda. I would entertain a roll call to revert the agenda.
Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Opana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp, still excused, Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis,
No.
the motion does not pass.
So we'll go on to Anne Marie Hamilton's complaint, formal
It was
complaint.
4 yes
PC
votes.
25 It takes 5 to pass a motion, remember?
Chair,
Anne Marie
this doesn't
Hamilton.
require a motion. You're the chair. You
Anne
can
Marie
have us go back to
Hamilton.
continue unfinished business.
Anne Marie Hamilton is the next item on the agenda. Anne Marie, you're in house. Would you please comment on EC 25-013? Anne Marie Hamilton has the floor.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, barely. Speak up, please.
Okay. My name is Anne Marie Hamilton. I'm the author of the RICO complaint submitted on October 23rd, 2025, 5 months ago. Thank you for bringing it to the meeting finally. I appreciate that. Let me begin with one unshakable truth. Chain of custody is the foundation of election integrity. Without it, you don't have an election, you have a selection. And when members of this commission suggest that chain of custody doesn't matter, they are gaslighting and lying to the public. Certification of any election that lacks lawful chain of custody is null and void under Hawaii law, specifically HRS 19-6, which provides for criminal liability for election fraud or willful neglect of duty. There is no gray area. You either follow the law or you break it, period, full stop. The Commission's own PIG report for Kauai, issued July 13th, 2025, and Dillon's most recent PIG report confirmed that no required chain of custody records were received from the County of Kauai in the first one. This is a clear violation of HAR 3-177-453B. Yet Scott Nago, Chief Election Officer, continues to certify elections illegally, and rather than act, certain members of this commission have chosen to protect him. This pattern of collusion and concealment, covering for violations instead of correcting them, is exactly why I submitted a RICO complaint. This RICO law, was designed for situations like this, where local authorities refuse to act against organized misconduct inside government. We've also heard about outrageous irregularities like 19,042 missing ballot envelopes on the Big Island, amounting to a 25% discrepancy in the final vote tally. Instead of serious investigation, commissioners downplayed it, claiming that raising such issues could cause conspiracy theories. That's not transparency, that's deflection. Hawaii citizens deserve lawful, transparent, and trustworthy elections, not a system that manipulates procedures for political convenience. The Election Commission's duty is clear: uphold the law, hold violators accountable, and restore public confidence in our elections. If you fail to do so, the people will continue to seek federal intervention, because the truth always surfaces, and it's surfacing now. And the integrity of our elections is not negotiable. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Should I open it up to public comment or discussion by the commissioners?
But public comment, Chair.
Okay, open for public comments on Anne Marie Hamilton's complaint.
Okay, the first testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Okay, hello guys, Pikachu Shelby Billionaire. So I'm back. So I went over the complaints and actually sent a whole email listing all the problems and complaints for everyone. So I'll just quickly summarize since I already got it. So I already sent the email. I put it on Facebook. It's already out there. It's already public record. And I sent an email to all the election commissioners as well, and also to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, because we're having a systematic, what you call discrimination, racism, bias, and everything, because it proves in an Article 2, Section 4 of your own Constitution made in 1978. I'm born in 1982. I did not create this black and white. I'm not even the universe. But obviously, there's federal fraud going down through all of these things, and it should be RICO'd. Anne Marie is currently correct. She's absolutely right in what she's saying and filing against all this corruption. Now, what are we going to do about all of this? Because this becomes a problem. We have all these issues, and there's so many laws that you have violated. It's absolutely ridiculous of how many laws you're violating, and you're not being honest with the public. And that's where I have the issue that you're going through all this knowingly, breaking all the laws, and you're not doing anything about it. Now, the RICO would be to seize everything. So I'll quickly go over all the laws you're breaking. HRS 11-154, HAR 3-177-757, the HRS 3-17453, Dylan mentioned, you're breaking the United States Constitution, 52, Section 20701. You're also breaking United States Constitution 18, Section 20702, which is recording the destruction and prohibitions. Your voter roll, your National Voter Registration Act, you're breaking that law too. 52, United States Code, Section 20501 through Section 20611. You're breaking HRS 11-97, which is public inspection. You're breaking HRS Chapter 92F, open records. You're breaking the law, HRS 11-75, commission oversight. You're breaking the law, HRS Chapter 92, which is sunshine law, the OIPs 26-17. We talked about this before. HRS 3-176 and 7, compliant procedures. In addition to breaking those laws, you're breaking the 14th Amendment from the United States. Everyone wants to preach America. Voting Rights Act, you're breaking that law too. Section 252 United States Code, Section 100301. And this where it coincides the RICO Act and just filed. It's Section 18 United States Code, Section 1961. Patterns of fraud and false filings. Moving on, you're breaking HRS 19-3, which is election fraud and malfeasance, because this is negligence. You're also breaking HAVA, the Help America Voters Act, which is United States Code, Section 20901. You're also breaking United States Code, Section 595, Title 18, Title 52, United States Code 20611. And I put this all in the email. So you guys have the records of this. Knowingly breaking the law is mens rea. Still doing it is actus reus. And that's going to get caught in international law and criminal because it's Latin. So I'd be advised you guys take this serious and you guys know what to do about it because lawsuits will be filed if this malfeasance negligence continues. Aloha.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Keone Payton.
Hi, can you hear me again?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I definitely can't follow that. That was excellent. Pikachu, I think that's Pikachu. I just wanted to point out that if we were comparing what the discrepancies and everything that we've all been talking about for years now with other states, you would see that there's a kind of like a common denominator here. And I just wanted to point out that some of these same, different states that have the same problems with chain of custody, and it's on purpose. This is for them. It's on purpose that they don't have these records. They say, well, we don't have these records, but there's a reason that if you had the records, you'd be able to point these things out more. Like, for example, Maui, right? Maui doesn't have the records. How many ballot envelopes are missing or not accounted for Maui? You can't even know because we don't have those records. So this is a very common thing that happens. And I would gather with this RICO request and this RICO and how it works is that Hawaii will be pulled into a national RICO charge along with the other states that are using the same companies to facilitate their elections. Runbeck is one of these companies that is like maybe 30 states are using their services. And this is important because it's all by design here. It's not just, doesn't happen to just happen. So I just wanted to point that out. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Keone Payton, followed by Jennifer Cobuan.
Hey, you guys can hear me?
Yep.
Hey, I just wanted to say I support Anne-Marie's RICO law. I think we should send all of you guys, including Scott Nagle, to federal prison. See how you guys like it in there. That'd be amazing. I would love to see you guys go to federal prison, man, for stressing us out and putting us through this BS for the last few years. Hopefully that happens, man. Anne-Marie, let me know if I support that your filing. If I can help you out in any way to send these crooks to prison, be more than happy to do so. I yield my time.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jennifer Cobuan, followed by Austin Martin.
You're
Hi,
muted.
Commission. This is Jennifer Capuan. I just like to testify once again regarding the process for chain of custody on viewing signatures, verifying signatures on the envelopes. My father had a brain hemorrhage from an injury, and apparently, according to the voter rolls, he voted, and we do not know how he voted. We want to make sure that it was him that voted, and the only way to do that is to see the envelope and to prove that his signature is the signature on his that went with his ballot. I have asked for resolution. There's no chain of custody process or procedure that would even start to address my concern after all of these years. And because this is unfinished business, it keeps coming up and coming up and coming up, I would definitely want somebody to track these kind of complaints because it needs to be resolved. There needs to be some kind of process or procedure to make sure that whoever is signing the envelope is actually that person. Mass mail-out ballots are not safe. The dog, somebody testified in the last meeting, their dog got a ballot. So if the dog signed the ballot and signed the envelope and sent it back in, how would you verify it? Do you even have a process to verify that this dog should not be voting, even though they got a ballot? What signature would they match up with if the dog decided to return the ballot? How would you even check if this was sent out properly, if this dog is a citizen of the United States, voting in a presidential election, federal election? All of these things are just ignored by the commission as they have their monthly meetings. And I feel like this this RICO case, encapsulates all of the chain of custody issues that we keep bringing up one at a time, and it's snowballing into a huge issue. So I would encourage you to support this investigation or support this lawsuit or whatever she's bringing up, because chain of custody is super important. I yield.
Thank you, Jen.
The next testifier is Anne Marie Hamilton, followed by Austin Martin.
Sorry, I've already testified. I thought I put my hand down. Apologies.
Okay.
The next testifier is Austin Martin.
There we go. Am I unmuted properly?
You're cool.
All right, thank you. Aloha, everyone, and thank you. These are some important items of business that in the past, I do not believe Election Commission's complaints have gotten the attention that they deserve or the duty of care to investigate the things that are being brought to this commission's attention, which is at the core function of why it exists. I'd like to speak in favor of the complainants, especially Mr. Cushney. I like the sound of Anna Marie's filings. I don't really know. I haven't read them, so I can't really speak to their contents. But I can speak to my experience that I believe that what we're looking at definitely legally constitutes a racketeering situation. That is what the law is intended for. One problem the law did not anticipate that limits its utility severely is judicial misconduct and the doctrine of absolute judicial immunity. So that immunity racketeering really gets in the way of civil relief. It's really the United States government that has to take action on that, unfortunately, because otherwise you're dealing with private actions that the courts just hate to say it, they don't really consider it. And but I totally support the idea of making these laws apply. I think that's really important. I think rules prevent a lot of much worse conflicts, and upholding them sometimes requires us to have strong stomachs and be willing to not take things personally. It's not from an animus of, oh, I hate you, or anything like that, but it's a matter of protecting our elections and protecting our society and protecting our right to self-determination requires us to be firm. And I just want to encourage the committee, there are opportunities on the table here to mitigate. If you've maybe by mistake, contributed to a cover up that maybe you weren't part of, and maybe you shouldn't be wrapped up in it. I would encourage you to see each one of these complaints as an opportunity to fix that and to show us that we're wrong about you if we've wrongly lumped you in that way. I think that it's really important to take each one of these individually and not react to the who, but to the what, to the merits of what's being said, and to the relative importance of that to our elections. So I understand this committee will deliberate on these things, and I hope that certain actions can be taken to restore trust, and that starts with accountability. Dodging accountability will have the opposite effect, unfortunately. And while maybe there are some who have good intentions and think that suppressing this will actually benefit society, if you're worried about spreading conspiracy theories, covering it up is definitely. You ever heard this saying, the cover up is worse than the crime? Right? That could apply here too. So just be open, and I applaud you guys for trying. And I know that there's a lot of effort on this committee, so much love.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tara Malia, followed by Sherilyn Wells.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, aloha everyone, Commissioner and the Commission, for the time to speak. I do want to stand on the testimony given by Pikachu, or whatever his name is now, but we know him as Pikachu. We're very clear that for this to be lawful, that's going to provide truth, and truth is going to provide trust. And there is a new day that we can actually see that these types of meetings don't have to be like this. One thing I do want to suggest in regards to what's been said today regarding this point is there are two bills on the table, one in the House and one in the Senate. It's HB 1552 and SB 2143. And I do know that the process by which these meetings go, it's intended seemingly to push things back and not clump things together. But for purposes of being expeditious in this process, I would like to encourage in section 1, I want to just read to you what one of these bills says, and it's really going to help clump and lump in some additional things here so we can move it along. The Chief Elections Officer shall be appointed by the Elections Commission. This is what this bill for an act says. Line 7 through 13 says this: the Elections Commission shall meet expeditiously to select and appoint a new Chief Elections Officer to serve the remainder of the unexpired term. Now, right now, what they're asking is that the Attorney General to serve in the interim of the Chief Elections Officer until the Elections Commission appoints a new Chief Elections Officer. Instead of this body waiting, I would love to just encourage, based off of me supporting Miss Anne Marie and the filing that she has presented, that we start seeing these things as entire concepts to move forward with instead of bite-sized pieces that keep being pushed back. So in addition to this filing, my comment would be that as Papalimu made such an excellent motion, that you could tack on amendments that would serve the purpose of the interest of the spirit of the motion and what it intends to actually execute, as opposed just the motion itself, because then we're not getting things done. And we will see that things, instead of getting done within 12 months and 6 months, it can get done within the meeting itself. The reason why I also bring this up is with the advice of the state, we can have it so that there is a chain of authority set in stone today. What happened is when we went to listen to Senator Rhodes speak about this on the fly, he just created that authority. He said it goes from the Chief Elections Officer, and then why doesn't it just go to whoever's in his office? And then from there, maybe they just appoint somebody else. And now that is what's standing in the way. So if you as the Elections Commission can please today do the same thing that Senator Rhodes did instead, and then honor Papalimu's motion, so much more can get accomplished. Mahalo for the time to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Sherilyn Wells, followed by Michelle Stefanik.
Aloha Commission. All right, this is in regards to what Austin said, Anne Marie said, Jen said. And it has to do with national intervention at this level. On January 7th, 2021, DNI Ratcliffe confirmed that they had evidence of foreign electronic interference in our 2020 elections, which is an act of war, by the way, for any nation to alter the leadership, the officials of any other nation contrary to the will of its people. On September 2nd, 2022, I and at least 2 other people I know submitted a timely request for cast vote records for Hawaii County's 2020 general election. We were all denied because Scott Nagle claimed he no longer had access to those records, a reason that a DOJ document explicitly describes as a federal felony, and a claim which Nago reversed at your February 4th, 2026 meeting, in which he said he preserved 2020 due to litigation. And of course, that was far from the only inaccuracy and deficiency in his replies to me, which I have described in detail to you in emails dating from June 17th, 2024 to March 9, 2026, and to which your collective response has been nothing. In an interview on Liberty Arise Media, election observer Austin Martin describes all the ways he saw that our election office machines were connected to the internet or were ready to be connected. And in October of 2024, we learned of the Venezuelan software engineers now in our U.S. protective custody who wrote the source code and software that has been altering elections in 72 countries, including the US. If you, pardon me, I lost my, okay. If you imagine that Hawaii's election integrity failures are now just a matter of federal felonies or violations of RICO, I suggest that domestic collusion with foreign election manipulation can rise to the level of sedition and treason. I'm sure DNI Gabbard has access to every redacted line on the emails you seek to conceal, which you provided in this packet. I've reported my evidence of fraud, misdirection, and obstruction to not only the DOJ, but also to a military hotline. And when the swing states corruption has been rooted out, I know that our state's time to be held accountable will take place. I urge this commission to end its shocking failures to make Hawaii's elections legitimately verifiable before go beyond citizen outrage to serious legal consequences.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Hi, thank you again for letting me testify. First, in regards to Anne Marie's complaint, I am asking that you do exactly what she is asking you to do in her complaint, and that is to forward it to the Department of Justice. These complaints are formal complaints that need to have a remedy. These are complaints against the way that our election has been handled. And I don't believe that it can be remedied by this commission. It needs to go to the Department of Justice to be able to investigate. Next, I want to bring up the fact that I agree with what Tara Malia just said also a minute ago, and Pikachu and them. To what Tara Malia was saying is we need to have better meetings. I agree with the whole picture instead of these bite size, oh, we can only do this one little thing, then we got to push everything else to the next meeting, you know? So right now, what I would like to do is I would like to publicly ask Mr. Scott Nago, you are on this meeting. You don't have to wait on the commission to ask you to appoint the commission to be the designated representative or the authorized person. I'm asking you, and I'm sure a lot of the other people that are going to be, that have either already testified to this point or fixing to after me will agree. We want you to just go ahead and act. Go ahead and designate the commission to be the authorized representative. And then it's done. You don't have to push it to the next meeting. Why are you trying to just delay? It's because y'all are trying to push the wheel down the road so that hopefully nothing ever gets found out and the time will run out. But we're catching up with y'all. We're catching up. So, Mr. Scott Nago, would you please designate the Elections Commission to be the authorized representative so they can perform the audit or organize how to perform the audit and get it done? Thank you. I yield.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler.
Aloha, Chair Curtis, members of the commission, Jamie Detweiler. First of all, I want to thank Anne-Marie Hamilton for putting together this complaint, and I support her 100% in her request to forward this complaint to the Department of Justice. She has laid it out in an organized fashion, citing the laws, citing the criteria that meets the RICO eligibility criteria. So my hat's off to Anne-Marie for all of her research and the time she put into this complaint. I believe it should move forward. It should have moved forward back in October when she made that initial submission. I also support the testimonies given by so many here today, Tara Malia, Tamara, Jen, and so many others, Michelle and Sharon Wells. They all laid it out very, very clearly. I couldn't have said it any better. I want to emphasize the point that I have been emphasizing all day today. We must move forward with that audit. You know, it took about 19 months for the District 37 audit to make any movement. And I thank the commission for making that final vote to support that audit. We know it can be done. It was done very well by a good group of volunteers. It was bipartisan. It was supervised by the Office of Elections. So we know the mechanics of an audit can be conducted. We've heard so many people today on this call say that they raised their hand to volunteer. There is no need to compensate or pay anyone. These are citizens who are passionate about the rule of law. That's what this is all about. It's the rule of law. This is what the people of Hawaii want. This is what the people of Hawaii deserve. You know, many of us are here. We're all here as volunteers today. And I know we're here for many different reasons. For the majority of us, this is about the legacy that we're leaving for our children and our grandchildren and future generations to come. So for those reasons, you know, let's look at the future of Hawaii. We want to set our future generations up for success. We want clear transparency of our election system. We know the audit can be done. And I want to reiterate what Michelle just said too, is just please, Mr. Nago, please designate the commissions, the Elections Commission to do this work that needs to be done. We have everything in place. You know, Commissioner Cam and Commissioner Sabas are great leaders, and we know that they can move this audit forward. And we don't want any further delay. We don't want the excuse of, well, we have an election coming up, because that was done for my audit. So please move forward with the audit.
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
The commissioners, do you have any comments on Ms. Hamilton's complaint? Any motions?
Yes, Chair.
Ralph.
Yes, could you screen share her complaint, please?
We'll see what we can do. Madam Secretary, could you screen share Anne Marie Hamilton's complaint. And I believe it's from the agenda. There's a link in the agenda.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Could you scroll down to the redacted communication, please? We're looking for Anne Marie Hamilton's complaint.
Starts on page 4 of her complaint, 4 of 16 is where the redaction starts. On that screen, if you click on Anne Marie's complaint, the link will bring it up with 16 pages, if I'm not mistaken. Page 4 starts the redactions.
Give us a moment.
Keep on going, please.
What page do you want, Ralph?
Okay, let's stop there. Okay, so what we see here is we've FOIA'd, or UIPA in Hawaii, the communications between Mike Curtis, the chair of the Elections Commission, Raymond De Vega, a staff member of the Office of Elections, Scott Nago, and Jordan Ching. And just what we got back was redacted communications on how these people were conducting business out of the view of the people, out of the view of the public. And these emails are redacted because you're not acting on the public behalf. And this backs up Anne Marie Hamilton's complaint that you guys are colluding to withhold information from the public. So you can take it off the screen now. So what I'm asking is, under what authority are you having private communications with Jordan Ching, with the office staff, that you're not sharing with the commission?
Ms. Hamilton's complaint requested that it be forwarded to what, the Department of Justice?
Yeah, I'm asking you a question, Chair. Under what authority is this email communications being redacted?
I'll ask Mr. Ching to respond to that.
Yeah, so I think we've been through this before. I believe there's a pending OIP appeal regarding these various UIPA requests that include the communications between the chair and our office that would include attorney-client privilege communications. So that's the basis of redaction. That is a recognized basis under OIP's various opinions, as well as under the UIPA. So that's the reason why they've been redacted. I believe there are appeals that have discussed this, and that this, I don't know if it's specifically Commissioner Cushney, but I believe OIP has pending appeals regarding this as well.
Okay, so according to Hawaii Rules of Professional Conduct, Rule 1.13, a lawyer employed by a government organization represents the organization itself, not any individual officer or member. So that's the rules in the Hawaii Professional Conduct. So what's that's telling us is the commission is the boss. The commission is the client. You cannot withhold information. And the last time we discussed this, you muted my microphone, so I couldn't finish. And then I did the Robert's Rules of Order procedure to overrule the ruling of the chair, and you said we don't do Robert's Rules of Order, and then you turned off my camera. So we want to finish this up. So the commission has to vote to redact this information. So there is, the commission has not invoked attorney-client privilege. Okay, the commission is not even being allowed to see this. So let's take a simple vote right now. If you want to assert attorney-client privilege, then I'm going to make a motion. I move to assert attorney-client privilege on this information. If it does not pass, then you need to unredact this and give all of this communication to the public for the public to see on how you guys are malfeasant. You're hiding this information from the public because you're not acting on the public's behalf. So let's take a vote by the commission. The commission acts by majority vote. We're on Robert's Rules of Order. So I move
the
to
motion, yes, please.
assert attorney-client privilege. Do I have a second?
Is
Do
there
we
a
have
second?
quorum currently?
I'm sorry, say again?
Do we have quorum currently?
Yes, we have 5. 6.
Yeah, I
We got 2 missing right now.
I believe Papalimu's on, but not showing up. And Mr. Osterkamp, are you there? Let's take the question is a quorum. Let's take a roll call.
Okay. Commissioner Andreon,
Present.
Commissioner Apana excused. Commissioner Kushney,
Here.
Commissioner Dalton,
Here.
Commissioner Cam,
Here.
Commissioner Osterkamp, excused. Commissioner Papalimu,
Here.
Commissioner Sabas,
Here.
Chair Curtis,
Here.
we have quorum.
What was the motion again, Ralph?
I move to assert attorney-client privilege on the redacted emails. I want these open to the public.
And there's a second?
Do we have a second?
Second for discussion.
Okay, discussion. Ralph, go ahead.
I don't know if now's a good time to speak. We've discussed this before, but I'll say it again. And I think it was included in our response to OIP, is that Chair Curtis,
A point of order, Chair. We didn't ask for your opinion.
We want his opinion, Ralph.
No, we didn't ask for it.
Well, please.
The commission votes by
Mr.
majority
Chang,
vote.
could you give us your opinion, please?
Okay, so I'm just reiterating what was said, and I don't know which meeting, but this topic has come up. But Chair Curtis has distinct legal responsibilities as chair. So in addition to that, his conversations with our office are subject to attorney-client privilege as well. So that's what was stated in our response. I believe it was stated to this commission before. That's our position on these respective UIPA requests. We've briefed that to the OIP as well, and that is pending before them. So I just wanted to note that as well before you move further.
And if I recall correctly, it was asked whether I wanted to give up that client attorney privilege, and I said no. Now, the motion on the floor is to eliminate this client attorney privilege.
So the motion is to assert attorney-client privilege.
Well, attorney-client privilege exists.
No, it does not.
Well, Mr. Ching said it does.
On behalf of the
When did we
commission,
take
it
the
does
vote?
not.
The commission votes by or acts by majority vote. We never voted on this, and it's very clear that the attorney represents the commission as a body.
Mr.
Under
Ching?
Rule 1.13, a lawyer employed by a government organization represents the organization itself. not any individual officer or member. You have not shown us any documentation that says you can have private conversations.
with the attorney.
Right. There's no provision for that in the law.
I think Mr. Ching just refuted that.
No, he pull it up on the screen and show it to us. So my motion is, if you're going to assert attorney-client privilege, we need to vote on it. So I move to assert attorney-client privilege on this redacted information. Our elections are public. For you guys to sneak around in the background and do things subversively against the public is unacceptable. All of your conversations need to be printed out. There's our intra-agency conversations. You cannot have privileged conversations with Raymond and Scott Nago and the attorney on how you're going to handle complaints. It should all be out in the open.
Call for the question.
All those in favor of stopping debate on this attorney-client privilege, say aye.
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 Aye. The motion dies. Discussion continues.
So what I'm saying is we need to release all this information for the public, and this will back up what Anne-Marie Hamilton is saying, is that there is a conspiracy to withhold information and evidence of malfeasance on the part of the Office of Elections, the chair, and the Attorney General. So if you want to assert attorney-client privilege, we'll take the vote. If it fails, then this information needs to be unredacted and released to the public. So let's take a vote.
Mr. Ching,
Yes.
can attorney-client privilege be revoked involuntarily?
Not involuntarily, no.
The commission never asserted it.
The point is, the commission's never
I think
invoked
what
it.
I
So
mean,
we're making this
just to
motion based off the commission.
That is correct. I believe, and I'm just to reiterate our position, is that Chair Curtis has distinct legal responsibilities as the chair.
Let's take a 10-minute recess. Let's have you pull
Ralph,
it up. and
Ralph,
show
be
it
quiet, please. You're out of order.
writing. I
Mr.
want to see
Ching,
it in writing.
Ralph,
He's telling us
Mr.
this
Ching
stuff.
has the floor. You're out of order.
Mr. Kushney, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kushney, this has been addressed before. We've provided written responses to IEP. If we can forward you that, I believe it's been forwarded to you because you have been the complainant in those appeals, I can forward those to you. That is our position. There's no further
The
discussion on it.
commission acts by majority vote. We're going to take a vote. You can't stop us from voting on this.
You're
I'm
right.
not asking you to.
And the motion is, can you revoke attorney-client privilege?
No, it's not, Chair.
From,
No.
okay, will you enable attorney-client privilege for
No.
from the commission and the attorney general? Say that again, Ralph. State your motion again, please.
I move to assert attorney-client privilege on this redacted information.
Well, the redacted information is with the chair and the attorney general. You
And
wanna-
and
you
Raymond
wanna-
and
you
Scott
wanna-
Nago? How do you
wanna
do that?
revert it from the
You're
commission.
sharing
The
you're
commission,
sharing information with the staff of the Office of Elections, who we oversee. That's unacceptable. And you guys are hiding information from the public.
Exactly.
you
we
know,
need
you
to
know,
release-
you know that that's not true.
Well, why won't you release it? You can't have a private conversation with Raymond and Scott Nago and the attorney. Those guys don't have attorney-client privilege. How
I
are
have
they
the right
in?
to it as the chair. The commission can choose attorney-client privilege if the commission wants.
Show me where the
It's-
chair
It's
can have.
it's not the
attorney-client
commission that has the attorney-client privilege in these documents. I do, and I refuse to waive it. But go ahead and we'll take the vote. Could you reread the motion, please?
Motion to assert attorney-client privilege on this redacted information.
Discussion, could you have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Andrion,
No.
Commissioner Pana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
No.
Commissioner Dalton,
I'm confused.
we'll come back to
Vote
you.
no, am I voting no to reveal what has been redacted? Is that in effect what we're asking for here? Or? Yeah, I'm fine with the current status that attorney-client privilege between Chair Curtis and the Department of the Attorney General remains intact.
And the staff of Office of Elections and Mr. Nago. They can't have private
Oh, is
conversations.
that a yes or a no? I don't know. I'm completely confused. So I'll abstain.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ham,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp excused, Commissioner Papalimu,
You're muted.
No.
Commissioner Sabas,
Abstain.
Chair Curtis.
Abstain.
The motion does not pass.
Thank you.
Because
Anything else you want to do with Anne Marie Hamilton's complaint?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, sir.
So you guys need to release these redacted conversations because it's going to show to the public that we just voted, it failed. Please release all of the redacted conversations. You cannot have attorney-client privilege. And then I would like to follow up on the public's request, and I move to refer this complaint to the Department of Justice.
There a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
The complaint stands for itself. There's clear evidence that there's collusion on hiding malfeasance and evidence that the elections aren't being run properly. The Attorney General is protecting Scott Nago, so we need to have an outside entity look into this. So I move to have the DOJ take a look at it. Thank you.
Other discussion? Would ask for a roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Pana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
no.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp excused, Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Abstain.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
So we should move on to the next complaint. Mr. Payton. Mr. Payton, are you still in house? Keone Payton.
I'm unmuting.
There you go. Tell us about your complaint, EC 25-014.
Okay, so I'm asking you, and I haven't been, everybody has been asking you for months, maybe even some of us even years now, just to count the ballots. Why are you guys refusing an audit? It's a simple thing. You guys want me to shut up and stop coming to these meetings? Count the ballots. Stop wasting both our time. I'm asking you guys to count the ballots.
And isn't that what our audit that passed is aimed at?
Well, it's aimed at, but are you guys moving forward with it? Because I keep on seeing you guys doing these stall tactics.
No, we're trying our best to get there. Trying to find the money, trying to find the methods, trying to accomplish it on the big
Well, you guys are clearly violating the sunshine law. You guys are having behind the scenes conversations with each other, putting people in place that will vote on your behalf. Osterkamp, he listens to you. You're his daddy. And Sabah seems the same way too now.
So
pass the motion then.
We did. We passed the motion to pursue the audit.
to pursue the audit. Let's do it.
Yep, and we're working on, I'm doing my best to accomplish that.
You're
Oh,
doing your
no,
best
you're
to
not.
stall it.
Scott
Mike
can
Curtis.
stand up and designate us today in the
Yeah,
meeting.
we can get this thing done right now.
Today.
Scott Novel's on here.
We instructed him to do that.
And so he's not
okay, so
complying.
give him the
yet. So he's
floor.
not so what you're saying, Mike Curtis, is that he's not complying with you guys.
I didn't say that. I
You
said
just did.
Give
He's
him the
on here.
floor.
I said today we directed him to do that. To
Give him
make
the
us
floor.
agents to allow us to demand access to the ballots.
Give
Well,
him
he's
the
on here
floor.
right now. Scott Novel is on here right now.
Give him the floor.
Yep.
Only if he wants it.
Scott Nago, you're on here right now. You're listening to me. You've been listening to me for months now. Jump on the floor and work with us. If you want a fair election, you have the chance right now.
We passed
Move this
a
forward.
motion about an hour ago instructing him to do that. Is there anything else you would like with your complaint other than that?
I just want it going on the record that he refuses to address us and come on the floor and speed this process through. It's a stall process, Mike Curtis, and you know it. It's ridiculous. Boom. Yield.
Thank you. Commissioners, you want to act on Mr. Payton's complaint?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
I'd like to ask Mr. Nago a few questions.
You can make a motion on Mr. Payton's complaint.
I'd like to know, how do observers verify physical inventory control through the election? I'd like Mr. Nago to answer that question.
You can make a motion on Mr. Payton's complaint. Or you can ask Mr. Nago if Scott wants to come on now, he's welcome to. If not, that's okay too. That's his choice.
So this whole thing is about,
So whether Scott's here or not, I don't know. But is there a motion you'd like to make on Mr. Payton's thing other than what we've already done with the audit? In that case, we'll move on to Ralph's complaint, which I would point out as a commissioner and a complainant, there's a embedded conflict of interest, so you won't get to vote on this one.
no,
But Mr.
no,
Mr.
no,
Mr.
no, no,
Bushney,
you're not going
could
to
you
make
go
up
ahead and
rules.
explain this complaint,
You're
please?
not going to make up rules. So
Hey, it's obvious, it's an obvious conflict of interest. If you're the complainant, you can be a commissioner or a complainant. You can't be both without a conflict of interest. Please explain your complaint, Ralph.
And your attorney-client privilege is a conflict of interest as well, Chair Curtis, if that's the case.
Thank you, Dylan. You're out of order. Ralph, could you explain your complaint, please?
give me a second and I'm going to
Okay.
refute your claim because you're incorrect. It says that a commissioner on their own motion can do an investigation, which means that you can bring in a complaint. So
Yeah,
what
you
you're
can-
saying is false.
What's your complaint?
So my complaint is that we are oversight of the elections, Office of Elections in Scott Nago. I requested in November, am I keeping you awake? I requested in November that Scott Nago send us his legislative agenda so we know what he's working on. Now, you've waited until March, which is convenient because the session's halfway over. And again, all of this stuff working in the shadows. Scott Nago's working with legislators to pass laws that are not on behalf of the people. And if you were proud of the legislation that he was working with legislators, he would have brought it to the commission and say, hey, look at these great things. Let's push this out and, try to get these things passed. But instead, he'll send us his testimony on legislative agenda items 2 days before it's being heard. And he knows well in advance that this is happening. And so again, this is another subversive little action that just gets under the skin of the public, and the public has no say. So I don't have a motion on this, but I just wanted for the record that, for him not to be able to tell us what legislation he's trying to pass it's unacceptable.
Well, there's a bill in the legislature designating the AG take his spot if he gets fired. That is the ultimate conflict of interest. If we want to speak about conflict of interest.
Ralph, you didn't have a motion on that one. You had another complaint. What's that? 25-016. What is that about?
Yes, Chair. So could you bring that up on screen share, please?
Madam Secretary?
Yes, just a moment.
I feel like I've aged a decade.
Just sitting there with the.
So my complaint is that there's no accountability on chain of custody, and there's no complaint process to have that heard, and that we don't know where these ballots on the Big Island came from. So what I'm gathering from the discussions that we're having is that the commissioners who vote against having any kind of oversight have never looked at the records. So would you please scroll down to the Big Island collection records, please?
What page is that?
I don't know the page, but I'll tell you when to stop. Okay, so stop, sorry. Go back up some more. A little bit more, that's the BRM. Keep on going. Keep on going up. A little more. Okay, can you turn that sideways?
Hi, Commissioner Cushney. It doesn't look like we can rotate the page. If
Okay,
you have
so
it on your
can you-
end,
can
you're
you
more than
zoom in
welcome
a
to
little
share
bit?
your screen.
Can you zoom in, please? Okay, so what this is, zoom into the top. So zoom in a little bit more, please, on one of them. These are the detailed collection records from the Big Island describing the route, the place of deposit, which is the Hawaii County building, the Hilo office. And these records are very detailed. They are checked by 2 employees who drive out to the ballot boxes and collect the envelopes that are in the ballot boxes. They place those envelopes in a sealed container. They document how many envelopes they're placing in the container. And then they take those back to the office and they have 2 people double check those numbers. So this gives you the place of deposit at time that they picked those up. So if you could scroll down the way, it gives you the names of the people. These are very detailed records. So every day that the Big Island, the County of Hawaii collects ballots from the drop boxes, they fill out the forms and then it's compiled. These are the summaries of this. Scroll to the bottom of this record and I'll show you what the hand record looks like. Keep on going. Keep on going down. Oh, right there. So that's what it looks like when the employees go to a Dropbox. That's the record they fill out. You got your date, time, people are signing them, and the seal numbers. So the records that we just looked at are the summaries of all of those sheets, very detailed and precise. So now let's go to the business reply mail. Keep on scrolling down. Okay, so these are the business reply mail receipts. So this one happens to be on October 18th, and we see the number of pieces that were dropped off to the county office was 1,306 envelopes, and they charged $70.707 per those, and the invoice, the postage due is $962.52. So this is what Dylan is telling us, that these postage records are very detailed on the number of envelopes that are delivered through the mail. So scroll down these, keep on going down. So these are for each day during the election. Keep on going. Keep on going. So every day of the election, except for weekends, the mail has receipts for these envelopes. And so at the end of the election, keep on going, we wanted to double check what Scott Nago was telling us. Keep on going down until you get to the Excel spreadsheet. So I made a request to the post. Okay, stop there. Oh, go back one back. Keep on going back. So I made a request to the Big Island, and I asked them for, on December 4th, I wrote to every island and made a records request. And I said, please provide a copy of all chain of custody documents used for ballot collections and handling for the 2024 general election, including collections from drop boxes and the USPS. So those records are the records that the Big Island sent to us. Now, this record right here is how many mail turnout ballots were reported for the Big Island. So it says there, mail turnout 76,595. So go to the next sheet, please. So blow that up, please. I compiled all of those records on a spreadsheet. And in the gray is the Dropbox collections. And I apologize, I don't have the totals there. So you can see that every day there's an account for every Dropbox that was visited, and then a total, and it's added down. So in there was 27,900 and change ballots collected from the Dropbox. And then you can see the postal receipts. Every day was collected except for weekends, and they could account for 29,641 envelopes that came from the post office. The total of those two records is 57,553. But the state reported counting 76,595. The difference is 19,042 ballots. So this is what we're trying to get to the bottom of. So could you keep on scrolling down? It's going to be a records request. So these are the records requests that I made to the counties. Keep on going. I made these records requests, and this is what the counties gave to me. So here's the record. Whoops, stop right there. So after we had determined that there was a discrepancy, we found out the discrepancy in, I believe it was January. And we sent a letter, Keikilani Ho sent a letter to the county clerk and asked why there was a difference of 19,000 ballots that could not be accounted for. And the answer that we got was that the ballots were delivered by the post office, but did not have any receipts. So I've made a request here. It says, please provide communication from the clerk's office to the USPS to resolve the 19,042 ballot business reply mail discrepancy for the 2024 election. And it says, cannot be granted, no records exist, which means that the County of Hawaii never reached out to the post office to find out why they didn't send any receipts. And what we're finding out is there are no receipts because there were no ballots those ballots were not delivered through the post office. And as Dylan's report covers, that each ballot has a barcode on it that the post office uses to count. So keep on scrolling through. Keep on going down to the communications between John Hendricks and Corey Syke. Okay, so this here, I'm just going to summarize this. Keikilani Ho asked John Hendricks and Corey Syke why there's a difference. And they said, we can account for everything. And Keikilani Ho says, well, that's great. Send me the proof. And then John Hendricks says, call me, because he doesn't have the proof. Okay, moving on. Go down to Scott, keep on going to Scott Nago's letter on March 17th. So on March 17th, Scott Nago, go to page 6, please. He sends a letter to the commission trying to explain this discrepancy. And he says that, okay, right there. He says that there's a great misunderstanding and that the number of mail ballots received from the post office or through the number of mail ballots is 7,587. So my question to Mr. Nago is, where did that number come from? And so I'd like Mr. Nago to answer that, please. You can,
Scott, are you on?
You can put them on, but I'm done with this pretty much shows everything from the Big Island that we're clearly missing records.
Scott or someone from the Office of Elections, please. There you
So
go,
that
Scott.
number is the adjusted number that we get out of the statewide voter registration system, which is what we received the ballots in.
Okay, so how would any observers verify that number? Because we can verify the collection records from the county. It's very easy. I just showed you how that's done. What do you have to show the commission that verifies that number that you have on that piece of paper?
Like we said earlier, we have the envelopes to account for that number. So every ballot we have has an envelope.
And
okay,
while Scott's here, we made a motion to have you appoint the commission as a party that's qualified to audit the Big Island ballots.
Yeah, so it's my understanding that I cannot designate you to conduct the election audit within the 22 months.
So after 22 months, you can designate us.
But I mean, we would conduct the audit, or we don't need to designate you. We would just have the audit conducted
Okay, so have the audit conducted.
after the 22 months.
But you can do this. You'll do this.
Yeah, after the 22 months.
Why is that?
Yeah, why
Because
can't
we-
you touch it
because-
within 22 months?
As Deputy Attorney General Ching said, that the ballots need to be locked up for 22 months.
Not true.
We did it with Jamie's district.
That's
There's
not
precedent
That was
for it.
after the 22 months. That was after the 22 months. It was not within the 22 months.
No, I don't think that's the way it goes. The 22 months is the minimum that you have to retain those things. You can't get rid
Yeah,
of
it's the minimum.
until 22 months. It
No, it's
doesn't
the
be
minimum.
within 22 months.
I mean, I don't want to speak for Deputy Attorney General Ching, but that is what he said.
Did he send that to us in writing?
Wait, Mr. Ching? Do the Office of Election Agents have access to the ballots within that 22-month period? Mr.
I mean,
Ching?
they have access to it, but I mean, as I noted orally and also I think in writing, I think that was distributed to the commission prior to this meeting. It's my opinion that there's no rule that expressly authorizes opening it before the 22-month.
that's not what you said in there. You said we weren't authorized.
Didn't you mention that the Office of Elections can, or their agent, or their designated?
That is, I mean, they are authorized to designate a representative. But as I said in the prior meeting, that rule has a provision that says, and I don't have it in front of me, but it says that, you know, the record shall be sealed for the 22-month federal retention period, something to that effect. And then also, I know there's language that refers to the subsequent audits, but I think what I noted in writing, I'm not sure if I mentioned it last time, was that it says subject to established procedures. And that's where I noted that, you know, there's no rule or law that contemplates procedures to audit it within post-election, post-election and post-certification. The only rules and laws that contemplate audits are post-election pre-certification. So that's provided in writing, and I spoke on it before. That's my opinion on the interpretation of those rules taken together.
Okay, so
there's nothing that says after 22 months.
And you'll send that in writing again to us, please.
I believe it was sent to the commission.
Could you?
Chair, I'd like to be recognized.
Yes, Ralph.
Okay, what Mr. Ching said, and could you stay up, Mr. Ching? Got
He's
a
there.
question for you. So what Mr. Ching said in his letter, and he was missing words, was that the Elections Commission was not authorized, okay? 177757 says subsequent audits may be conducted by the Chief Elections Officer, clerk, or designated representative. But he said there's nowhere showing that the commission is a designated representative in accordance with established procedures. So established procedures are simply sealing and unsealing the documents and making sure that they are preserved when the counting is done, that they're preserved in their same condition. So the fact that he's trying to tell us that the law requires us to retain these for 22 months, and then we can't look at them, nobody can look at them, and then we destroy them after 22 months is ludicrous. So the whole reason for this is to inspect them or to conduct an audit. So what we got around is, okay, we're not the designated representative. Scott Nago is authorized to do this. And we just asked Mr. Nago to authorize to be a designated representative. Ask us to designate us as representatives. And so, Mr. Nago, would you designate us as a representative to conduct this audit? Yes or no?
I think we instructed him to previously.
Well, we just find out.
And for Jeffrey's information, we're talking about Ralph's complaint 25-016, which is the 65-page thing that indicated that there was a discrepancy of 19,000 some. But actually, it's letters, not ballots. But what was that question again, Ralph? With Mr. Nago.
We asked Mr. Nago to designate us. So will he
Will
do it?
allow
Or
us access to the ballots.
yes. So just a yes or no, and we can move on. Will you designate?
Objection
us?
to bullying. You know, just ask him the question. Don't tell him yes or no, yes or no. Decide right now. That's just bullying behavior. It's unbecoming of this commission.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Nago.
Mr.
Mr.
Osterkamp.
Nago. I'm sorry, Barbara. Go ahead. Wait, Barbara, you're muted.
I just wanted to thank Commissioner Osterkamp for weighing in there. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Nago, can you give us access to the ballots on the Big Island for our audit purposes?
Not before the 22-month period expires.
Fair enough.
And
Okay,
at
can you, I'm gonna ask
What
another
what
question.
what action did you want out of your complaint? What motion would you like to propose?
I move to have Scott Nago and a team of observers hand count the Hawaii ballot return envelopes to determine the actual total of the 2024 election ballots envelopes received, sorting the ballot envelopes into two piles, one pile that was returned through the mail and one pile that was not returned through the mail that came through the drop boxes. The removal from storage, unsealing of envelopes and envelope counts shall be done in the presence of official observers and any commissioners that would like to attend. So I'm just asking for Scott Nago to conduct the audit that we already voted for.
Is
He
there a
has
second?
the authority to do it.
Is there a second?
Sure.
Second.
And I'm not sure if it's
I'm
envelope or ballots that you're talking about.
Envelopes.
We're talking about
Envelope.
ballot discrepancies where envelopes don't convey all of the ballots. But go
That's
ahead.
true. But envelopes are what we're interested in.
Okay,
Which envelopes? The ballot security envelope or the business reply envelope?
Business reply envelopes.
And if you're counting business reply envelopes that were processed through the US Postal Service, then what about the numerous business reply envelopes that were deposited in the county collection boxes, collection centers?
We're counting those also.
Building in Hilo? Those were not processed by the post office. Those
Right.
went,
And we want to count both of those kinds of envelopes. Both of
there's only one. We're only talking about one kind of
I
envelope.
know. I'm sorry. I was just correcting myself. Both of those sources of the collection of envelopes. As we've said
So,
100
and-
times already.
I mean, the permitted interaction group that looked into this on the Big Island has already come to essentially a conclusion.
Lovely. And we have already voted to conduct an audit. So that's what we want to move forward on.
And there's a lot of loose talk about indictment and federal
would you
criminality, excuse me.
Would you
Barbara
turn
has
the
the
camera?
floor. Ralph, you're out of order. Barbara has the floor.
Point of order, Chair.
Ralph, you're out of order. Barbara
Point
has
of
the
order.
floor.
feel quite
Barbara has the
Turn her
floor.
camera on.
Barbara has the floor.
Have her
Okay,
turn her
there's-
camera on.
I feel quite strongly, in view of all this loose talk about indictment and federal, criminality, that in view of the ruling or the opinion given us by Deputy Attorney General Ching, we are inviting indictment by continuing to insist that Scott Nago designate the commission as a designated representative, that he break into the 22-month retention in order to conduct an audit to be performed by a bunch of volunteers. Those are, I think that Deputy Attorney General Ching's ruling is quite clear that we're opening ourselves to legal, liability by continuing on all this.
But not if he designated us as a representative, which he said he won't. So, okay, we're moving on. And Ralph's motion was for him to conduct the audit. Correct, Ralph? Okay.
I'd like the floor, Chair.
Yes, sir.
So I just went through the records. We have a record of receiving 57,000 mail-in envelopes, mail-in and drop boxes. The county has a record, or the state reported counting 76,000 ballots that came through the mail in an envelope. I'm not talking about in-person voting or anything, just what came through the mail. So we want to confirm the number of envelopes. If there's more ballots than envelopes, then somebody's stuffing them. And that's what we're saying right now, that the envelopes are being added, the ballots are being added electronically, and there is no envelopes to accompany those. And so by counting the envelopes, which we're hitting a ton of resistance on, that would clarify that whole thing. Were there equal amount of envelopes as mail-in ballots recorded counting? That's all we're asking for. This is a quick audit. We're not checking the ballots. We're just counting the envelopes. So I hope that everybody votes on this. We already voted and approved it once. So I hope we can vote on this. And we're asking Scott Nago to conduct the thing. And we're going to let observers witness, and any commissioners that want to go can watch it also. So I hope that we can approve this.
Thank you. Mr. Osterkamp.
Yeah, so it's truly Groundhog Day on this issue. Mr. Cushney grabbed hold of this issue more than a year ago and has decided that this is a great way to throw our election process into doubt. Every meeting, pounding the table like Joseph McCarthy in 1953 on the supposed discrepancy and making stuff up. This is not an issue of how many envelopes we have. It's the tallies of BRM receipts that were provided by the USPS. That is the so-called discrepancy, and it's only because the USPS doesn't make a priority of providing those tallies, and the county didn't have that as a priority to get those tallies because it's not the way that it records or cross-checks the ballots.
So Mr. Osterkamp
And
just.
I'm not done, Mr. Kushney.
Jeffrey, please go ahead.
If we look at the report, the actual report that was done on this, if we look at what was actually stated, it's very clear the way the state and the county do these things. They don't use BRM receipts as a mechanism to determine the numbers. And Mr. Kushney has decided that that is a fatal flaw that he can exploit. And if we continue to let him do this, we're going to continue to sow doubt in our elections. And we're going to continue to have people testify at these meetings that the feds should come in and take our state over, which they're already threatening to do with other states. And we're going to continue to get charlatans like Peter Bernegger coming in and trying to force that down our throats. And if the people on this commission give into that, you have yourselves to blame for the rabbit hole that we will be going down. It's atrocious. And some of you should be ashamed of yourselves.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Other comments? Yes, Lindsay.
So, Mr. Osterkamp, if the USPS had charged for 19,000 more ballot envelopes, that amounts to over $13,000. So even if they're not concerned about counting the ballot envelopes, don't you think they're concerned about getting paid for all of the ones that they processed?
Sure, but there's no evidence to support the claim that those two things have been tallied. The fact that the USPS wants to be sure to collect the money for the BRM envelopes is not the same thing as did the USPS provide day-by-day tallies to the county.
Well, how else would they get paid?
Mr. Sabas, you had your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Let's move on. We've heard already what the Deputy Attorney General has said. We've heard what Scott Nago has said. Let's wait for the 22 months are over and then let's move on.
Lindsay, you had something else?
I think so, but I can't remember.
Okay, Ralph?
Yes, Chair. So what Mr. Osterkamp has not provided is any evidence of chain of custody collections. Now, my UIPA to the county was give me your records. All we're doing now is comparing the county records to the state records. These aren't my records. These are the county records that were provided to me. And you just missed the presentation. You can see the UIPA requests, and the request was from the county of Hawaii, and it says, please provide a copy of all chain of custody documents used for ballot collections and handling for the 2024 general election, including collections from drop boxes and UPS. So that's their records. And now you're gaslighting me to say that because their records didn't jive, that I'm doing some conspiracy theory is absurd. The county records don't jive with the state records. And that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of.
Dylan, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I just want for the record to state that I reject the premise that 22-month preservation is meant to keep an audit from happening. It would show us that it's preserved so that we can actually conduct an audit during that 22-month period to investigate anything malfeasance.
Thank you. Barbara?
I just wondered what UPS has to do with it, as Commissioner Kushney just iterated.
Yes,
That-
I'll answer that question.
That's one of the metrics that's being bandied about. Ralph,
The United Parcel Service, I thought we were talking about the United States Postal Service.
the USPS, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Ralph,
I'm going to answer. So the record request that I made was to get all the ballot collections and handling for the 2024 general election, including collections from drop boxes and the USPS. So I'd like to ask Mr. Nago, the county has detailed records going to the drop boxes. How do you use those records to certify an election?
wait, Dylan, you have your hand up.
Whoa. Can
I
we,
didn't bring it down from last time, so.
Okay, thank you.
So I'd like to ask Mr. Nago that question. With those records, and we're saying that he's not certifying the election in accordance with the law. So how, all those collection records that the county's got, how does he use those to certify an election? Because they clearly do not jive. Are they relevant or irrelevant to the election results? Could I?
Do you have a motion from the complaint that's on the agenda, Ralph?
Yes, I already made the motion.
And what's the motion on the floor?
We're in discussion that Scott Nago conduct the audit that we voted for and that the commissioners and the public get to watch.
Okay, so that's already been passed, yeah?
No.
no,
No.
Oh, okay. Then the question is, or the motion is to have Scott Nago perform the audit
Yes.
that you just defined. And that was
This is the biggest lightning rod. And why don't we want to solve this? Why don't we prove?
Well,
that
then
all the
let's act
envelopes
on the
are-
motion. The motion is to have Scott Nago do the audit.
Yes.
Is there any other discussion? Would entertain a roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Opana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
yes, knowing full well he will not.
Commissioner
Wait a
Sab-
minute. Okay,
That's my
Continue.
vote.
I know. And commentary.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis,
I'm real mixed on this one. It's the rabbit hole that Jeffrey talks about and the report from his pig. And then this one with different values of measure, but I'll say yes. I think Scott can do that audit for us. Thank you.
the motion passes.
Yes.
Are there any other motions from your complaint, Ralph?
Yes, Chair. But I would ask that we conduct this audit before the next meeting so that Scott Nago has plenty of time to prepare for the election after that. So I move to have this audit conducted before the next meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Let's have a roll call on this one.
Commissioner Andrion? Yes, he
That's a
said.
yes.
Commissioner Opana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
Are there any other motions from your complaint, Ralph?
What's your thoughts on getting this done?
My thoughts don't matter.
Yes, it does.
Sound like a motion. That's not a motion.
So hearing none, I'm going to move on to the
Chair.
Mr. Behringer. Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Sabas.
Just to clarify, even if Scott were to do the audit, it would be after the 22 months. Is that correct?
No.
It's whenever he can get to it and do it expeditiously.
But
We didn't give him a time limit.
but according to the Attorney General
And according to Scott,
opinion and Scott, they feel that legally it would be more proper to do it after the 22 months. Is that correct?
That's what I've heard.
Okay, just want to be clear for my own self.
Moving on to the complaint from Peter.
I'd like to be
Behringer.
recognized, Chair.
Behringer. Yes, Ralph.
I'm going to make a statement. You're sowing distrust by not getting this done, and the public is going to be livid about this. So simply conduct the audit. I'm asking you, get this done so we can put this to rest. So,
Thanks.
Mr.
The
Nago,
opposite's been affirmed. We'll move on to Mr. Peter Behringer.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add another comment to that.
Yes, Mr.
And
Sabat.
this is just a follow-up to Barbara's statement. I just want to make sure that we're following the law on all of this and that we're not inviting our, extra scrutiny from the Department of Justice or anyone else because we're not following the law. And if our legal advisors are telling us this, then I'm more inclined to follow our advice here locally.
Thank you. I'll open public comment for Mr. Peter Behringer's complaint number E.
we never had testimony on my item, Chair.
I
We
thought
never
sure we
had
did.
public testimony on my complaint.
Would you like public testimony?
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll have public testimony on, can we have it on both of your complaints? Would entertain public testimony on Ralph Quishne's 2 complaints.
Okay, the first testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Aloha, guys. That's quite a lot that we went through already for this. So I was ready to testify on Keone Payton's one, and now you got Ralph's one. So in between, you guys were bickering, arguing, making fun of each other, slandering each other's names, which is totally a'ole because we're supposed to get stuff done. I already contacted the DOJ, and I filed 2 official complaints about this shenanigans, bullshit, and corruption going on right now today in this meeting. I sent 2 complaints to the DOJ. Just because you guys didn't approve it doesn't mean we're going to do it. We're free, independent, American, and I represent the Hawaiian Kingdom. Just because you say this kukai on the screen doesn't mean we can't do it as independent citizens. So I already filed it and sent the complaints to the DOJ, and I already forwarded to all of you guys. You already have it. Check your emails. Don't just be talking all this smack because it's going to rile all of us up. And don't act bakayaro to all of us. We are going to get pissed. We are going to get mad. How dare you deny everything I already said? How many constitutions you break? All of them. Are you in America? Are you in the Kingdom of Hawaiian Islands? Well, you broke every single constitution, every single goddamn law. So stop pretending stupid.
We're talking about
You're already on
Quishne's
RICO.
complaint.
Yes. There's already federal fraud. And I already emailed you all about the complaints. Ralph's, Keone's, and Peter's. Read the goddamn thing. So I don't got to repeat myself. I already sent it to the DOJ. And you guys should read exactly what I complained about and sent them. You only get 500 words to complain about, just so y'all know. And here's the record numbers for everybody. I already put it on Facebook. It's already online. It's already on email. And we're live now. The DOJ record number 739659, addressing every single complaint formally on the agenda. And I also sent them a second record number 739662 Zulu Foxtrot X, because I can't stand this BS kukai, and I addressed it to AG Pam Bondi twice.
Thank
and
you.
I want to see what's going to come down through the whole trickle through Donald Trump. He won't sign any more bill in Washington, D.C. to the Save America Act, which means we're playing these games back and forth between the donkeys and the elephants. I'm the chairman of my own party, Ohana Unity Party. We got Aloha Aina Party, there's Green Party, Libertarian Party, and others going down.
Thank you.
So you guys got to address all this stuff and not just blow it off because corporate counsel said so. No, I already listed every single law you broke, every single thing. That means you're running a criminal racketeering.
If you don't talk about the
organization.
complaints, you're not talking.
Yes, that is the complaints, and
Thank
they already
you.
have the emails on it. You don't need to hear me repeat everything that Ralph already filed. It's already in black and white.
Thank you.
And I'll let everyone else go because we is riled up. Aloha.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Tamara Mackay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Bravo to Pikachu. I think he did. He said a lot of what I would like to say. I am livid because the complaints that Ralph and all the other ones too, but the ones that Ralph has submitted, they show the evidence. It's not like a conspiracy being made up or it can't be verified. It's what we call the sauce. okay? It's showing the discrepancies. So the easiest thing to do, something that was already voted on in the past and then, you know, today, is to conduct this audit. It's very simple. It doesn't cost any money. And for the fact that there's two things. Dalton
Great, we're
claimed-
talking about issues, not people.
okay, I'm sorry. She said something that she keeps repeating, and because she keeps repeating it doesn't mean.
Don't mention she, mention what she said.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, of course. The envelopes that go through the post office are counted. The PIG verified that. It's absurd to keep saying that they're not counted. So the problem is that there's a discrepancy. We know there's a discrepancy, and so the counting of the actual envelopes would verify where something went wrong with the numbers. It's absurd to think that you can't conduct an audit until the 22 months are over. That's absurd. The audit is the materials are supposed to be kept so that they can be audited. The Attorney General obviously is gaslighting everybody here because everyone knows that's absurd. So this really pisses me off. You guys are just wasting time. You're waiting, you're biding your time, just like we all know. And I'm going to file a formal complaint with the DOJ as well. I think everyone on this call ought to do that because then we can get the attention that we need on this. This is utter chaos. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tamara McKay, followed by Public Trust.
Thank you. It's really challenging when we hear this conversation going on and a topic comes on and you want to be able to speak to it because you see a disservice going on. You know, Scott Nago and Mr. Ching are 100% misinterpreting the laws. Federal law, specifically 52 U.S.C. 2070-01, requires that election records and ballots shall be retained and preserved for 22 months following a federal election. The purpose of this law is to ensure that those records remain available if questions arise regarding election. You don't hold on to them for 22 months because you want to count the votes immediately, because if there's discrepancy, then that person, if the votes turn out to go into the opposition, then they can take the seat that they were elected in. That is common sense, folks. And then to preserve does not mean prohibition of review. Basically, holding on for 22 months is a suppression of transparency and valid and vote. It's basically voter suppression, and it doesn't allow for a fair elections. That's exactly what it does. If ballots cannot be examined during the 22 months, the entire process of preservation law would be defeated because investigations and election contests would be impossible. Hawaii law similarly requires election materials to be preserved under Hawaii Revised Statutes 11-168. Again, it's an intent to preserve, not concealment. And when interpretation is used to prevent examination of ballots in the face of discrepancy, it becomes suppression of the truth, transparency, and public's confidence of fair election. What I am concerned about is this continued direction of the suppression for 22 months and misinterpretation of the laws is violating Civil Rights Act. And you could open up the state of Hawaii Office of Elections to a civil rights violation class action lawsuit by candidates, by other political platforms and the citizens, which I probably would encourage everybody to consider, as well as taking the recordings of this meeting right now, where it is recorded for the suppression of 22 months before you can't count the ballots. It's absolutely ridiculous. We need national attention again to this. And it just creates a huge legal exposure. under Hawaii Revised Statutes 11-172, Federal Civil Rights Law 42 USC 1983. And I strongly encourage Scott Nago to open those ballots immediately and do the right thing. The
Thank you.
people of Hawaii deserve elections that are transparent, accountable, and beyond question. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jarek Medeiros, followed by Victoria Thompson.
Hello, Mr. Medeiros. You're muted. You're still muted.
hear me
There you
now?
go. There you go.
All right, thank you guys. Holy smoke, man, what's going on today? Like, I thought we were getting somewhere. But anyway, I support their complaints from A to E. I support it, you know, but I have a concern that I just witnessed on this meeting to do with Mr. Osterkamp. Now, you know, like, we're trying to get stuff done. Not once I ever seen Ralph yell at anybody. And here Mr. Osterkamp comes in this to this meeting and he just joins us and he starts yelling and demanding stuff out here. And that's no way for a commissioner to be acting.
Let's not talk about people about issues. Like
Well,
Cushing's
this is the
complaint.
issue. This is the issue. The issue is right here, right? Right here. We're trying to get things done.
Yeah.
He's gaslighting Ralph. He's gaslighting the public. This is the issue. It's a big issue. It's a problem. You know, like, how long do you, these guys, it's only obvious that they don't want us to get the real answers. You know, like, it's frustrating, man. Like, come on. One vote. If one vote cannot be cast, that's a violation. We're talking 19,042, Mr. Osterkamp. I never see you provide any evidence of what you're trying to say. You're going against Ralph. You had an opportunity to when you was doing the pig for Hawaii Island, but you failed in that. Because you failed, they had to reassign this mission to Dylan and the rest of the crew that put up that pig this morning. Unbelievable job they did. And everything that you said while you were in charge was a lie. Because they just showed us the truth this morning. So yeah, you gotta walk lightly, Mr. Osterkamp, man. You're supposed to just get in there, listen to the people. Okay, let's go, man. Let's keep this thing moving. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Victoria Thompson, followed by Sherilyn Wells.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, sir. What
We
rule
have
am
all
I not?
commissioners turn on their camera.
And they should be alone too, Dylan, but that's okay. Please turn your cameras on. Next testifier.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, what rule am I not following?
All the commissioners are supposed to have their cameras on.
I'm in the bathroom.
Please, can we have the next testifier?
Aloha.
Aloha.
So, commissioners, and I appreciate Commissioner Sabas's concern with violating laws, rules, codes. Hawaii Revised Statutes 3-177-762 helps with that. Also, pursuant to section 11-1.6, Chief Elections Officer is the individual appointed by the Elections Commission. You have the power to make the change given to you by the people to represent the people. I could go through the whole statute and all of the rules, but the counting of the ballots should have actually been done by the 25th of November of 2024, because the election was certified 5 days prior, 20th of November, and it shouldn't have been certified until after the 25th of November, and contest was filed for that. So pursuant to our rules laws, we should have actually done this almost 2 years ago. So 22 months is way overdue, and it is to make sure that it is available for us to count. We should be there, we should be counting. Let's hold our elections commissioner accountable. And this is his job. He gets paid to do this. This is his job. We shouldn't have to ask. It should just be done. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Sherilyn Wells, followed by Michelle Stefanik.
Mahalo. I'm going to make this super simple. This is a direct quote from the federal law constraints on post-election audits, a Department of Justice guidance document published July 28th, 2021. Federal law imposes additional constraints with which every jurisdiction must comply. And it says it provides information. This is enforced by the DOJ. Jurisdictions must ensure that if they conduct post-election ballot examinations, they also continue to comply with the retention and preservation requirements of Section 301. So, retention, preservation, and ballot examination can be simultaneous. So if one can do that, how can you make any argument for a 22-month period of sealing them, since retention and preservation mandates are the specific 22-month period? I'm sorry, but our state AG is very wrong on this, as this document makes exceedingly clear. Scott Nagle is wrong. This is a stalling delay tactic. And Tamara was totally right in everything that she said. If we continue down this path, Nago suppressing, sealing the records, it makes him guilty of concealment as per U.S. Code 52, Section 20702. And what can I say? Bring in the feds if you guys can't pull it together. It's time. It's past time for this nonsense to stop.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Can you turn my camera back on? You've got me blocked. Okay, so first I want to make one thing clear that a lot of people are not, I don't think, realizing. We keep saying the Attorney General. It is not the Attorney General who is giving us this recommendation. It's the Deputy Attorney General who works in the office of the Attorney General. If any of y'all were on the last meeting, y'all might remember where he said that it was his opinion. It was not the whole office of the Attorney General's opinion. So that's when they were going to go back and ask for something official in writing from the office of the Attorney General. And then he came back and he said, oh, well, that might take a while. We might not be able to get that very quickly. It would take longer than 2 weeks, maybe longer than till the next meeting. So this opinion that Mr. Chang is giving us is only his opinion. And to my knowledge, I haven't seen anything in writing. He said he gave it to y'all, but it wasn't I didn't see it in the notes. I don't see anything in writing saying that it cannot be opened. Second, if an election has the ability to be contested by anybody, how in the world could it be contested if you can't look at the ballots or look at the envelopes? You have to be able to contest an election. That's so ridiculous that you can think that you can't contest it for 22 months. What good is that? What good is that? This is absolutely ridiculous. I would like to go back to also the pig report that was identified in the very beginning of this meeting, where it shows that there is discrepancies And there was things not done according to how they should have been done. There was miscounts. So I say we need to be able to, it was already voted on to do this audit. Thank you. To do the audit. We just need to get it done. And this whole thing of saying that you can't look at the envelopes, that we're not even saying open up the envelopes. We're saying count the envelopes. You have to be able to challenge an election without opening up that box that holds them. You can't challenge it. And you can't tell me that you can't challenge an election for 22 months. The person potentially who's in office could have just served for 22 months fraudulently. With that, I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Austin Martin.
You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Jamie Detweiler. First of all, I support both of Ralph's complaints that he submitted to the Office of Elections. And this really ties into what we're talking about here. It's that element of collusion between the Office of Elections and our legislators. You know, I have gone to several of the hearings pertaining to elections bills. I was present in Senator Rhodes' hearing, as well as testified online on several of these bad election bills. They're really repugnant to the Constitution and to our rights. And a lot of it is to protect the chief elections officer and anybody else involved in organizing and running the election system. I would also like to debunk what Chief Election Officer Nago said earlier about the audit of District 37. I'll tell you what the timeline is. I submitted my complaint and request for an audit in November of 2022. This commission finally, or the commission back then, finally approved it 15 months after my request. That request never was responded to. And I've talked about that before, countless times. And then when it was decided and voted on by the commission 15 months in, the only reason why the actual audit was conducted after 22 months is because Mr. Nago requested for that extension because we had an upcoming election in 2024. And I was asked to opine on this, and I said, yes, that's reasonable. Please conduct it after, which the Office of Elections did. And that exceeded the 22 months. Additionally, the commission was asked to preserve the records beyond the 22-month requirement because of Mr. Nago's request to extend the audit conducting. So I wanted to clarify that and debunk what he said. Yes, it was conducted after 22 months, but because he requested, it was approved on month 15. So let's get the facts straight here.
Thank you.
It is doable. And Tamara McKay laid it out very clearly. And so did other previous testifiers. They articulated the law to the T. Remember now, we have to follow the rule of law, or else you're going to be held accountable for this, for your actions. I yield.
Thank you, Jamie.
The next testifier is Austin Martin.
Aloha, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Austin Martin, chairman of the Libertarian Party of Hawaii, and I sit on the Libertarian National Committee as a member for Region 1. You know, we have some pretty dysfunctional politics that happens at the National Libertarian Special Parliamentary Olympics. It's really magical.
We're talking about Kushney's complaints, please.
Yeah, I think I'm going to get to that. It's my public
please
comment.
start there.
I
Please
assure
make your
you
points
that it
first.
is germane. I assure you it's germane, sir. I noticed that in the course of dealing with these complaints, that there may be a significant conflict of interest that emerged during this very meeting where Mr. Ching admitted to having an attorney-client relationship with you, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Chair, do you have a personal attorney-client privilege with the Deputy Attorney General over there?
He said we did.
Yeah, he did, didn't
So
he?
the answer is yes.
So don't you think that would create a pretty significant conflict of interest for him advising the committee on matters that might be adverse to your interests personally?
I have no personal interest here.
You want
Other
to
than
ask Mr. Ching?
Continue with the meeting.
Let's ask Mr. Ching. What does he think? There's plenty of lawyers watching, so they'll see what his answer is. They already know.
You're talking about Cushnie's complaints?
I'm pretty certain this is actually referenced explicitly in one of those, but I'm not trying to get into the weeds with the dirty details and the contents here, since this is directly relevant to the meeting, sir. You want to ask Mr. Ching? If you got a personal attorney-client privilege with him, that's weird, man. That's not how it works. I don't have a personal relationship with LNC General Counsel. I don't have a personal relationship with any attorney that's associated with my organization, because that would be weird, right? Be a conflict of interest about what's in the best interest of the organization versus what's in my personal best interests. So I would be an irresponsible and dirty looking leader if I decided to ignore that and say the hell with that. And I think it was really amazing, and it's a blessing from God that you guys were sloppy enough to have that exchange right here in public. We all got to see you and hear it. And it's being live streamed, and there's people from all over the country watching, and your coordinated misconduct is transparent. People are not as stupid as you guys are assuming. They can see that you're throwing out meaningless objections and jargon in order to achieve a political goal. And in this case, it's protecting the people responsible for not complying with the law at all costs. And that much is clear, I think, even if you were a child. So just so you know, it's very transparent. You may not be arrested yet, but I mean, dude, you should lawyer up. And I don't think Mr. Ching is a good choice for your personal lawyer. It'd be really, really disturbing if that's how that goes down.
Thank you for your advice.
Yes, sir. I'm not a lawyer, so I wouldn't take my advice except maybe to ask Mr. Ching.
The next testifier is Keone Payton, followed by Tora Malia.
You're muted, Keone. There you go.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to let everybody know, you know how you can tell Jeffrey Osterkamp is lying? God took away his
Not
lips. He has
people.
no
We're
lips.
talking about Cushnie's
Jesus
complaints.
took away his lips, and that's how you know
We're
he's lying.
talking about Cushnie's complaints, please.
He was not blessed with lips because
Wait.
we
Not
all
talking
knew he was going to
people.
be a liar.
We're talking issues. If you mention
Nobody thinks
Osterkamp
that's
again,
weird.
I'm going to
Jeffrey
cut you
Osterkamp
off.
has no lips.
If you mention Osterkamp again, I'm going to cut you off.
Osterkamp.
Next,
Osterkamp,
please.
Osterkamp.
The next testifier is Tara Malia, followed by Bruce Yoakum.
Well, just give me 1 second. All right.
Okay.
Mahalo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. All right. Let me gather myself here. All right. So yes, I'm in support of the claims that have been filed by Mr. Ralph Cushnie. I do want to talk about a couple of things that were brought up during the last conversation. I definitely stand on Tamara Mackay, Michelle, Jamie Detweiler regarding the law. It's just so odd that the people that are law-abiding, law-studying, law-standing buying people are the non-lawyers that are on this call. It's kind of nuts. But under the Help America Vote Act, specifically 52 U.S.C. 21081, the federal law requires that voting systems produce a permanent paper record capable of manual audit. In other words, elections must be capable of verification. So audits and verification go together. That timeline wasn't honored in 2024 like it was spoken of before. So additionally, the National Voter Registration Act under 52 U.S.C. 2507I requires that state maintains and make available for the public inspection records related to voter registration, list maintenance, and election administration. that is not being abided by on this call, and it's been refused by Mr. Nago. And at the state level, Hawaii revised statutes, we've been over this 11-174.5, it requires that ballots and election materials be preserved for 22 months following a federal election, with the intention of said audit that was just spoken above regarding voter rolls. So now we're painting the picture of a timeline. The timeline wasn't honored in 2024, yet we're here in 2026, yet now there wants to be an interpretation of the law that is honored when it was not honored to begin with. The concern before the commission is really this, it's straightforward. If the ballots were certified without verifiable documentation demonstrating the counting process, the auditability of the election, and the chain of custody of those ballots, then the public has a legitimate question about whether these statutory requirements have been satisfied. So this commission does exist as the oversight body for the chief elections officer. He has not done his job. He is not doing his duty. It's exactly why the Department of Justice is already investigating him. It's exactly why there's Ninth Circuit Court hearings as we speak regarding his actions or inactions. So we need to ensure that the election administration complies with both federal and state law. I would like to please put into the arena that Scott Nagle will not be with us very long. And on this day, we figure out who are the next people in line to make these decisions. And I will move, as Papalumu did, that we figure out today who is next in line to make these decisions, because Mr. Nago is not going to be around for much longer. So mahalo for the time to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Bruce Yoakum.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to speak again. I can't believe this commission is just going in circles again. I mean, Ralph's common sense want to get to the bottom of what happened. And I'm not mentioning names, but there's some of you that just keep stonewalling. I don't get it. I don't know. I've been accused of being a conspiracy theorist before, but I'm wondering if your role in this movie is to wake people up and piss them off to the point where they fight back. If that's the case, it's working because people are getting pissed. And we want to get to the bottom of it. If that's not the case, then you must be truly evil people that are trying to hide the truth. What are you trying to hide? I mean, not accusing anybody, but are you getting paid? Do you have an agenda? I mean, what's going on? It doesn't make sense to me. So if that's the case, then the feds will be catching up with you soon. That's all I got. I yield.
Thank you, Bruce.
The next testifier is Jennifer Coblon.
Yeah, at least fuck. The feds are gonna.
Hello?
Hello, you're on.
Okay, hi. I just like to clarify, the commission is supposed to be above Scott Nagle. They're responsible for his hiring, his firing, etc. So if the commission voted for something to be done, doesn't Scott Nagle have to comply with what you ask, or his removal is at stake, or his position is at stake? Why are we going back and forth when the commission has already voted to do an audit of the envelopes, count the envelopes? That's it. That's all we want. The commission has voted. It should just be done. I yield.
Thank you. Next agenda item is Mr. Berniger. You're in-house. Would you care to comment on your ECC 255-017?
We didn't move on yet, Chair. We're still on that item.
We were on the item and then we got public testimony. That's the end of the item.
I have a question for Mr. Ching.
Do you have a motion to make?
Yes.
And you can ask Mr. Ching later. On to Mr. Berniger.
I have a motion. I move to get a written opinion from the Attorney General Ann Lopez on the 22-month rule and whether or not we can inspect, or Mr. Nago or anyone could look at the records within 22 months. So Mr. Ching is a low-level guy. Huh?
Is there a second? Okay, the motion was to ask Ann Lopez, the Attorney General, of the opinion on the 22-month holding period for ballots.
For a written opinion.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Ching is clearly not interpreting the law correctly. And by saying that you and him have attorney-client privilege, that disproves it, that he's not being honest with the
Wait. You're reaching
and the public.
conclusions that are unsubstantiated. We're asking for a written opinion from Ann Lopez.
Right.
That's, that's the motion.
So my question is, so given that the
motion
Deputy
is
Attorney
to
General,
ask Ann Lopez.
this is my discussion, so it's my time. Could you let me talk?
As
So
long as you
given that
discuss the motion.
the Deputy Attorney General's office represents the Chief Elections Officer while also advising the commission while we are investigating the Chief Elections Officer, how does your office avoid a conflict of interest between defending the Chief Elections Officer and advising the commission in its oversight role? So there's no line between him defending the Scott Nago and advising us. So right now,
That's why your motion is for a written opinion from Ann Lopez. We're
Yes.
talking about the written opinion.
That's what I'm asking.
Is there any other discussion regarding the written opinion? Ms. Papalimu?
Oh, I think that's brilliant. I was going to make a motion for that because I think it should come from the Attorney General, because he is saying to us that it is his opinion. It is
Thank you.
not the AG's.
Dylan, you had your hand up?
So I do think.
Why are you
that's
cutting her off?
Because she spoke in favor of the motion of getting a written opinion from Ann Lopez. That's the motion. Dylan, what you got?
I didn't have my hand up, but I'll be voting yes for this motion.
Okay. Okay, I'll ask for a roll call on this one.
Okay, Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Opana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion passes.
Okay, now we're on to Mr. Berniger. Mr.
Um,
Berniger, you're in-house.
Here, I'd like to make an amendment.
Sorry,
We've
we're
got one more
we're on
motion.
Mr. Berniger at this point in the agenda.
No, we want to
Mr.
make sure the
Berniger,
letter gets
would
sent
you
out.
please comment?
Chair Curtis, I'd like to.
You're out of order.
What?
Mr.
Here.
Berniger is up.
Point of order, Chair.
You
What
have to let a
rule
commissioner
am
make
I
a
not
motion, Chair.
following?
Chair, point of order.
What rule am I not following?
1.4.
What is that rule?
It's every commissioner, everyone's entitled to representation to speak. And now you're moving on before we're done discussing this item. So I would like the
We were
letters-
done discussing it before
No,
we
we're
had
not,
public
Chair.
comment. Now we're on Mr. Berniger. Mr.
Who's
Berniger,
sending a
would you
letter
care
to the,
to
who's
comment
sending a letter
on
to
your
the
complaint?
AG?
You're out of order, Ralph. You're out of order, Ralph.
I
Lindsay.
appeal the ruling of the chair.
Lindsay, did you have something?
Well, yes, the public testifies first, then we get to discuss. Isn't that the way it goes?
It was supposed to be, we did it backwards on the last two items, Kushney's complaints.
Who's going to send a letter to the AG? We need to establish that. Are you going to mail a letter to the AG, Chair?
We'll forward the minutes to the AG requesting a letter. And we'll also have Mr. Cheng's here, so he'll ask her for clarification. But he shared that it would probably take a while for her to get around to it. Now, can we move on to Mr. Berniger? Mr. Berniger, you have a complaint. I saw you online previously. It's KCC-017, Mr. Berniger. He was here.
He's there.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay, please, Mr. Berniger, would you care to comment on your complaint?
Yes, I filed a HAVA complaint to and against the chief election officer of Hawaii. He sent a letter to me stating or claiming that he doesn't have jurisdiction to hear it. That's not true. So then I filed I'll call it a petition. It is a complaint, but to the election commission here to force or direct or order your chief election officer to implement a state plan for HAVA. And the way HAVA works is it's a federal act. If the state or the state election office accepts federal HAVA monies, it's mandatory that the state of Hawaii has a state plan to implement the federal HAVA. Well, Hawaii doesn't have a plan that's in compliance. And it was written, I believe, in December 10th of 2004, when HAVA was passed in late 2002. And in that plan, which is on the election office's website, it specifically admits it's not in compliance with 9 issues. So it says, are you in compliance with this issue? And it says not in compliance. And it keeps going right down the list. That's on page 41 and 42 of the state plan from 2004. So that plan alone, which is on the website of your election officer, admits it's not in compliance. Well, again, I'm back to if you take the HAVA monies, which the state of Hawaii has of over $30 million, it's $30.1 million to date, you must have a state implementation plan. And this gets worse for your election officer because he has been falsely certifying to the federal government every year, which he must do, that he has to sign off on a document certifying to the federal EAC that you do have a state plan that's in compliance. So he's been falsely certifying official federal government documents to the federal government. And you guys are taking the money on top of it, and you can't take the money unless you have a plan in compliance. So that's why I filed this complaint to the commission, because your election officer wrote it off. And it's also disturbing to me is he was asked last month at the monthly meeting, do you have a state plan that's in compliance? And he outright lied. He said, no, I think it is. And I don't have the exact words. I mean, you can go back on the video and look. But he stated that you have a state plan in compliance. No, you don't. And you can look up your own plan on your own website, and it says not in compliance multiple times. So he's lying to the federal government in writing on a certification to the federal EAC. That's a felony. And each time he did it is a felony. And I'm not making this up. Anybody can go verify it. And Mr. Ching, I think you better go read the law again, because back on that 22-month retention statute, that's a floor. That's not a ceiling. That permits anybody with authorization, including your state election commission, and including your county clerks, to go in and conduct audits or reviews or whatever they need to do. That's the whole purpose of that 22-month retention plan. So that's my testimony. I believe that the commission should make a motion or however your procedures go to force your election officer to get in compliance with the federal HAVA plan. That's my testimony.
Thank you. I'll open this complaint up to public comment.
Chair, there are no testifiers. Actually, the first testifier is Michelle Stefanik, followed by Tammy Ash Perkins.
Thank you. You're muted. There you go.
All right. I'm Michelle Stefanik. Thank you for letting me testify again. In regards to this complaint, I agree with everything that's in the complaint. I've read it, and I also am requesting that the commission go with the relief that is requested, which states complaint respectfully requests that the commission docket this complaint for the commission action, which is done. It's on this meeting. Order the respondents to produce the currently operative HAVA state plan, including all amendments and supporting materials, identifying adoption dates and public notice and comment history. C was require respondents to certify and document compliance. according to 52 USC 21112, including the text of the complaint, procedures, and proof of required safeguards and timelines, so forth and so on. There's more. I won't go through and read it all, but this just goes again with I'm just baffled. I'm sorry by how this meeting has gone. And I hope that this complaint does not just get shoved aside like evidently Anne Marie's has gotten done, because there's no remedy to that one. To my knowledge, y'all did not vote to send it to the DOJ. So what's the remedy for hers? I hope this one has a remedy to it and not just filed away. And with that, I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tammy Ash Perkins, followed by Shelby Billionaire.
Thank you. You know, I am here today because public confidence in our elections depends on one simple principle. The rule of law must apply to everyone, including those who administer elections. Federal law sets clear standards for how election records must be preserved and how election processes must be conducted. For example, 52 USC 20701 requires that election officials retain and preserve all records and papers relating to federal elections for 22 months in order to verify that that election procedure and all the procedures were followed. Additionally, federal protections, also under 52 USC 10101, and related statutes safeguard the integrity of the voting process and prohibit actions that undermine lawful election administration. These laws are not optional guidelines. They are binding legal requirements designed to protect voters and ensure transparency. If there is any indication that required procedures were not followed, whether regarding records, ballot handling, or audit transparency, this commission has a duty to address it openly and responsibly. I am not here to accuse individuals. I'm only here to remind this body of its legal and ethical obligation. When questions arise about compliance with federal law, the proper response is not silence or deflection. It is review, transparency, and when appropriate, referral to the proper authorities for an independent examination. Public trust is fragile right now. It cannot be restored with assurances alone. It requires demonstrable adherence to the law and accountability when the law is not followed. I respectfully urge this commission to review the relevant federal statutes, ensure full compliance with record, retention, and election transparency requirements, and take corrective action where necessary. Scott Nago should be ashamed of himself. And you know, the people of the state deserve nothing less than election conduct and elections that are conducted fully within the law and open to verification. And thank you for your time. I yield.
Thank you, Tammy.
The next testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Sherilyn Wells.
Hello guys, Pikachu Shelby Billionaire back. So I want to appreciate Peter and everyone on this list. To me, they're superheroes who are willing to take the courage, the honor to risk their life, put their money in the bank, because you can't file this stuff for free when you're filing lawsuits and complaints. It's $365 in Honolulu County. It's $165 to take anyone to the Supreme Court. So that's how it works in Hawaii, but there's a hustle going on because of this minor bickering. The Hawaiians already have the issue with fighting with each other. So we're not trying to get this. And that's why I have issues with you guys. pointing fingers at each other. We're never going to get stuff done at this attitude. And if you guys are complaining, who's going to send a letter to the AG? I already sent a letter and I emailed you guys again. While you guys are bickering and arguing, I've already done it. And I sent a copy to all of you guys already. Check your emails again and read the black and white. Not only did I only send it to the DOJ with the 2 records, I guess, in the last testimony, I sent it to AG Ann Lopez, and I sent another one to AG Pam Bondi. I got 2 AGs already sent to email, and I sent a copy for you guys for the full disclosure. I'm not trying to hide anything behind you guys. It's full transparency, plain in black and white. We can read English. We also have AI. We can translate multiple languages. So you guys acting like we dumb, we stupid, but I already listed all the laws. And thanks for Peter, because I didn't know what HAVA was at first, to Help America Voters Act. So I'm learning a lot as we're going through this. And that's what they list every single complaint, every single law you breaking, because I had to summarize everyone's complaint, and that's how I wrote it in my journal. So whether you try to lie, deny, everything I said to you guys is already on the public record. I sent it to the AG, we sent it to DOJ, both AGs, and I also sent it to my reps. Because I live in Y9 96792, all this emails, all this video has already gone to my senators up there, Senator Samantha DeCourt, Rep. Darius Keela, Rep. Chris Moroka, Senator Kurt Favela, and Rep. Shimizu. I called him to make sure his staff was going to be on this call. He's busy doing the capital stuff, but his staff is watching right now. So all of them know the laws you're breaking, because I already emailed every single copy of every single law you're breaking. So you cannot play, I don't know, I'm dumb, no, it's not me, I didn't break the law. Ignorance of the law does not excuse you of the law. That's how you get sent to jail. And when the judge tries to judge you, oh, I didn't know. That don't work. Negligence, malfeasance, and all that stuff we listed, the HAVA, all those laws, all the constitutions, you guys got to do something about it, because otherwise it's going to go street style, and they're going to sue with already lawsuits. They're already filed, and it's going to be more personal. They'll be personally liable for malfeasance, negligence, and personal liability. If we got to lawyer up and get the bar attorney, file a class action lawsuit, that's where we're going to go, or we can file individually. I'm not a guy trying to tell you what to do, but all these people filed official complaints, including Carl Dix and everyone else who filed. We're ready to file and sue again for multi-millions of dollars. We're not just going to pass this off and you're not going to audit for 22 months. That's bullshit. It doesn't say you can't open the boxes to go check on the voter fraud. Scott Nagel's denying the fact that it's going to be a cover-up. It should be an independent audit. You can't have the Fox go raid their hen house and check how many eggs there are. That's kukai, and you guys know it. So do the right thing and believe in God, not Satan. Aloha.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Sherilyn Wells, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Aloha, commissioners. Now, unless I'm mistaken, I think you just had several felonies spelled out for you. Now, you do know that you are legally responsible for Scott Nago. And in the testimony that I sent in to you a few days ago, March the 9th, I ended by saying that your obligations upon learning of election officer felonies are to take action to restore legal consequences for criminal behavior. That means you hold Scott accountable. You can begin by firing him. In order to avoid these additional commission-centric crimes, in other words, things you become guilty of, which is misprision of felony, becoming accessory after the fact, obstruction of justice. I'm sure there are many other legal terms that a well-versed attorney could add to that. I'm trying to tell you, you need to start getting very serious about your oversight role. And we have watched Scott Nago commit felony after felony for far too long with no consequences. And that time is coming to an end. Mahalo.
Thank you, Ms. Wells.
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Tara Malia.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Peter Berenager's report or complaint, I read it. I also started reading some complaint. I believe it was a petition for Colorado, and there's a bunch more. I've been following him for a while now on X, and imagine my delight when he popped into our election commissions and, you know, threw the spotlight on what's been happening for the last several years. So all I wanted to say was thank you, Peter. And yeah, I think you guys are going to need to lawyer up. That's all. Bye.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Keone Payton, followed by Tamara Mackay.
Mr. Payton. Oh, lost him.
Okay. The next testifier is Tamara Mackay, followed by Jennifer Cobuan.
Thank you. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Since I've been recognized to have the floor, per Robert's Rules of Order, I am entitled to a point of inquiry so that I can make an appropriate statement. So my point of inquiry is Mr. Ching an attorney as well as any commissioners? Are they active attorneys?
Yes. We're talking
Thank you.
about Mr. Berninger's complaint. Yes.
Yeah, it's all relevant, and I think it's also relevant to the topics that we've been addressing today as well. And I feel it's very important to share as a concerned citizen and taxpayer of the state of Hawaii. Okay, with that being said, I just wanted to say that knowing that these individuals are acting attorneys, that attorneys are held to a higher professional standard when it comes to the interpretation and application of the law. Lawyers in Hawaii are governed by the Hawaii Rules of Professional Conduct. And one of the reasons why I'm testifying with this is because it's applicable to the submissions, as well as I want to ensure that in case there's any doubt that this is for the record, that later ignorance cannot be used in place of knowledge. So the Hawaii Rules of Professional Conduct, specifically Rule 8.4, any attorney should be very well aware of that, which are enforced by the Hawaii Supreme Court through the Office of Disciplinary Counsel of Hawaii. Under rules such as Hawaii Professional Conduct 8.4, it is considered professional misconduct for a lawyer to engage in dishonesty, misinterpretation, or conduct that is prejudicial to the administration of justice. That means attorneys serving on public commissions have a responsibility to ensure that the legal interpretations they present to the body are accurate and not used to obstruct lawful processes. If an attorney knowingly advances an incorrect interpretation of the law in order to prevent lawful oversight, transparency, or the enforcement of election statutes, that could raise serious professional ethics. Attorneys are accountable not only to the commission, but also to the disciplinary authority of the Hawaii Supreme Court and the Office Disciplinary Council. Public officials who are attorneys must remember that their professional license carries obligations beyond politics or procedure. Their duty is first to the rule of law, to integrity and the legal system. And the people of Hawaii deserve decisions that are grounded in accurate legal interpretation, transparency, and accountability. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jennifer Cobuan, followed by Victoria Thompson.
Hi, this is Jennifer Cobuan. I'd just like to thank Peter Berninger for his input in this situation. And I believe all of you commissioners should really take note, because if the state of Hawaii is receiving money from the federal government, which is our taxpayer money, and Scott Nago is not in compliance with what he says he is in order to receive that money, then it is a very scary place for you all to be defending Scott Nago. I suggest, and I agree with the previous testifiers, that you as commissioners should take some action in holding Scott Nago accountable if he is not complying with what he said he is, because the money has already been taken, spent. Do you guys even know? So thank you once again, Mr. Berninger, for your input. And I hope that as a commission, you take this complaint seriously and you look into it, because you might be all liable in the end if you do nothing with Scott Nago. I yield.
Thank you, Jen.
The next testifier is Victoria Thompson, followed by Tara Malia.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Thank you for being here. It's been a long day for all of us. I did want to highlight that whenever ballots are removed, and this has to do with Berninger as well as previous agenda items, are removed from storage, the handling of the ballots shall be witnessed by not less than 2 representatives who are not of the same political party or official observers. elections officials and counting center officials shall certify and conduct the results. This has all been previously stated. I just know because we have new people in here that not everybody knows. Hawaii Code 3-177-762. Having a business degree and HR management experience, if I had an employee who had cost me as much money as Mr. Nago has cost us, I would be letting him go. He has had fair warning. He has continued to incur cost and is threatening our company, which is our elections, millions of dollars. So the 74 cents per envelope is going to be minuscule considering these lawsuits, when it can actually be resolved by this commission, because the commission employs the elections commissioner, and the elections commissioner is essentially like the president. They can move this stuff along or they can drag their feet. So if we can have somebody to move this along, I highly encourage our elections commission to move on this, because we're running out of time. We have lawsuits coming. We already know the federal government is involved. And do we really want to be here in a year? I don't think we do. So I implore you to use your power, again, that the people have given you. You're the commission. You do not need permission, because you have been given the power by the people. So we hold them accountable to us, and you are doing that for us. So I appreciate you. Thank you. Mahalo.
Thank you for
I
your
yield.
testimony.
The next testifier is Tara Malia, followed by Susan Strom.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, Tara Malia Gregory once again. Mahalo for the time to speak. I am in full support and in compliance with what Mr. Bernegger has presented. He's been getting on these calls a lot, and we are so grateful as the people of Hawaii that someone is listening to us. And it is a shame that it's not our own elections commission, and it's not everyone, it's some people. I do want to bring up that this is such a great segue into action steps like the previous testifier did speak on, because once again, I just want to bring up, about a week and a half ago, I was standing in front of Chair Tarnas, and we were speaking of what the Attorney General's intentions are regarding voters and voter elections and ballots in the state of Hawaii. And I want to be on record in bringing this to light, that the Attorney General's office specifically said that they are attempting to insert laws, Hawaii revised statutes, stacked above NRVA and HAVA. That means everything that we've spoken about and exactly what Mr. Bernegger spoke to, and actually the SAVE Act as well, that our own Attorney General's office is on record stating that there are laws that they do not want to abide by, and they are attempting not only to be in collusion with voter suppression by taking off the ability for United States citizens to lawfully be the people that are put as a priority as voters. They are stacking laws to prevent the United States citizens and the residents of Hawaii to have precedence in the elections. And that should be known and well documented. And that's why today would be a fantastic day for this commission to want to separate themselves from anything having to do with Scott Nago or the Attorney General's office. So help you God. Mahalo for the time to speak.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Austin Martin.
Aloha, and you wonder why we're livid. They're just the subversive attempts by the same predictable members of certain members of this commission, and then Scott Nago and the Deputy AG, the 22-month hanging on to that to stall at any progress. It's unconscionable. Not voting, voting in opposition to the will of the people every time a vote comes up is unconscionable. The fact that one of the HEC commissioners had the audacity to call Mr. Berniger a charlatan when he is clearly quoting and revealing rule of law only serves to illustrate cronyism. And why isn't he called into question by the chair? Why this resistance and this pushback? You know, it suggests that obviously there's something to hide here. When we have, you know, politicians who are selected into office, and that's how critical this is, selected rather than elected. And that's why we want accountability and transparency, you know, rather than lawfully elected, then these politicians that are brought in, you know, are committing themselves to laws, mandates, and statutes, some of them as a result that can become crimes against the people. And then we're looking at even higher crimes, such as treason, sedition, misprision of justice. I mean, this is not small stuff. This is critical, life-changing, life-affecting, you know, issues here. So yeah, this is not taken lightly, and this has to be addressed, and it has to be addressed now, not next week, not next month, and we put it off and we put it off. And I can't understand wanting to hang on to such a liability as Scott Nago at this point, and anyone that is in collusion with backing up his 22-month or anything just to slow down the process. You know what we want, you know what we're asking for. Let's just get some momentum here. Let's make this meeting something pivotal for a change. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Austin Martin.
Aloha again. Thank you for having me. I'll keep it short this time. I just wanted to offer, if there's anybody watching who is thinking that like what you're hearing, you probably have sensed that it's not really the full story. You know, on the left, they think that everybody on the right, or previously they said it was all about the 2020 election and they were mad about losing that. That's really not the case anymore. This is about so much more. And for me, it never was. I actually helped to author a bill that would stop Trump from invading Hawaii and mobilizing our own National Guard against our governor's wishes. I don't particularly like Josh Green. I don't think he was legitimately elected, but thank goodness there's, you know, good things that can still be done even in the meantime. And I guess there's silver linings in all situations, right? I'm not here because I care about one side or the other of your political back and forth between the two sides. I'm a libertarian and I just see things a little differently. And as a third party voice, I'm coming from a place where I've been shocked. You know, it's not equal. This is not just a bickering back and forth between two parties. There is one group that is associated with one party, and they are fighting tooth and nail to prevent any accountability or negative consequences from happening to their team, despite pretty obvious evidence of foul play. And you know, as a third party voice, we have a much more difficult pathway to actually getting a voice in the legislature. And it's not surprising that we face so much just despondency in how people view the elections, and those who aren't registered to vote. Many of them are literally just disenfranchised because even without being a subject matter expert, they can look at the situation, they can look at situations like this, and they can immediately know it's rigged. Yeah, it's rigged. So yeah, I think that it's just a little bit ridiculous to sit here and to take that seriously. And I don't want to take up too much time. I know part of the reason we do so much redundancy on this is because there's a desire to stall these things out. But I really hope that you guys will kind of search your conscience and realize that what you're doing isn't just attacking Republicans. It isn't just affecting your political opposition that you want to hurt. It's affecting everybody and our ability to participate in democratic processes in the first place, which is a travesty. So I'm not saying everybody here who's demanding election integrity is related to Trump. And I hope you don't think that either. Because people like me are evidence that that is absolute political sand in your eyes. And the question is, who put that sand in your eyes? And who doesn't have lips?
Thank you.
There are no further testifiers, Chair.
Do the commissioners care to comment and make any motions on
Hi,
Mr.
Chair.
Berninger's complaint?
Hi, Chair.
Yes.
Quickly, I'll just note that this individual has an active pending case against both the Commission, the Office of Elections, as well as other defendants that relate to this. So my recommendation would be defer any decision making on this, given the pending litigation, until the litigation is resolved.
Thank you. Mr. Ching. Are there any other comments on
Yes,
Mr.
Chair.
Brinegar? Yes, Barbara Dalton.
Can I move to defer as Deputy Attorney General Ching has recommended?
You certainly can. Barbara moved to defer discussion of Mr. Brinegar's complaint until after the courts are settled. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Osterkamp, any comments on the move to defer under the advice of DAG Ching? Ralph, you
Chair.
have your hand up.
Could you have Raymond pull up the HAVA plan, the state of Hawaii HAVA plan? So we can look at it on page 41 and 42.
Could you display page 41 and 42 of, well, the motion on the floor is to defer discussion on this. And it's been moved and seconded, so the motion
Commissioner
is to
Kushner, you
defer
have
discussion.
co-hosting
I think this
duties,
is
so if you
relevant to the
have
question.
It
Commissioner
is,
Kushner, you
but-
have co-hosting duties, so if you want to share your screen, you're more than welcome to.
I don't know how to do that. So the HAVA plans on the,
Wait. The
Office
motion on the floor is to
discussion.
defer discussion. Do you want to defer discussion or do you want to discuss against the advice of DAG Ching? The motion on the floor is to defer discussion until the court case is settled upon advice of DAG Ching. Is there other discussion? Lindsay, you have your hands up.
Well, yeah, for a couple things, but can we know what we're deferring?
Mr. Brinegar's complaint and discussion of it.
I understand, but the specifics of it are apparently on page 41 and 42.
And you're
What's-
welcome to look at those. Discussion has been moved to defer. We'll defer discussion on it until this motion passes or dies.
so there's no lawsuit on to the commission. So we're not involved in a lawsuit.
Call for the
The
question.
advice of DAG is to defer, and that's the motion. We're talking about the motion to defer discussion. Do you
Call
want
for the question.
anybody that wants to, the motion is to defer discussion. And the motion now is for the question. Take 6 votes to stop discussion on this motion. I would ask for a roll call on that question called, and then if we get our 6 votes, we'll vote on the motion.
Page 42, please.
No,
Out of order.
yeah, the question, I would ask for a roll call on the question to end discussion on this motion.
Commissioner Andrion,
You want to end discussion, yes or no?
No.
Commissioner Apana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
No.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
No.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
The motion does not pass.
Okay. So the motion is to defer discussion on Behringer's complaint until the court case is settled.
No discussion, Chair.
Okay, discussion. Go ahead, Ralph.
So it says right there that the HAVA plan does not meet the
The
standard.
discussion is whether to
Yeah,
defer
yeah,
this
right
or
in front
not.
of us.
We're not discussing the substance of it. We're discussing the motion to defer.
We should be asking Scott Nago if his
Do
plan.
you want to defer the motion, which that's the motion on the floor, is to defer discussion until the court case is settled upon advice of our attorney department, DAG Ching. The motion is to defer discussion.
Well,
That's
Dag Ching
what
is
we're
protecting
discussing.
Scott Nago, so I think we should discuss this and find out if we
You
do
want
have
to
a
defer
plan.
discussion or not? That's the motion on the floor.
I
I'm
do
against
not want to.
I want to
Then
discuss.
let's have a vote. I would entertain a roll call on the motion to defer discussion upon advice of DAG Ching of Mr. Behringer's complaint.
Okay. Commissioner Andrian,
No.
Commissioner Pana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
No.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
No, and sorry, didn't we just do this?
No, it
No.
was,
no.
It was the call for the
That was-
question we voted on.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Commissioner
this motion is
Osterkamp,
to defer discussion. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
No.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
The motion does not pass.
Do you have another motion, Ralph?
Yes,
No,
Chair.
it's discussion now.
That means we can
No,
discuss.
we need a
it.
motion on the floor before we discuss. Ralph, you have a motion?
Yes, I do, Chair.
Please.
Okay, I move that the Election Commission direct the Chief Elections Officer to prepare and amend a HAVA state plan fully complying with all current HAVA requirements within 60 days.
Is there a discussion? Second.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
Could you please pull up the HAVA plan again? You just had it up to the right spot so everybody can see.
It's there.
I thought it's right there.
Okay, excellent. Sorry, I gotta get it on my. Okay, so right there, it's for the procedures to determine if there's violation of any provisions of Title III, the state should provide the opportunity to remedy. So this is the biggest issue right here. Mr. Berniger filed a HAVA complaint. I filed a HAVA complaint, and the state, Scott Nago, dismissed it because he doesn't have a procedure in place. And you can see right there, it says does not meet the HAVA plan. And then it says Hawaii will institute a grievance procedure to reflect the federal requirements. So that was written in 2004, and you can read the ones below. And that's never been done. So I'm just asking for the commission to vote to direct Mr. Nago to implement a HAVA plan that is compliant with the federal requirements. Thank you.
That's a good motion. Other discussion?
I have a question for Mr. Nago. Why has this not been accomplished in 20 years?
Let's stick to the original motion.
That is the motion.
Instructing him, not why, but instructing him to comply.
This is about that. We are going to instruct him to comply, but why has he not complied in the last 20 years?
I would like to know the answer as well, please.
Okay, Scott, what's up? Scott Nago.
So
The
Chair,
question
like Dag Ching said, we are in litigation, so I will not be answering that question.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is, if this is not the biggest in-your-face dereliction of duty, I don't know what is.
Thank you.
I spoke
Let's
3 months
talk
ago.
about instructing him to comply with HAVA.
It doesn't matter whether we instruct him to do anything. He sits
Please.
in front of the legislature and says, I do not need to listen to them.
The motion on the floor is to instruct Scott to comply with HAVA. The HAVA complaint and the motion is what we're discussing, not why or what happened
He
in the
doesn't
past.
need a motion to do it. It's his job.
The motion's on the floor, Ms. Papalimu.
I get it. And this is why
Okay,
I'm
then let's
arguing
vote on it.
against it.
I'm
Can
sorry.
I please speak?
No. Mr. Sabas.
What?
Yeah.
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
I appeal the ruling of the
Mr.
chair.
I
Sabas.
second.
I'm looking at a
Mr.
letter.
I
Sabas.
second her appeal.
Thank you.
I'm looking at a letter dated March 10th from Scott addressing the complaint from Peter Berniger. Where does that have, how does that have anything to do with what we're trying to do here now? I mean, seems like Scott has already responded to this complaint. So is the commission now being asked to respond separately of the commission's chief elected officer?
No, we're asking that the chief election officer comply with HAVA.
Well,
What is the gist of the letter? What did he say in the letter, John?
Well, basically he's saying he's speaking in behalf of us, but didn't you all get the letter? It was sent to all of us.
Yeah, I saw it. I didn't read it and I
Yeah,
didn't
and he
memorize it.
responds also to Ralph's complaint, you know, and to Miss Hamilton's complaint. He sent it all out yesterday.
Yes.
But so, you know, I don't understand why we're doing this now when our chief elections officer has already responded to these complaints. So please, somebody help clarify for me.
Thank you, Ralph.
Yes, I'll clarify. Did you read it, what his response was?
Yes, I did.
Okay, he dismissed the complaint because it was against him. And he said he didn't have jurisdiction to answer the complaint. So in that thing that we just read, the federal government requires him to have a administrative complaint procedure that is approved by the federal government. And it clearly said that he was not compliant and that he was going to be in compliance. And that was written in 2004. So he just dismissed the complaints and did not address anything in there, any of the merits of the complaint, because he doesn't have a plan. And so this motion is to ask him to have a plan that's compliant. I think that's a simple ask. We're receiving federal money. There's a very good chance that all this federal money could be lost because the state of Hawaii doesn't have a compliant HAVA plan. And you just saw it in his own words, it's not compliant. It's
And
written.
has that been established?
Wait, Jeffrey. Ralph, were you finished?
Yes, thank you.
Jeffrey.
I'm just wondering, has that been established? Where exactly does it say that we're not in compliance with HAVA?
Pull it back up on the.
It appears on the commission website.
Okay, well, I'm
Page
sorry.
42 and 43, right there.
And
that's the substance of the Behringer's complaint.
okay, but that's the
As I
complaint.
understand
That's
it.
not establishing that it's true. That's the allegations of Mr. Bernecker, right?
Comes from the state website.
Wait, Mr. Osterkamp has the floor, please.
I'm trying to understand what this is and where it came from. Is this somebody's determination or is this somebody's allegations?
I'll answer that.
Probably both, but yes, Ralph.
Okay, that is the state of Hawaii HAVA plan that we just pulled up. It was written in 2004, and at the time, they said they were not compliant. It has never been amended.
Okay, but where does it say we are non-compliant?
Just pull that back up again, please. Right in the middle column when she pulls it up.
What is the heading of that column? Act requirements.
And it says does not meet.
I see those words. I'm just trying to understand.
It means does not meet the act requirements. I have no problem helping.
So essentially, the motion is asking the Office of Elections to be compliant with HAVA. Let's keep it simple. The motion is to ask the Office of Elections to be compliant with HAVA, the federal law. I don't see any problem with that. And I'd be ready to vote on that now. Does anybody else want to continue discussion? Does anybody else have anything to offer on this motion?
Yes, I'd still like Scott Nagle to answer why it hasn't been done in 20 years.
The why doesn't matter. The fact that we're instructing him to comply with HAVA is the essence of the motion.
We've
Why
been
you can ask
instructing
him
him to do a
later,
lot of things
but
that he
right
has
now,
not done.
it doesn't matter why.
So that's why it matters. That's why it matters. We've instructed him to do a lot of things that he has not done.
I would ask for a roll call on the motion, please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Can you repeat the motion again? What's the motion, please, Mr. Chairman?
Madam Secretary?
yes. Motion that the Election Commission direct the Chief Election Officer to prepare and amend a HAVA state plan that fully complies with all current HAVA requirements within 60 days.
Roll call.
Okay. Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Opana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
Abstain.
Commissioner Kam,
Aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Sabas,
Abstain.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
The motion passes.
While I still have everybody here, I want to.
Here, I have another motion to make.
Okay, wait, I have a statement. And I want to recognize the compliment that was given at the beginning of this meeting to staff. Compliments for the minutes, etc. I want to compliment the staff on the support that you've been providing us this day and for the last several months. Ralph, you had a motion.
Yes, Chair. I move that the commission document the fact in the official record that the chief elections officer does not have a compliant HAVA plan. Note that the absence of a compliant HAVA plan may place Hawaii at risk of losing federal election funding. I'm just asking to document it. Do I have a second?
Second.
Isn't that the essence of Berniger's thing that's already been documented on our agenda? But go ahead and discuss this. Go ahead.
Yes, Chair. So I just wanted on the official record that we just all saw that we do not have an official HAVA compliant plan. And I just wanted to the record on the malfeasance of Scott Nago that it's not done. It's had
Barbara?
plenty of time to get this done. So just wanted it in the official record. Thank you.
Barbara?
I have another issue to bring up, so I'll wait.
We have a motion.
I know. That's why I was wondering if Barbara had some comments, but you have another issue that we'll discuss after this is over. Okay.
Yeah.
Lindsay?
Briefly.
I also have another issue to discuss after.
Okay. Then let's vote on this one. Ask for a roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Opana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Kam,
Aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Abstain.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
Miss Dalton? You had another issue.
Return to in-person meetings.
We could, and that's a consideration. Maybe your next chair would be more amenable, but the last time we had in-person meetings, the 3 Kauai reps came. Lindsay, do you have what's your issue?
Do I need to move that so we can vote on it?
Yeah, you can make the motion.
I move to return elections commission meetings to in-person with a remote option, with a hybrid option.
Second.
Discussion.
I think it's a great idea.
Well, I do too, and I'll tell you why I think it's a great idea. Because if you read the rules, the revised statutes about remote meetings, it says that the public can go anywhere that a commissioner is online and join that meeting with them. They can come into your home.
I don't think so.
I can jump in there. I can tell you that the Sunshine Law does not allow for members of the public to enter private residences. It specifies that. I don't have the language in front of me, but I know that the law does not allow for that.
And I think technically commissioners have to be solo in the meetings.
So that's only if
anybody else
commissioners are at a in-person public forum where the meeting is being conducted. It doesn't apply to private residences.
I'll send that to you.
Other discussion. Ask for a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Opana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes. Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes, it's already allowed now.
The motion passes.
Lindsay, you had something?
Yes, going back to the audit that we directed the office election.
Office of Elections, yep.
Jamie Detweiler testified, and she has testified to this before, that the previous audit from a couple of years ago was approved to be done within the 22-month period. And it was only as they got to the end of that period and they were looking at the next election that Mr. Nago requested that it be pushed to the other side of the election after the election, and she agreed. But it had been approved to be done within the 22-month period. So it must be okay. It must not be a legal question. It was already approved to happen. So I don't see why we cannot mandate that it be done within the 22-month period, because the same thing is going to happen. We're going to get up to September and he's going to say, oh, we're facing a new election. We don't have the staff. We can't do it till later. And then we're going to be in 2027. So I think we should mandate that it be done within the 22-month period before all the action takes place for the election. It should be done immediately.
And that's a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Sabas.
can we hear from Scott, please, on this? We heard Jamie's version of it. Can Scott explain what happened?
I'd ask for Scott and Mr. Ching
Yes,
to clarify, because I'm confused on this one also.
yes, please.
Scott, what about that 22-month limitation?
We never wavered from the 22-month limitation, so I don't know where that came from.
Okay.
Well, I got a motion to make.
Okay.
I would like to get a written determination from Scott Nago that he is not able to open any records in a 22-month period.
You're defining what he's going to tell you.
I'd like to get a written opinion from him so that we can share that out. So anyway, so the public can see.
Ask him for an opinion about access to the 22.
I'm making a motion to get a written opinion from him.
I know, and that's what we're trying to define. You're telling him to write an opinion and what the opinion is. Ask him for an opinion and leave it open-ended and let him give you the opinion, not your opinion back to you. Okay, so you want an opinion from Scott Nago in writing regarding the 22-month holding period for access to the ballots?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
The envelopes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Ask for
Yes, Chair.
roll. Yeah, go ahead, Ralph.
This you can see from the public's testimony. This is a lot of very controversial that we have to preserve, but are not allowed to look at these ballots. So getting him on record, official record, that he's telling us that he cannot enter and unseal those ballots to resolve a discrepancy. I'd like to have that in writing so that it just doesn't fly off into the dust later on. Thank you.
I would ask for a roll call on this motion, unless, Jeffrey, did you have something?
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to just be very careful about this. I mean, this isn't something that you can just wing, which seems to be the cavalier attitude of some of the commissioners here. I mean, if this 22 months is related to 52 USC 20701 at SIG, then, you know, that's a fairly old and detailed set of statutes, and we have to pay attention to what the actual requirements are. Among other things, 702 provides for penalties if records are disclosed when they should not be.
Okay, so we're asking for Mr. Nago's opinion in writing.
I understand that, but Mr. Nago is not an attorney. I'm not sure that he necessarily would feel comfortable giving an opinion as though he were an attorney. So, asking for his opinion is designed to look like he is the foremost authority on that statute, and I don't think that's necessarily appropriate.
As the chief elections
That-
officer?
That's the reason he's been giving us. So we're asking for it in writing.
He's the
Right.
one,
As the chief elections officer, he's not, I don't think that his duties include interpreting the law.
No,
no,
you're
but
right.
he's the one who can designate a authorized representative. And, and he's saying no, and he's saying no to everything. I don't understand why we aren't telling him what to do instead of him telling us what to do.
I'm sure
Well,
that he
there-
has.
There may be some laws.
I'm sure that he has certain authority to designate people if he is directed to legally, in a legal manner, or if he is told that that is legally appropriate. But us just telling him to do it without knowing that that is legally appropriate is not a good idea. Because again, you can be penalized in a criminal manner for not adhering to these statutes. And so just so cavalierly saying, well, it must be this way or it must be that way is really playing with fire.
Scott's mature enough to tell us he's not going to talk about Mr. Behringer, and he's mature enough to give an opinion as requested by Ralph. I'll ask for a roll call vote on the motion.
I'd like to discuss, Chair.
Do you have a point that you haven't already made?
Yes, Chair.
What's your new point?
He's saying we shouldn't do this cavalierly. And it seems like we're not looking into records, we're concealing the records. And that's the issue. The records need to be opened. So the concealment could have criminal liability attached to it.
The motion is for Scott's opinion.
Yes.
Okay, so let's ask for his opinion, and I'll ask for a roll call for this one. Roll call requesting Scott's opinion on the 22 months.
Okay. Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Opana, excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Abstain.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
So that brings me to the end of my
Adjourn.
agenda. Who said something?
I
Barbara,
move to
yes.
adjourn.
Yes. Barbara,
Yes, I move to adjourn.
there a second?
Second.
Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you very much for your time, and thanks staff and the compliments they received on the minutes and the preparation and the support of our meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank
See you
you.
on April 1st.